I mean, I guess 14 days of quarantine. So that's home quarantine. So let's discuss how things are at Bangalore. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today at Bangalore?
Hi Kanchan, good day to you. As they say in the Incredible India campaign, smile, you are in Bangalore. So yes, I'm smiling that I am in Bangalore back, united with my family. But I enjoy this iconic city. And I came here around 9 or 10 years back. And I came from various other Indian cities, living in other Indian cities, other iconic and not so much iconic cities. But, I took some time to come to Bangalore 10 years back. And I must say, that decision was a good decision that I am here. And as we start our conversation today, I would like to share some tidbits.
Yes, please go ahead. We are waiting. We will be enriched with your experience. I had been to Bangalore also, and I love the city. The spirit of the city is awesome. The people, the professionals, IT professionals, basically, they are awesome. So let's listen your story.
Well, Kanchan, today we all know about Bangalore, about the IT city, the Silicon Valley of India, and the great technology stuff, the technology products and solutions coming out of this city, and the unique ecosystem that this city has, or it has built over the years. But this city has something very, very interesting in our modern history, and also almost like a thousand years of history that is can be seen around the city, outskirts of the city. And the modern part of the Bangalore is entices me a lot. One, definitely the IT part, because of which many of us are here, including me. And while growing up in India, in the North Indian cities, Kanchan, I grew up in Kolkata, which was Calcutta then. I was able to see the South India from the North Indian eyes till I came myself to the South India, which is Bangalore. And growing up in the North India, the aspects of South India, the interesting facts, the modern history, their industriousness is something that we see from very far, from a different kind of a lens. So when I landed up in Bangalore, I started looking at this city not just from a professional point, but also from a cultural aspect, which is that I always want to do where I stay, as you might have noticed in our other conversations. So this city, in the modern history, has a rich history from I think 1800, beginning of 1800, when the cantonment of this city was built, and around the same time, sometime around the 1790s or 1780s, there was this great local leader, Kempe Gowda, who is known as the father of this city, the establishment of the modern Bangalore. And therefore, we also have an airport called Kempe Gowda International Airport. So the city has always been into the limelight in the modern history. When I say I would like to go back, 70, 80 years back, it had a great contributions into the Indian freedom struggle. And a great many leaders came out of this geography. And 1956 States Reorganization Act, it came into existence as a capital of Karnataka state. And I have been hearing, Kanchan, that the other city, the Mysore or Mysuru, was the more famed city in this region. And there were discussions to make Mysuru a capital, but for some political reasons, Bangalore was chosen for the capital of Karnataka. Apart from the IT, Kanchan, it is also a very important seat for Indian military forces, and our iconic company, Hindustan Aeronautics, and some of the original electronics companies. You know, people today who work in Bangalore, they only think about the IT, but Bangalore is more than IT in terms of even the professional world. You know, it was ahead in the electronics production even before Infosys happened. Infosys, as we all know, is the second largest or biggest Indian IT company, has its headquarters in Bangalore. So, you know, we daily in this city, what we say is that if you drive in Bangalore, if you do a car driving or you're on Bangalore, you can drive anywhere in the world. But Bangalore traffic is legendary. But at the same time, Bangalore weather is also legendary, Kanchan, you know about it. And that is a beautiful part. Last year, my yoga teacher was telling me that Bangalore sits around 3,000 feet above the sea level. That means literally, technically, Bangalore is sitting on a hill station. And to compare it with the tallest mountain in Japan, Mount Fujiyama is just 3,700 feet, and Bangalore is at 3,000 feet. So you can understand the lovely weather that Bangalore has. And I think that's a great value that it adds. What I am sad about Bangalore, Kanchan, is I'm told that in the 70s or the 60s and 70s and early 80s, the city had 3,000 lakes. But due to the rampant development all around the city, on the outskirts, there are less than 300 lakes today. And out of those 300, I think we can just count a handful of probably 10 to 15 of the big major lakes. Now you understand, Kanchan, a lake, a natural lakes, or even the man-made lakes, how important they are for the local weather. And in India, we have another city like this called Bhopal, which is a city of lakes. So that adds to the natural beauty of the city. And apart from the IT, there are another businesses that have grown out of Bangalore. They have been going out in the world. And on the culinary side, MTR Foods, the iconic MTR Foods in Bangalore, they now are probably, I believe that they are part of some Norwegian food company. And they also brought, it is said that the MTR brought the first ice cream vending machines in India. Some of the iconic places to visit in Bangalore is Lal Bagh, which is a flower park, and it hosts annual flower show, which is visited by many journalists and tourists across the world. But I must tell you, I went there a couple of times, Kanchan, and I mean, in that crowd, you know, somehow I had to just have a glimpse and come back. Kabban Park was built somewhere around 1860s when India was having its first Sepoy mutiny. Around that time, we had our Kabban Park, and it's a beautiful lung. It's a beautiful green lung of the city. And in summer vacations and summertime, many families go there and spend a good amount of time. From the modern world, there are a lot of malls. In fact, I joke, Kanchan, that sometimes I feel that there are so many malls in this city, whether Bangalore is inside malls or malls are inside Bangalore, it is hard to find. It's hard to figure out. And I mean, just by the name, the biggest mall is Phoenix Market City. And of course, it's quite a huge one and largest mall in this city. And Bangalore Metro, like any other metro, I find Bangalore Metro is the one of the best places to see the whole city on a bird's eye view. And no traffic jams. The best part is no traffic jams once you sit, and it is an interesting feeling. Then there are a lot of educational institutions in this city, and some of them are really famed ones. And I mean, the Science Museum and the Planetarium, all of these. I mean, I can go on and on about Bangalore, but I think, Kanchan, that we should reserve it for something else as well.
Okay, when you mentioned about malls and when you mentioned about Lal Bagh and also Kabban Park, all old memories are freshen up now. Because when on Saturdays and Sundays, when I was working at Bangalore, we used to visit all malls and it was so lively. All young people on MG Road, and they are eating and they are talking, and it was so wonderful. And I still remember that. Now you are in Bangalore and you are a Bangalore person because you are based in Bangalore. When you are talking about Lal Bagh, I remember that at Lal Bagh every morning I used to go for a morning walk, and it's a botanical garden, so you can see variety of species of plants there, and they are chirping of birds. It was awesome at that point of time. I'm sure people who go, many people go for morning walk in Lal Bagh in that area. And when you mentioned about MTR, I really feel hungry because I remember that we as a friend after the Saturdays after the work on Saturdays or sometimes Sunday, we used to stand on a queue because there was a long queue to get a table and the dishes from NTR restaurant. So good memories which you really I start remembering those days now. Now, since you
Yes,
are
yes.
since you are in Bangalore, so we will be discussing more about this great city where there's a lot of development is happening, lot of software revolution is being done by this city. So we have discussed and we'll talk more about this Bangalore, and I think it will be a pleasure to share Bangalore city and the places in Bangalore to our viewers. What do you say?
Yes, Kanchan, I am the guide for Bangalore for our initiative.
Okay, it was as usual so good to talk to you today. We will discuss about many other places which are located in Bangalore tomorrow. And till then, take care. Bye bye. See you.
Thank you. Have a great day, Kanchan. Nama Bangalore Zindabad.
Bye bye.
Bye.
So, CK, how are all my elves doing?
Ho, 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 ho. It's Christmas, Neville.
Oh, okay. But you can't have time off until Christmas Eve because we're going to be busy.
This time, Neville, it is going to be digital Christmas, and I'm going to catch you digitally even on the eve of Christmas.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is 22nd. We're just 3 days away from Christmas. And to celebrate my Christmas, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, everybody. Hello, CK. Couldn't resist that. Sorry, wearing a Santa hat. So, yes, 3 days away from Christmas Day. And as you probably heard, Christmas is cancelled.
Yes, Naval, I think we have been hearing a great deal about UK and the measures being taken there. And yesterday I heard on the TV that the list for people who will get vaccinated has been revised, and now the cutoff date is 75. Earlier it was 80. So I think lots is happening, and our best wishes for the everyone, not only for people from UK who are coming in the news quite a lot, but I'm sure it's a worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah, it is. And thank goodness the vaccine is here. Our applause goes out to all those people involved in developing the vaccine that's been approved in the UK so far, and all the other vaccines that are well on their way to being approved. So that's the good news. And yes, we heard as of yesterday, this vaccine needs to be given in 2 doses. So it's a double dose, 7 to 10 days apart approximately. And as of yesterday, 500,000 people in the UK had been vaccinated, which is an amazing feat when you appreciate we're not really set up in this country to do any type of testing or vaccination that has come this way. So again, my heart and applause goes out to all of those involved in it. Yes, there's been logistical issues, particularly this initial vaccine that has to be stored at some ridiculously low temperature. And when it's distributed, it's only got like a 4 or 5 day shelf life. So the logistics around that are phenomenal. You know, we get flu jabs here each year, and it's like a methodical, like army approach, regimented approach. But for this, we've had even more people vaccinated in a fairly short period of time. So, yep, it's really great news. It will continue into the new year. Hopefully, the second vaccine will be approved. That will be easier to distribute because it doesn't have this short shelf life that we've been told about, these low sub-zero temperatures that it has to be stored. So yeah, I think we're closing the year on a very happy note, despite the fact, sadly, for a lot of us in the UK and around the world, Christmas is cancelled. But let's talk about that, because people that focus on Christmas being a one-day event, you know, the 25th of December, we've probably lost sight of the fact of what this symbolises to the Christian world and to many other people around the world. It's new birth, it's new life, it's new opportunity, and it's that magic of Christmas. I always talk about the magic of Christmas in July, frankly, because if you've got the magic of Christmas in July, you certainly have got the Christmas spirit. And it's that Christmas spirit of being kind, being grateful, being thankful, and just being a good human being. So there's nothing wrong with that. So let's just hope that Christmas isn't cancelled and we keep that magical, mystical type historical character who, don't tell anybody, but doesn't really exist in the North Pole, but does exist somewhere, and it's in here. That's where it exists, in our heart. So anyway, what does India hear about? Because I'm always fascinated. Wherever you are in the world, you hear about what's happening elsewhere, but of course, you're only hearing what they want you to hear. You're only hearing a snippet of the news programs that we have here. I mean, news in the UK is 24/7 now. You know, BBC channel has a regular news briefing, and it's on channel 601 on Virgin Media, and you can look at that any time of the day. and it's just instantaneous news, and it's rehashing everything that's been out there for the last 24 hours if there's no news, or it's given us the weather, which is always another interesting subject. So what's India hearing about what's happening in the UK?
Naval, I think I can understand what is going on in the minds of people in the UK, because I think it's a new year, sort of a new year, and a lot of celebration. And as you put it rightly, it is the magic of Christmas. So I think the Indians, the non-Christian Indians, have also gone through the similar feelings recently, because the similar celebration happened just 3 weeks back when we had to.
Yeah, Diwali. Yeah, absolutely.
It was a subdued Diwali, uh, but the good thing is that you can still celebrate Christmas, and it's not going to be a gala event, but you can have the magic of Christmas really experience at home. And I think you can use a lot of Zoom sessions to communicate with each other. So it's going to be a digital Christmas this year.
It is, and interesting enough, as of yesterday, I have 5 children between my wife and myself. I've got 3 children, 2 stepchildren. As far as we're concerned, they're all ours. So, and they're in different parts of London, as it happens. They're all fairly close to us, but they're so far away, because even a couple of miles is, you can't even go there. So we're going to have a karaoke Zoom event on Christmas Eve. So, rather than do the traditional watch the TV and then go to church for Christmas carols, we're going to do a Zoom event and have a. I don't know how we're going to do this, by the way. I mean, the kids have told me it's perfectly possible, so it's fine. We're going to have a Zoom karaoke evening, which should be hilarious. Let's hope they don't record it, but playing back in a year's time, who knows? So there's loads of things you can do. Just the physical fact you're not together, and that is difficult. I mean, I've got to, reach out to everybody. It is difficult. We're humans. We do like a cuddle. We do like to embrace, and that's the way that we do share. So yeah, it's going to be different, but we just need to get on with it. Really, we can't change it. Just get on with it.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's a different way of making sure that you celebrate, and there is not even iota of reduction in your celebration, but the medium of celebration is slightly different. It is digital now instead of physical. So going back to your question about what we've been hearing about UK. So firstly, I personally believe that the coronavirus is just fooling the mankind. It is erupts in some form of the other, some different strains coming out, and some are getting infected with those special strains, and we keep hearing them about them in the news. So I think coronavirus is here to stay, and if you look at the Darwin's theory, I think it will mutate, and even if you don't get it, you will get it in some form or the other. And the important thing is to work on the immunity. So what we've been hearing is predominantly the news, and the news is what they want us to know. So any government want to shield certain information and don't want to publicize too much. For instance, there was news of strange. I mean, we have heard this twice in last 2 weeks. Strange disease erupting in small pockets in India, killing few people and infecting 300. But beyond that, we have not heard anything beyond that. So we really don't know what is that is killing people, and that is not corona. So I think would I would say that although we have been hearing a lot about UK, the lockdown and suspension of flight, sealing of border, but I'm sure this new strain will erupt even with all these measures in every part of the world.
I'm sure it will. There's still question of where this original coronavirus actually started. Will we ever know? Who knows? Really, it's for the scientists in the world to go and find out. Really, but I think I'm really grateful of where I live, because despite all of the conversations that are going on. This new variant could have been hushed up. In certain countries, maybe it will have been hushed up. But the scientists saw a problem. They investigated the problem. And if we believe what the government are telling us, within 24 hours, they made the decision and they locked down they created a new tier, and Christmas was going to be different to what it is now. It would have still been very different from previously. It would have been quite curtailed, only being able to have 3 households in a bubble, not 3 households on Christmas Day and then a different 3 households on Boxing Day and a different 3 households on Christmas Eve. It was 3 households as a bubble, which was going to be would have caused us huge difficulties, because I have 5 children. Each of those children live in different areas. They're either in long-term relationships with a partner, or they're living with flatmates. Some are doing both, and it's really difficult. I mean, that they would have said, you'd have to choose 3 children, because they would have been 3 bubbles, the 3 different, or actually 2 children, because we would have been one of the bubbles. So you can pick your 2 favorite kids. Hello, give me a break. That's not going to happen. So in some respects, it's a little easier for us. I did see a bit of a joke. Well, I hope it was a joke. Someone being interviewed yesterday. I can't remember who the guy was, but he was quite outspoken. And the interviewer said, BBC interviewer said, "So, this lockdown for Christmas, what's it going to do for you?" And he said, "Oh, it's a bit of a result, really. I don't have to see the mother-in-law." Now, he meant it in all seriousness and jokingly, but yeah, there'll be lots of those sort of jokes going around. The point is, it is going to be different. This new strain is quite different from normal variants. We're told normally there are 2 elements of a particular virus that's been affected. In this particular strain that's been found over the last few weeks, 23 elements have changed. But they've even identified it to the part of the protein that's changed. So when a lot of people say, "Oh, it's a bit hit and miss, they really don't know what they're doing," I've got to hand it to the scientists out there. For anyone to come up with a vaccine in this short period of time, not just one vaccine, but if we add up all of the vaccines in the world that are currently being tested and are getting results, we're talking well into double figures, the numbers of vaccines that are out there. It's a very scientific approach. This is almost like a space type, NASA type approach to the problem that we've got. So we're not back in the sort of Florence Nightingale days where it was hit and miss or what happened. This is incredibly sophisticated. Some people call it genome project of the decade. In fact, it'll probably be of the century. And it's actually finding out exactly how these molecules are made up and how they affect the majority of people. And they're not going to get this right, because there are going to be a few people that do have adverse symptoms. We've already heard that, a couple of people that were initially injected had symptoms of rejection. They weren't as what everyone was claiming them to be, because they were like a couple of hours. And again, it was actually the NHS. It was 2 of nursing arena that had just a rejection of the injection. We see this all the time. One flu jab, I remember my whole arm just blew up overnight, but it went down the following day. It's just it's not going to be perfect for everybody, basically, because we are all different, despite the fact we like to think we're all the same.
So I think going back to the point that you made, Neville, is about I also feel very lucky that we are living in a democratic and liberal world where at least we hear of advancements and things that happen around us. But I imagine half of the world is living in either some sort of communism or dictatorship where people don't have any means to even know what is going on in the neighborhood. So I think I feel very lucky that we know and we can discuss openly things like these. And at the same time, when you get vaccination, there will be a side effect. Every vaccination, whatever you take today, even the kids, it comes with a bunch of warnings like swelling, fever, nausea, things like that. So I think it's associated with all kinds of vaccination. It's a general advisory that you will get the arm swollen up, or the area around which the vaccine has been applied will swell up a bit. You may have a fever for 1 or 2 days and so on. So I think coronavirus vaccine will be similar. Will come with similar sort of warnings. But most important thing is that the people in UK are getting it, and I feel also very good about it that the India has approved Pfizer one. They are going to
Oh, excellent. That's really good news.
Yes, and they are going to start vaccination within a few weeks from now. So they are preparing the list of the first recipient. And since India being such a large country, the first list comprised of 18 million people. So we don't have the knowledge of the date when it will start, but surely it will start in a couple of weeks. The second vaccine which is coming up in India is something called Covaxin. It's an Indian-owned region, and that is going to be the second one that we will have as a second choice. So Pfizer one for the emergency cases, and then Covaxin will come in picture after 1 or 2 weeks of vaccination to start.
It's good news, and the homegrown vaccine just goes to give a lot of people in India the confidence that you've got some really brilliant people behind the scenes as well. I mean, that's one of the things that this particular pandemic has shown. We've got some fantastic people all the way around the world. No one country has got the monopoly on the best scientists. We've all got great scientists, and the other thing is they're all working together, which is what businesses really should take a leaf out of their copybook. Start working together. A number of times you and I talk about collaboration on our programs. It doesn't mean to say you're giving away your intellectual property or your competitive advantage, but 1 + 1 is definitely greater than 2. Stop behaving 1 + 1 is less than 1. Because that's really for a mathematician, that's not what we want. We do want this R rate actually. In the business world, we want the R rate to improve. We want 1.4, we want 1.5, we want 2.5. We do want the excitement of being entrepreneurial, so that it feeds through, and it's like a positive virus that feeds through us all. And so next year will be better than last year, and even better than the year before.
Yes, and while we are grappling with this situation, I sincerely, feel that every one of us, like we are doing, Neville, to celebrate the digital Christmas and also the New Year. So I think going forward, there will be some social change. We will be more active digitally and celebrate digitally. And as you said that you are going to participate in a family karaoke. So I think that's a good idea. There could be 1,000 other ideas, on the digital platform where people can start enjoying. And we would like to know more from other people. What are the other ideas by which they can celebrate a very good Christmas this year? So with that, we can end our discussion. And I'm sure a lot of people, whether vaccine or no vaccine, will celebrate Christmas this year, will bring the magic home. So with that, we can end our discussion today. Merry Christmas to you and your family, Neville.
Thank you very much, CK. Merry Christmas to everybody, and make it sparkle.
Ho, 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 ho.
friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and today we will be discussing about one of the topic which is very much in discussion nowadays, and that is water conservation. Now, we had been living in most of us live in cities, enjoy carefree lifestyle with 24-hour running of water in taps, swimming pools, jacuzzi, decorative fountain. And sheltered by this layer of comfort, we remain unaware about the water intensity activities on our environment. To discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you today?
Thank you, Kanchan, for this wonderful conversation. And just before this conversation, I had one full glass of water, and I just rejoiced and enjoyed, and just closed my eyes and just thought about it. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, and I doing good. Everything is okay, and since we are discussing about water conservation, so I think that's quite a hot subject, and we should be taking care about these critical aspect of environment, because rapid urbanization and water pollution has widened the supply and demand gap, putting enormous pressure on the quality of surface and groundwater bodies, especially in India. So, what are your thoughts?
So, Kanchan, I would start with saying about one statement of one Mr. H. Auden, who said, "Thousands have lived without love and not one without water." So I grew up thinking that water is abundant, water is available everywhere except for the desert areas or the arid areas of this planet. But I have come up to a situation where in my city, which is Bangalore, the water has become as scarce as it could be in a desert. We depend on a lot of tankers, and I must tell you, my housing society of 200 odd houses spend almost 5,000 to $6,000 in dollar terms, 1.5 lakhs of rupees for a water for every month. And therefore, water conservation is something which is not a small activity. It's not a small agenda. But unfortunately, for not only India, but for most of other governments, this is not on the top of agenda. When I lived in Africa, and I have seen water crisis from a first-hand perspective. And I can tell you, another 25 to 50 years before petrol or the petroleum runs out of this planet, we will have a water revolution. What do you say?
I think water scarcity is quite a critical thing, and we need to really think about it and take action. Because what I feel is not the conservation of water. I mean, is not a responsibility of government only, but I think general public need to be more concerned about this. Because I also have this feeling that general public is not educated about the significance of storing, recycling, reusing of water. And in a country, we live in India with the rainfall patterns changing every year, and clean water is destined to become one of the rarest commodities soon. And we have to take this as kind of crucial moment to look towards water conservation.
Correct, Kanchan, and I would point out two things here. Every housing society, I believe, in India has been educating about the water conservation, especially in the summer season. We get a lot of instructions from the housing societies. But you know what? It is a coordinated approach, guided by the government, supported by the people groups, supported by the villages, supported by the communities, because it seems that water was a staple thing about a farmer, but that is not the case anymore. Not only for the drinking perspective, we also need water for the industrial perspective. And therefore, the conservation of water is something that needs to be taken care as we take the conservation of climate for one. So water efficient steps are definitely known and being positioned. We teach this to our children. We talk about this with putting messages in the schools, in the colleges. Don't waste water, each drop, and so many places. But what I'm two examples that comes to my mind. One, there was a time in India when we used to drink from the water taps. I don't remember when last this happened, Kanchan, because we drink from the RO or any of those water cleaners, water purifiers, and the big celebrity advertisements that are running across. The another thing is that is still in South Africa, the water can be taken from a water tap in the house and people can drink it. And the third example is while once in a hotel in a UK, I saw Kanchan, it was written in the toilet, please consider giving the towels for washing after several use, respect our rivers. These are small things, but it shows the national character. It shows the national thinking, because we don't want to depend on the Gulf nations for something that we depend for the petroleum. We don't want to depend on some country for the water. We don't want to depend or make Antarctica a water supplier of the world one fine century, Kanchan. And therefore, it is the effort has been also raised in the program Man Ki Baat by Mr. Modi. You might have heard about it. And in the Rig Veda, it says that like a mother takes care of a child, the water on this planet also takes care for each one of us, but there is a limit, isn't it, Kanchan?
Yes, definitely. And I feel it's so ironical that a country like India, we have to teach our children about the water conservation, because if you see in our ancient times, the technology, the know-how, and the concern regarding water conservation was there. Like in 5th century, there are texts which are written about statecraft, especially in the times of Ashoka, that depicts, and it is written there that you have to conserve the water, and cutting of trees were not allowed because that was prohibited and punishable. And so I think in India, water conservation and caring the environment is not a new concept. But if you see ancient India architectural temples and monuments, you will find water conservation spaces with use of innovative technologies and technique. For example, sandboards, bamboo irrigation, bavris. So these were always there, but somehow in between we lost this, or I think we became careless, because we were getting water in abundance. So we were so careless, and now we have to act fast to really conserve water for our future generation, and that is a real irony.
True, Kanchan. You cannot be more straightforward about this. There is a Jal Shakti ministry by Government of India to take care of these issues. And I think you pointed out very interesting about the traditional water conserving methods in India. And these need not only to be preserved, these needs to be promoted, propagated. In the modern housing societies in India, there is a need for a water harvesting system to be put into the premise to approve the building for the development. But most of the time, these water harvesting systems are just for the sake of putting it on the paper. There is no real use that is being seen. In Haryana, the Indian state of Haryana, they have metered water connections. By some years, they believe that they can, we can go out and buy water, say 2000 liters per month usage. Nowadays, there is a company, Kanchan, called Live Pure, which is renting out water for as low as 345 rupees for 117 liters of drinking water. So you see where we are heading towards. We need to calculate water for each and every activity that we do. And if we are able to satisfy our needs in the home even by 1 liter every day, we have done a great contribution, because our Gandhiji said the earth, the air, the land, and the water are not an inheritance from our forefathers, but they are on loan from our children. So we have to hand over to them at least as it was handed over to us.
Right.
Nothing more than sum this up.
Yes, right, definitely. And I think water conservation starts with the efficiency of using water on day-to-day basis, like avoid leakage of water from the tap. So that is one of the crucial aspects to conserve water. A part of this, I think, redistribution of water. You have mentioned little info about how few companies are distributing and water, and of course putting meters and find out how much water is being consumed per household. So that is quite a positive step. But a part of this, I think, protection of water from pollution is also very, very important. Because once water is polluted, that particular portion of water is wasted, and that again, if you want to reuse it, you have to that water has to undergo in many steps. Ultimately, we lose water. So that is also one crucial aspect of water conservation. A part of this is of modern irrigation method. As you know, that 69% of water is used for agricultural sector. So we have to conserve water there also. Necessary requirement of water irrigation from the surface and from the groundwater. They has to minimize and use modern technologies so that we get good crop with less water.
True, very, very true. A lot of, irrigation, waterless harvesting, dry car washing, and so many things are coming up. And I would still say, in my city in Bangalore, I'm told that in the early 1970s, there were 3,000 lakes in this city. Now there are less than 300 to be counted. And that is a sad state of affairs. And I'm think that this is more or less for any big city in this country, many parts of the world. And therefore it should not be late. We cannot wait for humanity to be fighting on water, which is so abundantly available. And it is said our oceans are like they are covering the 7th portion of this planet.
Yes, so we have to be smart enough, intelligent enough, and I think concerned enough to really conserve water. Because one crucial point which I would like to discuss with you is that increased forest cover is also very much required. Cutting out trees should be prohibited, and of course the flood management. Because if we cut trees, we have this crucial point that flood can come in. So I think these two crucial points, I think people along with government should take care. And of course, water conservation has to be done on day-to-day basis. People need to be educated. What are your opinion and thoughts regarding this?
Yes, so Kanchan, as I lived in Africa, I have seen very closely water crisis. That and going from India, I know the crisis that is looming on us in India, and then I saw it in Africa. So there is a United Nations World Water Development Report by United Nations in 2019. They said that leave no one behind. In 2018, they said nature for water. And 2017, it was untapped resources. So when we say untapped resources, Kanchan, uh, the Amazon basin, which crosses the Brazil, the Argentina, and the South American western side of the South America, those jungles, Amazon jungles, need to be preserved. But we have seen that over the years, due to industrialization, deforestation has happened, and that Amazon jungles are ripped off. Similar things I have heard in the Nile River Basin, which is the longest river basin in the world in Africa, 6,000 miles of both sides of the River Nile. You must see some pictures of white Nile and the blue Nile coming together in the capital of Sudan, Khartoum, and then becoming one, which we call as the Nile River, and the beautiful greenery alongside it. And in India, we have our Ganges plains, almost 3,000 kilometers. And I remember a couple of years back, during our former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, he wanted to connect our rivers. If you remember, that was such a grand project, and I'm sure there has been some success on that. But at the same time, it is unfortunate to see that Tamil Nadu and Karnataka fight over the Kaveri issue. So it is something which we need to bring about, talk about more and more, and to see it from a holistic point of view. And water conservation has to be taught from the childhood. Probably this could go as a curriculum in the schools, isn't it?
Yes, very valid point. And I think water conservation is a very crucial subject and to be taught in school from very young age so that children should come to know about the value of water. And I think interstate fighting will not help on water. There are many other issues where the states can come together and discuss and think about urbanization progress. Like the Prime Minister said, "Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas." So I think conservation of water need to be discussed together and take a call on that. And a part of this, I also feel that general public should also come forward, think, understand the value of water conservation. So I think with these thoughts, I'll just close today's discussion now, and with a unique thought, with one crucial, important thought for our viewers that please think about water conservation, do water conservation on daily basis.
Yes, Kanchan, and I think I would like to close this by the remarks by that famous movie song from our Bollywood movie Shore. पानी रे पानी तेरा रंग कैसा जिसमें मिला दो लगे उस जैसा, by sung by Mangeshkar and Mukesh. What a lovely song. Thank you.
What a lovely song. And पानी का रंग तो तभी देख पाएंगे जब हम पानी को कंजर्व करेंगे. So it was lovely talking to you, Sitesh, today. We'll meet again next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to the show Nations. And today we have an important subject to discuss, which is International Girl Day Child, which is celebrated every year on 11th of October. And as the saying is that a girl or a daughter is the most beautiful gift a world can really give. So to discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Shrivastava, who is also my colleague. He has a deep interest in corporate training. He has interacted many women employers and employees around the continent, and I think he is the best man to really how he feels about this quote which I quoted. So welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. It is a great time to discuss about the subject that we are bringing in, and what better to discuss with you, who has been a proponent and also has seen it from the trenches. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Today we have a wonderful atmosphere. It's pouring from since morning. Lovely day. And then today we are discussing such an important subject, which is about girl-child right, how we really conceive the idea of rights for girls. So I would like to hear.
Yes, Kanchan.
I know that 2020 theme of International Day for Girls is My Voice and Our Equal Future. So it's a very, very important subject and aspect to really have equal rights, especially for girls, and that too in developing countries.
That's right, Kanchan. And I mean, we belong to India, and therefore we have a history of our own problem or challenges with the girl child. And we have seen this for the decades before our independence in 1947, and after our independence, how things have moved from there. But on a global perspective, Kanchan, it is important to understand the woman, especially the girl children, and in different parts of the world. And I'm sure that every part of the world, whether it is Africa, Americas and the Caribbean, Arab states, North Africa, Asia and the Pacific, Europe and Central Asia, all of these have a very, very different, unique challenges regarding the girl child. And because of the biases that exist in all the cultures, in all the communities, because of the understandings of the modern world has not changed much from the medieval ages when it comes to the girl child. In our Indian context, we have seen, girl fetuses being, killed before they are born, and there are so many other social taboos around it. I have been in Africa, Kanchan, and I have been very, very keenly watching and observing and conversing with the women, my colleagues, the children in South Africa. And therefore, I have a peak view about the situation of the girl child in the African context, not only in the Southern African part, but also in the Central and the Western African part. And similar are little better or little worse, the situations can be found in all across the globe. So what are girls asking? What is the ask? They are demanding for life which is free from violence access to the health, skills, recognition, investment as leaders of the social change. And as we were discussing in our last week's sessions about women entrepreneurs, we still discussed that yes, the lip services have been done in all the governments, in all the geographies, but still more and more needs to be done in Africa, in Asia Pacific. And until and unless we understand the unique challenges, we are unable to solve. There is no universal rule, there's no universal policy, there is no universal aspect which can be applied. What do you think?
Yes, actually, it's very, very important to really think very deeply about. It's not a one-day celebration, and we have to celebrate maybe around the year. Because why we are doing this? Because we should give right to education, right to freedom, right to choices, and right to safety and security, which is very, very essential, integral part of a woman or child life, a girl, especially girl child life. A part of this, I think there are many countries where young girls are given away in marriages, maybe sometimes at 10 or maybe 12, which and they suffer whole life due to this decision. A part of this, there's also very prevalent is child labor, which is again we have to as individual, as communities, and as country, we have to really eradicate this kind of practices, because uh, children has to be they have to go to school, they have to learn, they have to play, rather they go in any organization or any company and work day and night. So these are the aspects, these are the few finer points we have to discuss when we are discussing International Girl Child Day, because what I feel, any day or Women's Day or Girl Child Day, it has to be a concrete and a holistic plan to really work on that, and it's an ongoing process, because we have seen in past there's a lot of operations being done on especially the girl child.
Exactly, Kanchan. And another point that I would like to add here to your statement is there are a lot of micro plans in every country. All those micro plans need to be guided by an international goal plan and vice versa. Otherwise, as community, as nation, as vibrant society, we would do our own thing and then figure out there are still gaps. So from the United Nations perspective, there are sustainable development goals which are called SDGs, and there is a global 2030 roadmap is being approved, and it is in the final stages, is being approved by the United Nations member of states. Now, I'm last several years, I have stayed in Africa, and Africa includes both low and middle income women. Countries' poverty rates are still high. The majority of women work in insecure, poorly paid jobs with fewer opportunities for advancements. Democratic elections are increasing, and a record number of women have successfully contested, but it is still lip service, as I always say. And it is very evident and very, very starkly open when I have seen in Africa. In India, in some of the places, it doesn't seem, go to the big cities, you will not find any challenge with the girl child, though it might be inside every home, we might not even know. But when we go to some communities, some small towns, small villages, it is becomes very evident. And therefore is, sometimes it becomes a local issue, sometimes a political issue, sometimes it takes a national commission for women, NCW, in India, to step in And the recent spat of cases that we are hearing in our Indian context is actually a slap on our own well-being as a nation state. Though women are a source of economic vitality across the countries, across geographies, in our own country, we see girls participating in more and more professions, more and more in the schools. Still, a lot of bias remains inside the homes. And at the same time, I sometimes also feel, Kanchan, the feminist movement needs to bring in equal amount of men into their folds. At the same time, the feminist movement should also target mothers who are growing up children. It is important to bring up children from a very, very inclusive way, and mothers and fathers, parents, both play a very important role. I would say mothers play the biggest role in this, because I still feel the original umbilical cord relationship can never be broken with a mother. What do you say?
Yes, I really appreciate this comment and this kind of thought process which you have just we have discussed. But what I feel is still we have gender-based discrimination in most of our society, and sometimes I really pain to see this kind of still kind of practices, because in India we are a country where we always celebrated womanhood right from antiquity. We have Durga, a symbol of ultimate female goddess, actually, female energy and power. And somehow, maybe in medieval times, due to invasion, due to Muslim invasion, there was decline in the equality uh, uh, in women, from women's side only, because they have to go to parda system and all that, and eventually it decreased, and today we have young girl child is not being taken care, they are not sent to school. But though in last few years, maybe 10 years, somehow little mentality is being changed. People are sending their children to the school, and they are all understanding about the importance of female education, because if one female is educated, the whole family is being educated. So that is the base. So it's very important that girl child has they should go to school, and they even women, they have to be educated to build up an educated society. So though we are progressing forward, but I think we need to do more.
That's true. That is always, every day we need to get reminded. And I would think this day will come, the day when the world does not feel the need for a feminist movement. If both are equal, if there is gender based equality, why there is no need for a feminist movement?
Right.
And there are other side stories as well, other side movements as well, not being spoken about it. And therefore,
International Girls Day reminds me the responsibility we have to make girls' lives more happier, isn't it?
that's right, Kanchan. It has to change from, मैं नीर भरी दुख की बदली, और तुमको ढूंढू, तुम में ढूंढूंगी पीड़ा, तुमको ढूंढा पीड़ा में, from those days of Mahadevi Verma till what our Azim Premji says, that a girl child who is even a little bit educated is more conscious of family planning, health care, and in turn, her children's own education.
Right.
That's the spirit.
Yes. So I think it's very important to have educated girl, educated women, so that the whole community and nation become educated and more sensitive to the requirement of the coexistence and family and nation building. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh, today. So till tomorrow, I'll say bye bye, and we'll discuss tomorrow some new topic. Bye bye, Sitesh.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today I want to bring a very interesting subject. In fact, I have been waiting to make a video on this one. Even though India has acquired Rafale jets and they have landed in India, it has been much debated also in the past, but I wanted to make a video only on the aircraft and make you aware of what it offers. So it's a French aircraft designed by Dassault, which everybody knows. The literal meaning of Rafale is gust of wind. Now, if you put that in the military context, it actually means burst of fire. So it has a very strong name. It has twin engine. It has a delta wing, and also these Carnard delta wing, which are the small wings. You can see, if you see the picture of the Rafale, you can see these small wings protruding out just behind the cockpit. These are meant for adding maneuverability and also giving some lift to the aircraft. And the aircraft is equipped with wide range of weapons. The position of the aircraft is to give air supremacy. It also gives air reconnaissance, ground support, in-depth deep strikes, anti-ship strikes, and also the nuclear deterrent. So, in literal terms, Rafale is omni-role aircraft and very much needed by the Indian Air Force. And finally, we've got 5 Rafales available with us, ready for action. So let us discuss a little bit more in detail about certain specifications which are publicly available, although we don't know the details of the actual Rafale which India has got. So whatever information which is publicly available, I have summarized it in this video, and here it is. The aircraft, although India has the air variant, but Rafale also has a Navy variant which can operate from the aircraft carrier. The maximum speed of Rafale is 2,130 kilometers and maximum range of 3,700 kilometers. Now, this range can be extended further by air refueling. So, Rafale has a in-flight refueling capability. So, it can be literally a long range as long as you keep refueling Rafale in the air. You can continue having your operations done in the air. So now let's go to the certain features which are not talked about it. The aircraft is very, very strong. It's really strong. It can withstand negative G's of minus 3.6 and maximum G's in normal conditions up to 9 G's. So you can imagine a normal human being passes out at 4 or 5 G's, and the aircraft pilot, which are fighter pilots, they undergo special training to withstand higher Gs. So the aircraft itself can withstand up to 9 Gs, and it can be extended to 10.5 Gs, and in certain emergencies, even 11 Gs. So the aircraft has been very, very sturdy, very strong. The design of the aircraft is made aerodynamically unstable because when it is unstable, it can maneuver the way pilot wants it to maneuver, and the stability can be provided by state-of-the-art digital fly-by-wire flight system. And a similar system which is used in A380. So it is a very, very maneuverable aircraft. It can fly at very low speed and also at supersonic speeds. Then when it comes to the strength part of it, all its components like undercarriage, wings, and it has a delta wing, all of them are very, very strong. And why they are strong? Because they can hold, they can land at in a very rough condition. So the undercarriage is very strong. The wing can hold a lot of payload, so you can have multiple weapons put under the wing, and so on and so forth. So this is a very sturdy, strong, highly maneuverable from very low speed to high speed aircraft. Now let's look at the radar signature. Now in today's combat situation, the most of the stealth is lost if the enemy can detect you on radar. So the design of Rafale is such that it deflects the radar waves. It is not a stealth aircraft, but it can deflect the radar waves, and the signature on the radar is almost like a bird. It's not like an aircraft. And the air intake of the engine air intake have been put very strategically below the aircraft because it reduces the infrared signature. So not only on the radar, which is a radio frequency, but also on the infrared signature, the aircraft fares much, much better than a normal aircraft. And as most of us knows that it is it's already designated as 4.5 generation aircraft. So it's higher than 4, less than 5, it's somewhere in the middle. Let's look at the business end of the aircraft, which is the cockpit. So cockpit is state of the art. All the information is available in the cockpit to the pilot on the display unit. So there is an onboard computer which keeps checking parameters, and the canopy of the cockpit is total glass. So pilot is made aware using various sensors and radars of the situation of the battle, and at the same time the pilot can see very clearly using the visual line of sight of things which are happening. It has a very good view, very good cockpit, very friendly for pilot to operate from. Management. The avionics and the flight management of the aircraft is very, very advanced. It is so advanced that the interface between pilot and the aircraft is very similar to man-machine interface. So the pilot can react very rapidly to the inputs which are being displayed in front of on the console of the pilot. So that may be very useful during a real-time combat situation. So that is why this is a game changer. I mean, the avionics itself is a game changer. The avionics and all these systems which are part of the aircraft comprise of nearly 30 to 40% of the equipment in the aircraft. So aircraft is not only having engine, but all these heavy machinery which are fitted into the aircraft as a standard package. When it comes to the capability, the fighting capability of Rafale, it has a range to detect almost 100 kilometers from more than 100 kilometers away. So the other aircraft which do not have that capability, they will never see a Rafale so far off, whereas Rafale can see the enemy, can lock on the target, and can fire and move out of the situation. So it has a very high fighting range. It has a very advanced radar system which comes standard, and detection can be from 100 to 200 kilometers away. So they don't have to be in the harm's way to identify other enemy aircraft. They can just fire and forget. So it has a lot of other features which are arms related to the bombs and rockets and self, propelling bombs, guidance systems, which are part of the aircraft, and their list is endless. So it's up to the requirement of each country. So, for example, in India, in case of India, India has chosen certain package because they have to protect their boundaries from all around. And India is a very typical country which has desert and high mountains, rivers, and plains. So, the Indian defense systems may be aware about what they need, and they would have ordered the package with regard to arms, which are India and which are useful for us. So these are certain details. I thought I will bring it to you. I've been waiting to make a video on Rafael because it's a pride for us to have Rafael, and we have five now. More are going to be coming, and there will be more which will be manufactured in India within the in the Make in India plan within India itself. So I think it's very exciting to see that such advanced technologies, such advanced fighting platforms are now available with India, and Indian defense forces are now capable of uh, fighting off any enemy which lay eye on India and Indian border. So with this, I end my video. Do write your comments and your suggestions. Sign up, subscribe to my channel, and I will respond to you as quickly as possible, my friends. So see you next time. Until then, bye bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to our show. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav as our guest. You know, Sitesh has deep interest in corporate training and he's closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. It's nice always to talk to you. We know very interesting subject we have today. How have you been doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, enjoying the chill weather of northern India. And you know, when we are fighting with COVID, and we have yet another very dangerous disease, AIDS. And you know, the World AIDS Day is being celebrated every year on 1st December. And today also we are celebrating this day. And this day's theme is Global Solidarity Resilient Services. So let's talk about this dreaded disease and how we have been successful in coping up with this disease yet again.
Yeah, Kanchan, this is something that it was a taboo to talk about HIV almost a decade back or so, and in some cases it is still is. But I got to really see this side of the severity of it, HIV, when I went to work in Africa. And from there on, I have been closely watching, observing, and figuring out the reasons. And I saw it in Africa. Then I realized that it is also prevalent in many, many countries. India happens to be number three or probably number two in the cases of active HIV cases in the world. So to celebrate, I mean, rather than not celebrate, to sensitize the general public about this health disaster, I would say, it is important for us to understand and talk about the World AIDS Day and why it is celebrated, why it is basically sensitized, and who are the people who are affected, and how can they get help once they have it,
Yeah,
right?
for our viewers, I would like to little go deeper and tell what this HIV is. So HIV is a retrovirus which attacks a specific category of immune system cell in the body identified as CD4, helper cell or T cell. So once HIV destroys this particular cell, it becomes difficult for the body to combat other infection. When HIV infects a cell, it attaches the host cell first and fuses it with it, and HIV bears single strand RNA, which is genetic material, and it opposes to the stranded DNA which a human cell carries. So in a way, it is quite a dreaded disease if somebody gets it, and life become really terrible to cope up with these kind of infections, because there are many infection also along with HIV we get it.
Yes, Kanchan. And as I said that, uh, we live in today COVID-19 or this coronavirus timings, and suddenly the whole focus has been shifted to this pandemic, coronavirus. But, HIV has been a pandemic all the while it has been discovered. And out of the 34 million HIV positive people worldwide, 69% live in sub-Sahara Africa. There are roughly 23.8 million infected people in all of Africa, and 91% of the world's HIV positive children live in Africa. More than 1 million adults and children die every year from HIV/AIDS in Africa alone. So I was a part of that world in South Africa, from where I could observe the Southern African nations. And it has intrigued me that despite so much of knowledge and wisdom and information and also help is available through a United Nations AIDS program. In India, we have our National AIDS Control, and many countries have this kind of health programs and government information programs. But still, HIV is something that doesn't stop increasing, and it is something that I always wonder whether it is too much of information is being helped by the people for the people, or it is something that, despite so much of budgets being allocated for HIV/AIDS program, we have so many people who are unaware of it, and they keep doing those risky things that basically make them affected. What do you say?
Yes, I feel that health is a human right, you see. And though who is already doing a global health campaign, and this organization had been doing, but I feel is that approximately 85% of pregnant and breastfeeding women living with HIV has not been, I think maybe educating them is not being done properly, and taking care of these patients are not being done properly, though awareness is there. So are we on a right track? People are following the guidelines which are being stated by WHO and other organizations, because what, as you said, 13 million people are still living with HIV positive, and though globally 12.6 million living, and they have access to United Nations guidelines. But are these people and organizations helping to curb this disease or educate in how to live after when somebody is infected with HIV?
So, Kanchan, I think when you talk about education about this dreaded disease, it all is something that is still is under wraps when it comes to about open education about it. I have never seen in any of the offices or any of the corporates any health programs coming to the corporates to talk about it. I've never heard about any health programs or camps being set in the universities and colleges to talk about it to the youngsters, the students, and forget about the school level at all. But I will tell you something that I have only observed and discussed within while I was in Africa. I have worked in Africa. In many of the offices I have seen, there are condom dispensing machines in the corporate offices, in the banks, in the IT companies, and and they are refilled every Monday. And many years back, if this was something like I was surprised to see, and that is a very bold approach by any human resources or the company management to address it so openly. And I have seen it in South Africa, and something to talk about it very, very openly. It is not about educating somebody who is affected. It is about educating people so that they don't get affected, so they don't get into those risky businesses. And if you see closely from the India's perspective, the northeast states have a large population: Mizoram, Nagaland, Manipur, and there are some practices that needs to be educated about. If health, as you said, Kanchan, health is a right of everyone, and people would come and they will also argue, yes, sexual activity is also a right of people, but how do you do it, and how do you safely do it, and how to avoid it? Can it be completely eradicated, like we had the measles or the polio? Can it be eradicated to that level? So probably there needs to be more open dialogue, not only with the affected people, not only in the hospitals, but in the public spaces. And I think there is a lot that needs to be done in our subcontinent, in Africa, of course, and in the southern part of the Africa: Botswana, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe. I mean, there are 15 to 29 years of people. It is so surprising and sometimes so unfortunate to see these. But sometimes I feel that the education, the budgets, everything is being pushed, but it is not being discussed in the open forums. The way the pandemic, this coronavirus, is being discussed, I would think that there should be, we should discuss in the public life about HIV the same way we are discussing this coronavirus.
Yes, you have very well put the point across that though allocation of budgets are being done by the government organizations, but the education and discussion on this particular subject or many other infections, they are not being taken seriously somehow, especially when we talk about general public. So now at this point, one question arises is, are we a responsible race? Are we working towards sustaining the future of children by getting education about these pandemics and eradicating and taking care about these pandemics? Are we so serious and responsible race?
I think, Kanchan, more or less, we have not been responsible. To give your answer to a very, very straightforward, I thank you that you asked me this question. I think we do not understand the seriousness of this, especially the AIDS part of it, because it is related to a basic human right, fundamental right to sex. And therefore, I think we don't understand the seriousness of it. We don't understand that we are impacting not only a community or a person or a family, we are impacting few decades of someone and the stigma around it. And then we go and we meet some affected person who does not say. In many countries they can choose to have a pseudonym and not disclose about it. And uh, and then we have a lot of stigma and social taboo around HIV and AIDS. And that's the reason I think the taboo, the stigma, the social discardness needs to go it has to be removed. I think a lot of discussions are happening around LGBTQ and queer groups. And because so many of these are interrelated. So there needs to be a campaign, there needs to be senior people, there needs to be politicians. It is not the job of only of the doctors. A lot of campaigns need to be taken forward by the youngsters, the youth icons, and talk about it. I can think of uh, one organization of like National AIDS Organization of India or United Nations AIDS. They should come to Kaun Banega Karodpati on the Friday episode in the Karmveer, and they should talk about what is happening about the AIDS and India, what is statistics of AIDS and India, and how National AIDS Control Organization is working. That is something, the platform that is needed. Every Friday, KBC brings such kind of Karmveer. So yes, it needs to be spoken about.
So, according to the World Health Organization, there's a breakdown in essential HIV services due to COVID-19, and it's threatening. We must fight with a passion, as you said, about any, not only AIDS or HIV, but now COVID is also a pandemic which is going on, and many people are not taking serious steps to really safeguard themselves and the society. So we must take up a center stage in the societies, in the communities, to really discuss about the health problems and the health systems. So I think that is very, very essential at this point of time, because now today is for COVID today. Tomorrow there will be many more pandemic there will be threatening to the world and to the people. So I think this is the right time to take seriously about the health, because that is a human right, and whatever taboos associated in any of these diseases, we should eradicate, we should understand and get more information, and accordingly we should act. Like yeah, so like HIV, there are so many taboos are associated, but and they are not suitable for that kind of disease. And for we take a COVID also, people have currently though the lockdown is there, but people are taking it so easy because they feel that it will not get it, but that is not the case. So we have to discuss
Correct.
the health issues, and health, these are very serious issues. We can't take them lightly.
Correct, of course. And when I was looking at the India's number, Kanchan, I realized that compared to the neighboring countries, India has made good progress in reducing the new HIV infections by 50%, by half, since 2001. And despite the free antiretroviral treatment or ART being available, uptake of it remains very, very low. For many people face difficulty in accessing those clinics in India where they get those antiretroviral treatment. So India is doing good about it, but I'm saying that we need our public space celebrities to come and talk about it. It should not just remain as a lip service by writing few lines on Twitter and just talking about it in a television and a prime time. We need a campaign around it, and I hope in today's social media world, we should use the social media to do, awareness, to reduce these things. It comes for free. This kind of awareness needs to be reduced. And I think this pandemic has given us an opportunity to open up and talk about a lot of things. And I think that should be used to, reduce and probably kill other pandemics in our life. And the biggest pandemic that needs to be killed is our inhibition talking about it.
Correct, correct. So I feel that all the viewers will think about it and try to propagate good words, informative words regarding the pandemics, diseases, and take care of themselves and the society. It was good to talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again tomorrow with a very interesting topic. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable this Friday. And let me also welcome my friends who are joining from different parts of the world. First guest is Miss Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore, and she is also the CEO of Career Zoom, a very specialized HR company.
Hello everyone. Hope everyone has had a good week ahead and everyone is looking forward to the weekend. Let's get started. I'm so looking forward to this discussion today. Interesting topic.
Certainly, Farida. Welcome to the roundtable. Our second guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She joins us from India. She is the CEO of tech ed company called Akulmach Technologies.
Hello, how are you all? And I'm look forward for a good discussion today.
Certainly, Kanchan, welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And before we start, today is 2nd October, and I'd like to wish both of you a very happy Gandhi Jayanti.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you and same to you. It's a very, very important day.
Yes, so to begin our discussion today, let me also talk about the topic that we have chosen for the CEO Roundtable discussion, and that is the value creation. And in fact, let me give little preface of what is value creation. Value is the perceived value of what you provide as a business to your clients and to your audience, and also to your prospective or your investors, prospective investors as well as your current investors. So it's basically value you bring on the table as an organization is something that we will talk about. And many times what happens is that the people just offer solution without thinking of the value. They say that, hey, I have this solution, but what is the value, perceived value or the real value to the client is not really understood. So we will discuss this aspect of doing business. And thank you for giving me time to give this preface, but I'll leave the floor open to anyone to start the discussion.
Okay, I just recall one very old saying that become a person of not become a person of a success, but become a person of value. So that means a person of value can give you more than what he receives. So when we talk about value in terms of sales, in terms of company, in terms of organization, I think there are three pillars which are very important. That value to your customers, value to your employees, and value to your investors. So all things starts with the value to your customers, because that is the main aspect. But I think that's irony that if we want to give value to the customer, we have to again find out options where we can give value to your employees, because both of these two parameters goes hand in hand. And now when we are talking about value to the customer, which is the first aspect of value creation in the market. So that means we have to take care of your customers' desires, and you have to there are some products which from very early we are producing, but then we should be open to innovation. We should look after what actually a customer is looking for. And over the period of time, one customer, though there are some few essential things, but of course if you add some value to it, some innovation to it, that gives altogether value proposition to the organization.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that, Kanchan. This was quite something that I had in my mind as well. The whole premise of creating value in a business begins with value creation. So business itself starts with value creation. It's the purpose of the institution to create and deliver value in an efficient enough way that it will generate profit after cost. That is my understanding of generating value. And just to kind of pick up from where CK was talking about, that there are a lot of services and products which don't clearly define the value that they bring to the customer. I'll go a step further and say I have seen products which probably try to find solutions to problems that no one has. So it is very important, one, to understand what is the value that your service or product is actually adding to your client's life or to your customer's life. How does it impact the entire industry in general? And creating of value is something which should be the very premise of creating a business. Because what is it that you are doing in your business? Are you actually delivering a service which is making their life easier? Are you, for instance, are you designing a logo that's taking away a part of their work and doing it professionally for them, and then saving them the time and cost to hire someone who can actually design a logo for them? Are you creating a website? Are you actually helping them do digital marketing? Or are you selling a physical product? What exactly are you doing, and how is it adding value to the end customer? It's very, very important to be aware of what it is even before you actually start having a business idea in your mind. It should always be backwards or top down, in my opinion.
Great. So I think all of us has made the opening remarks, and what we would like to do is basically discuss much more in depth. So let me start this. See, basically what happens is that when you start a new project, anyone, if you are a CEO or a project manager, you have to see exactly where, what the value that project is going to bring to the end customers. So the whole situation is that you may think that something which is very appealing to yourself, but it does not have any bearing, or you don't find too many people looking for that particular line of service. So that is where the confusion is. I would say if you look at the startup community today, 70 to 80% are in this bracket, because they see that, hey, others have done it. Hey, they have created a product. There is so much demand of that product. I will also create it, and hence I will also succeed along with it. But the whole problem of understanding the value. So the whole point is, if you don't understand what you bring on the table, which is a perceived value of your client. So I think the first step would be to start a dipstick exercise where you actually find out who are the clients, who needs this, who doesn't need it, what is your strategy to reach out to the people. When do you start telling people that, hey, you are developing something like this, you are going to start this digital marketing, you're going to start, whatever service you have in mind, you will actually launch yourself. So what is the timing? And all this will add into your value, because now you have, say for example, contacted 100 people, so 50 are waiting for it. That means 50 people are perceiving that you will bring some value after 1 month or 2 months whenever you launch yourself. So I think this is where the starting point of value creation is. It goes a long way, but I think over to you. Any remarks on this one?
I feel that it's very important points you have raised. But when we start selling, the concept of customer perception of the value, what customers looking at, is very, very important. So the moment you start selling, you have to keep it in mind that when you are providing value of service or product, the retention and the profit. So as I was telling you, this is a cycle of value, creating a value proposition among three pillars of an organization. So when we customer retention and profit, and in return, it's again goes to when we have a profit, it goes in the organization. Then again, we have to create a value proposition to keep our employees happy. We have to provide training so that they come out with new ideas, new innovations. And we can also, there's also, you have to retain your employees. So in a way, it is a whole cycle where you are starting, as Farida said, with a thought that you are establishing a company. But then these are the parameters which you have to think. We have to think about innovative products and how we are providing this into supply chains, into distribution. So all this has to be taken care. Then we have R&D to be taken care in the organization, and thus creating value proposition in all these sectors, in all these places, to really create an organizational value proposition in the end.
So, Farida, before you come in, I would like to have a little debate on this aspect. See, the whole point, Kanchan, is that people are not even clear what value they are going to bring. So, I think the first step would be to do a market study. For example, you create the whole infrastructure and you spend $1 million, basically saying that you have to build the supply chain, you have to build your team, you have to have innovation, you have to R&D. So you have created different departments, only to learn after 1.5 years or 2 years, hey, there is no demand for it. So whatever you have been doing, spending money and building all this infrastructure, will not result in any value after 2 years. So my point was that we create the value upfront. What is the value so we have to know exactly who are the buyers, and to these buyers, what is valuable. So I think I'm going to say that it's the other way around. You don't develop something which is running in your mind because you feel it, but you have to find out who are your first 100 clients and see what they need, because the need of a client is very important. So I think this is something.
Exactly. So that's what I was saying, that before even you start, when the idea of creating a product or services, establishing an organization, you must know who are your customer, who are your end user, and how you can create a value for your product or services. But then along the way, I feel that when you're establishing, so these points has to be taken care along.
I'll just try to, just give a structure to what both of you are saying. So the purpose of a business is to create value through the work. So, whatever you are selling or trading or services that you are providing, and capture some of that value as profits, because that is the ultimate end game of any business. So that is how a business is actually expected to run. Now, in terms of value, very truly, because you are not creating a product for yourself when you are an innovator. If you are a service provider, you are not creating the service for yourself, but you are creating it for the users or for your consumers. Yeah, so I agree with you, CK, that it is very important to first understand who is your buying audience and then work top down from there. because we can't just have an idea. And it's okay to have an idea, but before actually creating a product or a service out of that idea, it's very important to understand who is actually going to be your buying segment and how will it actually make a difference. So let's take an example, and I've said this before, that very often when I see my friends in the startup scene, and I work a lot with the startup founders here in Singapore, because that is one of the services that we offer, which is basically incubation support. At that point in time, I realize when I do speak to people that they are not very clear as to what they should be selling. So very often they have a whole pitch of 20 pages which is selling what they have. Nowhere do they actually say how will it actually add value to your customer, how will it add value to the buyer, how will it actually impact their way of working, their way of life. So people are selling features, whereas they should be selling benefits. So I think it boils down to the same thing, that understand the value that you are creating as a business or a service, articulate that, be very clear, so that you exactly know how it will add value to your customer's life or to your customer's business. And that is the main thing. In my mind, value creation is of utmost important even before taking up a project.
Absolutely, Farida. I think you hit the nail. Is that you have to know exactly what is the value to your immediate client, and if you don't have a list of prospective clients in your startup, then you better make one. I think that's where the whole thing boils down. You should have a list of your top 100 clients, because when you're ready, these 100 or 50 of these 100 people will buy from you, and that is how you build your network. So let's come to the point number 2, which is now you have created a list of prospective clients, and they have given you some sort of information that this is what they expect from you once you launch yourself. Number 2 is how much value you can demand. For example, you have created a ERP solution, you have created a some sort of a sales solution or a digital marketing platform, or even a physical supply chain management, or anything. How much value that you can demand for for your business, and specifically when you are actually giving certain solutions or package to your client. So I think that is where the challenge is, because I've been talking, like Farida, you said you work with the startups. I've been talking to a lot of startup who are my friends and also who are in the network, and they give me story on and on, and there's a strategy, this is what they want to do, and this is exactly going to succeed, and how it's going to succeed, but they don't have these basic building block. So how much value they should ask for is a big challenge. So Farida, what is your opinion on this one?
I think pricing is definitely, it's a function of how much value actually you are bringing in, and that's precisely what value creation is. Now, not all value created is equal. Value can be created by somebody opening the door, that's a service, to, probably a scientist finding the way to actually convert the solar energy to, run electronics in your home. So values are different. Now the pricing is something, if there is a competitive space and there are other providers providing the same kind of service, you already have a reference point. But if it's a niche, and if you found a niche which did not exist and started kind of providing services in that area, then how do you value it? So I would say that let's take an example. For instance, you have created, say, a solution which is an artificial intelligence solution, which automatically, takes away the customer's pain. If your customer actually comes on the chatbot, all the initial queries are answered already before they actually reach a real person. So what is the value that the service provider is actually creating, or the product is actually creating? It's taking away the admin task from real people, allowing them more time to focus on work which a machine cannot do. So it's actually saving them time in terms of, people investing time, manpower in terms of somebody actually going and sifting through those queries. So how do you actually define the value? If it's going to cost the organization same in the long run, there is no value. But are you actually, so what is the value? So you are increasing productivity, as a service provider, or your product is increasing the productivity of that organization. It is fine tuning the time to respond. Eventually it will also impact the cost in a positive way, so it will actually bring down the cost. So value is basically a function of all those three things. Now if the value is probably even similar to what they would invest when a real person is actually doing it, it should be fine. But it has to give them some clear deliverables as to this is what will happen if you use this. So if it's a service, that if you're going to, like I started with that example of a logo, what is it that, as a service provider, you are actually creating value for? You are creating the value there by saving the company that headache of actually going and hiring somebody on their own roles, somebody to basically manage day to day, and then keep paying that cost even when they don't need the service. So you're saving them that time. So that is the value creation. So that definition has to be very, very clear. And I think a lot of companies, lot of startups possibly falter at that particular point.
Kanchan, you have
I'll take an example of from education field, because now everything is digitization, and I very much agree about the pricing factor which Farida has discussed. So, for example, now suppose if we are talking about online education, for example. So, what happens nowadays? From very long time, children sit in front of screen. So, in case if we want to some additional know-how to a children, so the package or the company should provide a lesser screen time and on a lesser price and more learning outcome. So in this way it creates a value proposition for children and for parents, and of course for the company. They built a name in that sphere.
So I think all these comments that you made, both Kanchan and Frida, they are very valuable. So let me summarize all this. See, I think in terms of value, the thumb rule should be 10x. That means if you are able to give 10x value to the client, considering all the examples that you have quoted, Farida and Kanchan, that lesser screen time, for example, is a value, how much that will save the client. For example, Farida, you mentioned about how much time saving that person is going to have because they are using some XY technology, and what is the value of that time for the client. So I think all these parameters needs to be evaluated and computed, and the thumb rule should be 10x. And if you are able to give 10x value to the client, you take 1x out of it. So I think that is what I would like to say. You give 10x and take 1x out of it.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
All right. So I think we have discussed the first aspect is, first of all, you have to know exactly which is your client and what is the value you bring. Second is how much value you want to assign to yourself. And I think all of this should go into planning. Even before you start rolling out or investing money in setting up your business, you should have a clear idea of what is the value you bring on the table and for whom, and how much is the value of your business. So a copycat, for example, will not succeed because a copycat, he may be sitting in some other marketplace, and guess what, he would have already done his market study and he knows exactly which are the clients who will buy from him. So you can't look at the success of somebody else and drive in some other market. So I think that is something which people should have clarity. So number 3 point in value is, when you actually create a value, how long this business will be valuable. Maybe if I have to throw example, when we were kids, our parents bought a car and they ran a car for 20 years and they used to feel proud. In fact, we had a car in our home which we had for 30 years. So we used to feel very proud about it. We bought this for some 5,000 rupees. Now it is, after 30 years, still running. So the whole point is that is not the case anymore, because if you are in 50s and 60s and 70s, a car manufacturer could project his business. If I sell my car, people will use it for 30 years. That means even after 60 years, I will still be in business because they will be buying spare parts from me. But that is not the case here. I mean, car has become more or less like a mobile phone. People use it for 5 years. So even a heavy machinery industry like a automobile, the life is 5 years. So I think what is the value that you bring on the table and how long that value will be. And I have a fourth, connotation after that, but I'd like to take your opinion on this one.
I think, I kind of agree with everything that you are saying, because honestly, that's exactly how I feel as well. And I think it's very valuable. Also, like in today's world, this whole COVID situation has rocked the global economy so strongly. Yeah. And with these challenges, there are opportunities to pivot and find virtual solutions to meet the needs of the changing business landscape. Now, in this thing, I see a lot of mushrooming companies coming up with a lot of offerings. But here the key is to actually find value. How do you get heard in a noisy world? You do if you have the value. And it goes down back to the, drawing board, where you define the value, understand who are the people who are going to actually get that value from you. How are you going to price it to return the value to you in terms of profits? And how long will your proposition be valuable? What is the life cycle? Is it going to be valuable for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year? Will it actually be valuable in the post-COVID world when things would have changed drastically? So it's very important to define all of these things. And CK, I think when you were saying that, it was almost I was hearing myself saying it, because it's exactly the same way that I feel as well.
I think that when we establish a value proposition, and when we have to establish a life cycle also for our services and our product. And but along with that, we should also be keep in mind that, okay, fine, maybe this will run maybe for this product or service will be there for my clients maybe for 4 to 5 years. But after 5 years, what we will be doing? So we'll not be closing our doors. So in that case, we should have that kind of thought process that maybe after 5 years we'll do this, we do this in innovation, or we'll go into a different direction. We'll cater different clients, and we may add more feature to our services or product. So this enhance the sustainability in the market.
Yeah.
So that is also very important.
Sorry, I thought you had finished. I'm also saying that, it's also important when you're creating that value to understand what is the resistance that stops that particular value from scaling. Because
Right.
that should be part of your planning, since,
Right.
already, you already know that it might be the life cycle or the lifetime value of that proposition is only that much. So we also need to kind of, as a service provider or as a business provider, we also need to figure out that what is the resistance that will stop it from scaling, and be prepared for that as well.
Right.
So I think from both of your comments, which obviously coming out from successful business that you have run in the past, I think the fourth point in terms of value is the diversification. Because what is happening is, if you don't diversify, then there is a limited shelf life of your offering, of your value. And after the value is exhausted, your products or services will not have any need, because the industry has moved on. There are new things which are coming in the market, and you have become outdated, obsolete. So I think the fourth point is to diversify your offerings in terms of keeping your business alive and sustain. So let me just end with a simple example. We have all heard of a company called Nokia. They started as a paper company 200 years back, and they became very successful, and eventually they became a high-tech company. And today, when we use our mobile phone anywhere in the world, we actually go through Nokia technology. The whole impact of Nokia is so profound on today's world, is that you cannot use your mobile without going through one of the Nokia endpoints or a server. Yet the company is no longer existing. They have lost their market share. Nobody knows about Nokia anymore. I mean, they know, but they keep launching their mobile devices, but it's not really great. So having reached, really the top end of the market, they simply vanished, and they vanished within a period of 1 year. A 200-year-old company, what it took to vanish is only a couple of months, like to be precise, 8 months. So I think the point is diversification, and I'll leave the floor open for you guys to comment.
Yes, actually, diversification is very, very important aspect of any business. For example, I'll take example from an education field. Now, suppose if we are providing a math courses online, so after some time, people will also get bored. What math? So we have to come up with new, maybe Vedic math or maybe abacus. So these we have to integrate with that. Now after that, what we cannot keep on teaching abacus, though math is is a base of a base subject. Then we have to add maybe a coding, which can very well integrate with the math education. So likewise, step by step, it's very essential to really upgrade the business offerings to the client, and then it just create a value proposition.
Yeah, I think absolutely, because just to kind of, understand where the diversification should actually start, because it shouldn't happen that, in a matter of few days or few months, the company actually becomes obsolete. So we don't just have Nokia's example, we have Skype's example. I'm like, bro, you had 7 years of head start on any other, system like Zoom or, Teams, etc. What happened? This was your opportunity. What happened? So it is very easy to kind of, go out of sight, out of mind. If there is not enough engagement, if there is not enough diversification, and there is not enough, alignment with the market. So yes, I mean, on that, I would say that you got an idea, great. First, find the right people. Two, explore together. Third, just make it happen. But don't forget the thing that the basis or the premise of anything is value creation. And don't forget that in that enthusiasm to get something going.
So I think today's discussion was very meaningful, especially for the SME segment, the startup community, or whoever, a young entrepreneur, whoever wants to start their own company or some small group or anything in life. I think the 4 parameters, which are the really basic parameters of starting a business, is find value, how much to value, what to sell, whom to sell, and diversify at the right time. So these are the 4 our expert guests have given us this wisdom. And I thank you, Farida and Kanchan, for joining us in the roundtable.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we will meet again next Friday with some other engaging subject related to business. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you're welcome to our weekly show Roundtable. And today we have interesting panel and also interesting subject to discuss. So before I start this discussion, I would like to welcome our panelist. We have Sitesh Srivastav, who is an IT professional. He has a deep interest in corporate training. He's closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's wonderful to talk to you always and to the interesting and very, very critical subjects at the same time. And I'm well and I'm looking forward. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine, Sitesh. And we have another panelist, Indra Sharma, who is the head of a department of one of the prestigious school in Delhi. And she's also been awarded for the contribution of education by the government. So welcome to the show, Indra ji. How are you today?
Thank you. Glad to be
Okay.
with you.
Okay, so we have an interesting topic that now the rise of coup, the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. Now, I think that coup has a similarity with the Twitter. Now has around 3 million users, and it is surging tenfolds. So now I think the war is between yellow bird and the blue Twitter. So what are your ideas on this, Sitesh?
Well, the moment I heard about coup, I thought my background should resemble a place where there can be a humming of the coup can be heard. And that's the reason you see my background. So, Kanchan, I'm very happy and very interested to know that finally we are getting up with in the world of apps on a national level, where we are able to talk in terms of the same language that the international apps have been talking about. And I think this is just the first step. We have a long way to go, and we should be creating a lot of such apps and reduce the dependence, especially on the security concern from the international apps. And there are nothing that, and this is something that many countries have done it. And one of our neighbor has done it. So why not us? And this is a great time to have this kind of an app. And I'm very, very happy. Just wanted to listen what you and Indiraji have to say.
So, Indraji, how you feel about switching from? First of all, have you downloaded Coop, and are you using Coop? And if yes, then
Very soon I am planning to. I am very much in favor of the Coup app, and I am very glad that we have come up with something which is similar to Twitter. On Twitter, we are on the Twitter, and but we were able to talk at the all international level people. But now it will be very nice. We'll be able to talk with the Indians, and all Indians from various society speaking different languages, and more Indians will be able to join on this. And it will be very good when they will get the ideas and their views, and they'll also have a platform. Many were not on Twitter, but now I think more and more Indians will join on Coup. They'll be more comfortable. They'll be able to convey their messages on this thing. And I'm very happy that this has come up. We should always encourage such new things which are coming up in India. And we are very thankful that Aprameya Radhakrishnan, he is he's from IIM Ahmedabad. He has taken the initiative. He has started this, and it's worth appreciating. and we should make all the efforts. All Indians, we all should make the effort to make it successful. We are not in a competition with Twitter, but at least I feel this is something which is made in India. We are closely connected. Feel close that it's good. We are feeling good that something has come up from like Indian thing, So, and many Indians, they are out, then they prove themselves, they do something. But here, one Indian has made the app, so it is really we are very happy to we will welcome this, and already so many have already joined,
Right.
who's all ministers and so many people are flooding like very fast people, and it will
It's good.
really
It's good, I
there may
think.
be some teething problems, but
Right.
gradually, I think
Right.
things should settle down. We should support. We should very much support. As a true Indian, we should support this.
Okay. So now this week, who has crossed 3 million mark, as co-founder Mayank said, the company is strongly positioning application as a part of self-reliant journey and rides on the growing sentiments and indigenous product and services. Now, Sitish, I would like to ask you, what is the impact of this initiative which is also backed by Indian government? So this initiative, what will be the far-reaching effect? As Indra said, that we are not in a competition with Twitter, but somehow the rise of coup, which I see, is when the Twitter crossed the line of not obeying Indian laws. So this is how, though the company is there from 2020, now there's a surge in this coup initiative. So what do you think about this?
Well, Kanchan, the important point is not about whether Twitter has crossed certain diktats or certain policy matters, or other social sites have done the same. The crux of the matter is that whether social media is going to influence the national governments or international governments in the matters that are internal to those nations. That is the crux of the matter. Whether it is Twitter, or it could be Facebook, or it could be something else, or it was TikTok. So I think the importance of it is about whether these social media tools, who are basically residing outside India, their servers are residing outside of India, where do we draw the line between what is being promoted, what should be promoted, and what is not being promoted? And I think that is where the crux of the matter is. And when Twitter banned earlier former President Donald Trump, that is where I think the governments of the world, they started taking a notice that now Twitter can also ban a political outfit, a political leader. And if that is the case, then it can do that for any other government where Twitter is active. And that was a message that was sent out by Twitter. Similarly, in the Cambridge Analytica case, we have seen that the elections can be manipulated by Facebook or the tools on the Facebook. And I think that is where I think the more and more the governments will have to take a call about the data not crossing the borders, which is very well actually documented and progressed and processed in the banking system. Why it is not being followed in the social media is the question. So that is the political part of it. I am very happy that Indian IT engineers, software engineers have shown that they can do an app altogether on their own indigenous app made. And that is the capability I want to focus on. Now I don't want to focus on what is right or what is wrong in terms of what message is passing by. I believe that if the systems are defined from the day one what they are intended to do, and when they are coming into any country, they have to take certain orders from the government, whether they are in India or they are in Bangladesh. They have to follow it line by line. And therefore, they have to justify or they have to go and contest it. So that is something that is a political debate or an ethical debate or a policy debate. As Indraji says, I am very happy that our engineers are doing such things, and there are other systems as well, and that is something we need to promote it more and more. The other interesting point is that apart from coup, there is another some other systems as well, which are there. But yeah, I think the coup has gained very, very good fan following, and it should grow, and we all as Indians, we must support.
Siddesh, the starting of coup is something which I feel is long awaited. So when Radhakrishnan has started, or maybe had the idea of launching this social platform, but I think he had a vast experience, because if you know, he has also founded an online cab booking service, Taxi for Show, and which was subsequently sold to Ola Cab. And I think uh, all the professionals or IT professional have lot of potential to do wonders. Now we are talking about TikTok, which was banned due to obvious reasons. Then we have again our own social platform, Zoho and Chingari. So I think this is something we are going maybe towards a Atmanirbhar application innovation challenge. We should pass through that. And what I feel that that everybody is looking towards India for new things. So now India is all set to provide world maybe more innovative ideas and services to the world. So what do you say, Sitesh, on this?
Well, I think it is, as I said, I am more interested in the innovation part of it. I am more interested in the technology excellence part of it. And I'm more interested in our software engineers doing great things for their India first, and then polish the other systems of the world. I have heard this question many, many times outside India, that your Indian software engineers, software people are great. They do wonders to our system. But what about your own systems? And that's where I am focused on, and that's where I want to be focused on. When it comes to the policy matters, political issues, these are really complicated matters. And we really don't know in this social media times, Kanchan and Indiraji, where are the borders? In the social media platform, we really don't know where is the border. Whether it is in our expression, whether the data resides in India or it is residing in America, we really don't know. And how the mechanism of routing the data is happening, that is also not known. So I am saying that that is up to the policy makers to define it at the beginning, and as they go having more and more popular apps, they should keep defining it. At the same time, social media is all about expression. But how do you express? How far can you express? With all of this, we have to take a very, very balanced view. We cannot take one view, because we are not living in 90s. We are living in 2021. Indiraji,
Okay, so,
your experience, please.
yes, Indraji.
This is actually what happened on Twitter when all that farmer agitation was going on, and so much other people, so much was said against India, and so much was, they were trying to disturb the peace of India. So many views were coming. And when we told them that our country government, they gave 250 names to them to block there. They blocked it for a few hours, then they again started it. So we didn't feel good. So now at least we feel that we have a freedom of expression. We have an alternative. We have another place to coup now, if not unreturned. So, but we'll be our Indian audience will be on Twitter also for international this thing. It's not that we should ban Twitter. We will be there on the Twitter also. But coup is coup is our own Indian. And it gives me, at least I feel, more and more things should, like all Indian things, should come up. Or IT people, they are really doing well. They are our IIT Roorkee people. I remember during COVID days, how we were not making the kits, the PP kits and ventilators and all. And IIT Roorkee people, professors, they came up with a very nice version of ventilators, PP kits and masks. So within few days they made it. So we have tremendous amount of talent in our country. So when we see our country doing something, we feel good. And it should be encouraged. Why our Indians, I feel, should go out and then they should make themselves success. Why they cannot do here only? They can do something here only.
Okay,
And,
so yes, actually, there's after 2014, there are many things which are happening in India, and people are looking towards India. In fact, many people who are staying outside also coming back to India, because the happening place on this earth is right now India. So now, when we are talking about the Atmanirbhar application innovation, and we talking about who, that's a very important, I think, step towards connecting to Indians. And in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also mentioned about who in the Ki Baat last time. So
Yes.
I think that is a great platform where Indians are talking to Indians. And who knows that maybe Trump may join coup because he's already out of Twitter. What do you say, Sitesh?
Well, I am not sure about that statement. Yeah, and seeing what had happened by 20th of January 2021, I don't want to comment on that part of it. Yeah, and again, if I comment on that, probably somebody would say I am trying to speak into America's internal matters. So more or less, so,
No,
yes,
it is not
this
only
is the
about.
whole question.
No, no. The one point is, it's not only about Trump. But many leaders of the world may join coup, because
Yeah.
if coup became popular, and I am very sure that it will become more popular, the surge will be higher than Twitter.
Well, I wish that. I wish that, and I think the time is best at this point. And why only coup? There are other applications also in waiting, and a lot of startup ecosystem is happening in the country. A lot of great applications are being made. Yes, coup is taking the limelight all of at this point in time, which is very, very good. And I think since coup is defined around those micro blogging website, I think let's see how this is used. We should promote it in our circles. We should promote it in our offices, our institutions, and let's start using it. But I also agree with Indiraji when she says that we are not going to leave Twitter, and that's where we are not going to leave Facebook, or we are not going to leave LinkedIn. Okay, but if you see the whole point, it had to come. It had to come because in this social media world, the borders have become diluted more and more. And that is the reason people, certainly when they click a link to update, when they write something, they don't realize that first of all, where is that going? Is that going to a server residing in Delhi or in Mumbai, or it is going in Montreal? We really don't know. And therefore, social media uh, needs to be sensitized. I think it is important, and now it is a great time to sensitize people about social media. It's not just fun, and we don't know when we cross the limits in the fun. And therefore, there are a lot of challenges that we are seeing. Now, freedom of expression, when we talk about freedom of expression, there are so many connotations about it, so many strange thoughts are around it. What is a freedom of expression for each one of us here could be different. And therefore, it is actually, we should go by what the nation says, what the IT Act says, what Section 69A of the IT Act says, and what is happening in terms of legislation. Today we hear that New Zealand is saying that they will ban Google, and they will go out for a blackout, but it is fine with them. They are ready for that. China already does not have Google. China does not have Facebook. In Gulf regions, WhatsApp is not there. So it is a great thing that we have done something, but we will coexist. And therefore, this coexistence gives us the best of our democracy. And that's what I feel.
Yes, you have raised a very valid point that there should be sanitization. There should be some rules about this social media, what to put, what not to put, and how to put actually. So, though we have our own Coup social media network, and we also have other social media network which you mentioned, and I think this is a wonderful step forward for especially for India and Indians, that we have our own indigenous developed a social application, and I am proud of it. And with that, I'll just put end to our discussion. And what I summarize um, in this discussion is few valid points, that we have to coexist. There should be rules and regulation for this social media platform. And yes, we are very profoundly happy about our coup. So next time, I think we'll be cooing more than doing Twitter. Bye bye. Thanks for participating.
Thank you, Kanchan, and thank you, Indiraji. Have a great day.
Bye bye.
Hi, sir. Yes. How are you? Okay. Can you please stay online? I'll ask doctor to connect. Okay.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to discuss about the kind of hardware, the kind of PC that is required nowadays, especially when everyone is getting into video conferencing. So, to discuss further on this subject, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. This is really an important subject for everybody to pick hold of today, because COVID's still here. We're here for the long term, as everyone is now realizing.
Yeah, he's
So
going to join in next.
if you haven't prepared
few minutes.
already, now's the time to prepare. And it's so easy, as we're going to explain to you today.
Absolutely. In fact, before we start discussing, I think the biggest confusion is that people start using their laptops and then they start doing all sorts of things. And, sometimes it fails, sometimes things doesn't work, slow connection, etc. So to avoid all that, our recommendation would be to set up a video facility all by itself so that you don't interfere with your laptop, and you set up a video setup which is useful for your video editing, for your conferencing. And if you're a gamer, you can do that, or simply streaming. So when we talk about the video arena, there are a couple of things that comes to our mind, and that is the four primary activities that we indulge in. Either you are streaming, or you're gaming, and you're also doing video editing. That means when you're actually creating a video, there are multiple elements that you're bringing in and stitching them together. And for doing this video editing, many times people use different sorts of very expensive applications like Adobe or OBS or something like that. There are different tools which are available for getting the videos prepared. It will have a sound element, etc. So for that, there is a separate hardware requirement. And then there is a normal conferencing, which is the easiest things to do in today's world. All you need is a Zoom connection or a Google Meet connection, and bingo, you're there. So these are the four criterias, and we thought we will discuss one by one. Any opinion you have, Naval? Something that I missed out?
No, I don't think so, TK. I mean, the thing is, you hit the nail on the head. What you need to do as an individual is decide where you sit. So if you're sitting in video conferencing, as we are today, it is literally plug and click. Everyone's done the work for you. You get a nice little dashboard, and off you go. And even if you can go into Zoom, you can create a free account. And you can even have a conversation with yourself without inviting anybody in. So you can go and play. And I think that's I'm not talking about gaming here, which is the one above it. You can go and play, go and enjoy yourself, go and feel comfortable with the video conferencing arena, because it is part of our life. And we need to accept that because it's part of our life, we need to be able to be comfortable with it. It's a bit like sitting in your own sofa or on your own private chair at home, and you've got your laptop in front of you, or as these people have got, they've got screens on the wall. I mean, these days I do an awful lot of video conferencing through the TV because it's got an internet connection. So just experiment. And I think this is the point. As we move further into these, we just need to go and experiment, have a bit of fun. Don't worry about it too much. Just become comfortable with it.
Absolutely. And all of these different aspects of video brings different type of requirement for your hardware. Say, for example, if you're doing gaming, then you really need a really powerful device with a lot of memory and bandwidth and multiple screens. And there are very serious gamers. So if you're thinking of becoming a gamer, then the hardware requirement will be of one type. And then if you're doing a lot of video editing, then you need a different sort of hardware, and streaming and so on. The whole point is how much funding you have for this project, for this build, is where the whole question lies. So we will discuss one by one what is available in the market, and then in the end we will also summarize all of it as a medium base PC which may be required. So the heart of any PC or any system is the CPU, which is really the heart. And this is the main component, and it is the most expensive component that you will have on your video platform.
Currently,
Yes,
there are two
about 3
brands which are
billion.
very
So
popular.
which are
One is Intel,
across
obviously, everybody knows about it,
pan-India and across
and
the
then other
globe,
is AMD,
but
which
predominantly,
some people know.
yes,
And
across the globe.
AMD is also coming up very fast,
It's a kind of
especially with
business
regard to video arena. So
scale up to the global
Intel has been
markets, I
around
can
since our
say.
childhood, since
Okay.
at least
So
for me, I
my
can talk about, not for
agenda, my
Naval,
plan
but
with Akulmach is
Intel was there even before I was
have
born.
like
In today's
fortnight
context,
or
there are multiple types of
weekly or bi-weekly interviews with
Intel
the
chips
doctors on
available,
some
like
diseases where with
Celeron,
one click we can
3i,
reach 3 million,
5i,
and
7i,
it's all
and now
professional network.
recently 9i.
It's
And
not
Okay.
a
all of
mass
these,
network. We are
especially
all
the
going in a
5i
selective
onwards, are also
platform.
called
So that's
10th
what
generation
my
Intel chips.
plan. I got this
So,
idea like last week. Immediately
to
I
explain a
contacted
little
CK and he has
further,
proposed some
if you're
plan.
looking at a
So
video
to discuss
platform,
that, I
I
thought
think the
like
first thing you should
you
do
are
is
also going.
ignore
If you
Celeron and
be a
3i
part of
straight
this
away,
discussion, then
because
it's
these
going to
are
be
the
a
chips which will
fruitful
not
kind of thing that
work for you
I
if
involved in.
you're thinking of
Okay.
either video conferencing using Zoom or
Yeah,
some platform like that,
CK,
because
screen is all yours.
these chips are not designed to handle the heavy graphics which are involved in any video activity. But based on a budget, you can choose anything from 5i to 9i. 9i is really the most expensive chip. In fact, 9i can be 60% of the cost of your entire build. So
Okay.
if you have that kind of money, you can invest in 9i. And if you're a very serious gamer, you will have five monitors to see different activities running on your different game console. You can go in for 9i. But if you're a normal user, you can even
Okay.
choose a 5i 10th generation. And this would be sufficient for your normal activities. But if you're doing movie grade video editing, then you would need 7i. So I would say anything depending on a budget, 5i or 7i,
Okay.
you can choose. If you're choosing the Intel stream of CPUs. Your opinion, Neville?
I think you've hit the nail on the head. I mean, if you're serious about this, then you really need to start at the 5i and the 7i
Okay.
level. And we haven't spoken about cost, but there's a significant difference between the Celeron and the 3i, and then the next level, the 10th generation 5i, 7i. So the main thing is to do a little bit of research about what you want to get out of your system,
Okay.
where you want to, how you want to enjoy it.
How it
Because
is-
the
how
last
it
thing
is
you want to
assessed,
do
like, through rate?
is build all your hopes and expectations on
Okay.
a 9i type of platform, and then your budget only allows you to do 5i, because there's a significant difference in price, as CK knows. So the thing is about set
Okay.
your expectations at the realistic level, and go after what you want to do.
Absolutely. So I think we would go ahead with 7i as a mediocre choice. But if you're really not doing too much of very complex video editing activities, and you don't have one of these Adobe or any of these advanced video editing tool, then you can also go ahead with 5i 10th generation, which is going to be sufficient for you. And ultimately, what these chips brings is basically processing power. So it really depends on processing power. But if you're a serious gamer and you want to future proof your investment, don't even look at 7i series. Just straight away go for 9i, and that is where you're basically going to invest in your gaming platform, and also future proof your investment for next 3 years. So this is on the Intel side. But let's look at the AMD, which is American Micro Devices. They are the second most popular CPUs, and their costs are much lower than Intel. So instead of choosing some of these Intel platforms, you can also look at AMD platforms, which are equally good. And recently
CK,
they have
I have a doubt
launched
here. See,
a
I
new
can
brand
see
called
the views
Ryzen.
like it was
And
10,
Ryzen
7.
is
What is this?
optimized for video
How do
editing
you
type of
rationalize these
activities.
views with the numbers
So
that you
now here
gave?
you have a chip which is optimized for video streaming, editing, and the reviews are very good for AMD Ryzen. You can actually go for 7th generation Ryzen chip instead of going for Intel.
Okay.
The cost may be even lesser. You can choose basically. So it's basically up to you how much fund you have, what you are comfortable with. Both options are available in the market. And I think you have to do a little bit of research, especially in this area, because the build of your PC will be determined mostly on the choice of the CPU that you're choosing right now.
You're absolutely right. And
Yes.
a lot of people have never heard of AMD, but the reality of life is that they are a serious player and considerably cheaper than Intel. So don't push them to one
these are
side
all
because you've
waiting
never
for
heard
use,
of
right?
them. So just have a look at the comparatives because there's a big user base out
No,
there
I
now.
mean, these are
And
all
as we all know, users tend to
It's
tell
not
the
a
truth.
in-house
You know,
interview.
they will. There's lots of platforms out there, and you'll hear that some people that were literally almost like Intel, no, you'll never get me off Intel, and now have become AMD users. So again, it's a question of, in some respects, what your budget can
Okay.
afford, what you want it
Okay.
to do, and how much fun you want to be having. But yes, I've heard a lot from Ryzen. We all and it came on the market relatively early, in many respects, earlier than I think they planned to put it out there. But what it meant was they've really got some great feedback very early. So if you're a serious gamer, you know it's the place to be, as they say.
Absolutely. So I think either choose
this aspect.
7i Intel platform, or you can choose Ryzen. Ryzen may be slightly lower cost, but I think the point has been made. Let's move on to the next important activity that we have to do while making this build. The second one is a graphic
Okay.
card, which we also call GPU, graphic processing unit. And there are many around. AMD has their own graphic card, and so is Intel. But the top of the line is NVIDIA, and NVIDIA
So
has
this
been
is
around
one meeting
for
that you have explained YouTube.
many
So what are
years,
the
and
other
they are the
medias
leader.
like
And
where we
I would
can see
recommend
the
that
numbers that you are
just
committing?
go with NVIDIA. You don't have to choose AMD or Intel, because these are specialized producers, and they produce very good quality GPUs or graphic processing unit.
Okay.
Now, why these GPUs are required? GPUs are required because of how fast the picture changes on your screen. You know, if you're basically running a game and then you try to shoot something, and then when you click on your shooting button, it does not show immediately. There is a lag of 1 second or so. So to avoid all that, you need a very good quality GPU. GPU comes with processing of the graphical elements which are running on your video. And that is why that is very critical, not only CPU, but also a GPU. And go with NVIDIA. I would recommend go with NVIDIA. Important thing here is how much memory you have on the GPU, which is your graphic card. And I would say that if you have 2 GB, then you can normally do things like play your YouTube videos, MS Office, Excel, those kind of things. So if you look at the market, the NVIDIA 2 GB GPUs comes with, in fact, every PC or every laptop that you see. This is basically the starting end of the GPUs. 99.9% PCs that you buy off the shelf comes with 2 GB GPUs. And for a video activity, these 2 GB GPUs are not at all sufficient. Anything of below 6 GB will not be sufficient, and that increases the cost. Now, if you have a 6 GB NVIDIA GPU, the cost of this board will be equal to cost of your CPU. So you have to keep in mind that if you're looking at building a station for your video activity, you rather invest in a proper graphic card. I'm not saying that you go into 8 GB, because 8 GB even going to be more expensive than the CPU itself from your Intel platform. So go with something which is reasonable. Go with NVIDIA, invest in 6 GB. You are going to future proof your investment for next 5 to 6 years by going with the right hardware. Your opinion, Neville?
You're absolutely right, and this is about future proofing as well. I mean, the last thing we want is, I mean, we do know that if you buy a PC off the shelf, or even if you create your own and get it made for you, it's obsolete almost as you picked it up, because there's other things that are going to be coming out. But so you need to, this is a big investment, so future proof it as much as you can. As CK says, 2 GB is pretty standard for everybody. A gamer will, a video anyone working in video will not be very happy with 2 GB. So pitch it at the 4 to 6, but even so, you know, these are really reasonably expensive. So again, it's a matching exercise between your CPU and your GPU. So you need to you need to balance it and see what you want to get out of it. And again, there are lots of reviews out there. So go and listen to the reviews. Go and listen to the big gamers out there, not the ones that are sponsored by. By the way, we're not sponsored by Nvidia here. This is just CK's personal preference. But don't just listen to people that are sponsored by these major players, because there are people that are sponsored by them, and all you'll see is them promoting those individuals. So go to someone that isn't sponsored by them. The ones that are going to tell you their truth, what it works for them.
Absolutely, Naval. In fact, we are talking from the heart, and we are talking in terms of giving the knowledge that we have got so far, and we are trying to optimize without representing any brand here. So we are not saying that NVIDIA is something that you should go for. The point was that if NVIDIA is most popular, most easily available, most serviced, in case you have a problem, they will have a warranty. So go ahead with something which is already proven, and it works with all kinds of chip. If you choose a AMD chip, it will work with that. If you choose an Intel, it will work with that. For example, if you use a GPU from Intel, it may not work with many other things unless they are Intel. So you are actually moving away from a proprietary kind of a thing. And if we follow some of these guidelines, you will be able to make a very low cost graphical graphics ready setup for yourself, and you can do many things with that. So moving on to the next important item is the memory. All kinds of memories are available. And when we say, in fact, if you remember, I said 10th generation CPU. The 10th generation CPU is nothing but the higher frequency at it works. So 10th generation can work at 4.2 megahertz. And if you don't have a corresponding memory to handle the CPU processing power, then your PC will not be scaling up. You may have a memory which cannot match the 10th generation CPU. So that is why you need to have a proper memory, and look for this word called DDR4. It's a technical word. I don't want to confuse the viewers, but simply follow this word called DDR4 and look for memory which works as 3200 3200 megahertz. So this is the key word for choosing your memory. I think whatever memory size you choose, but make sure your memory has this technical specification from whichever company. You can choose based on your price, but choose DDR4 working at 3200 megahertz. And that is going to blaze your PC to, and you can't imagine how much speed it will work at, and with your video with no latency at all. Now coming to the size of the memory, the starting point for any graphical activity is 8 GB. 8 GB is not really the best, but you can do small things. You can edit small videos. If you want to make one character run from one end to the other of the screen, you can still manage with 8 GB. And if you're smart and you're very creative, you can manage with 8 GB of memory in your PC. However, I would say go with 16 GB because it's a question of future proofing, and you don't want to basically run into problem after 8 months or 1 year. Then again, you need to upgrade your PC. So straight away go with 16 GB. Or if you have funds, because memory is not very expensive, the most expensive part of the build is the CPU and the GPU. Memory is not that expensive, so you can have few more bucks into it and go for 32 GB, because 32 GB is going to run with your PC for next 5 to 6 years, and it is going to blaze your PC even with more complex graphics.
I think that's excellent advice. And a couple of things here is, I don't have a very powerful PC because I'm not into the video gaming arena on my laptop, but I like to go to our designers, and when I sit with them, it's almost like sitting in a very fast car, because these things just shoot across the screen so fast that if you blink, it doesn't matter because you're still in the zone. It's a bit like being at a cinema. And the other thing I would say is, as you noticed, as CK said, the memory actually is relatively cheap. And it's so cheap that there are always, as you can see there are always 4 slots. And you can always add to the memory. So if you start off with a 16 GB, you can always add in another and turn it up. So this is the thing. To me, this is the plug and play arena. This is the most expandable part of your PC. And it's very easy to fit memory cards, isn't it, these days?
Oh yes, these are just the slot. You can do it yourself, and there are various shapes and kinds of memory. If you want to expand your memory even before 64 GB in future, you can actually go with 32 GB on single card. Like the cards that you see here, there are 2 cards here. One card can have 32 GB. So you can start your PC with just 1 card, and that would leave 4 slots empty. And then in future you can expand in case you are doing very high-end gaming with multiple players, 100,000 viewers on the other side, and your Twitch stream is running and your other streams are running. You can expand it even beyond 64 GB. But I think in this video we are talking about what is the optimum. I am saying go with 32 GB to start with.
Target. How much time it takes?
Excellent advice.
Now, the hard disk, which is the 4th element of any PC. Nowadays, you get the solid state drives, which are so thin. In fact, some of these drives are almost like memory chips. Okay. So they don't take too much space like the earlier drive systems, which used to have a drum, as I'm showing this, which used to take a lot of space. So these solid state drives are very, very thin, and they contain their input output is also quite high, and they also contain a lot of information. So in my opinion, but these are expensive. These are slightly more expensive than the old style drive. So if you are doing graphics and you are doing gamer, your hard disk is going to basically fill up very quickly, and you need at least 1 terabyte or 2 terabyte. Now you can go for solid state drive of a terabyte, but it's going to be very expensive. So what I recommend is take a drive which has your OS and your graphical software loaded on it, so that you can use it and your current project which you're running on. So the input output for your current project should be on the solid state drive, and you can start with 256 GB solid state drive. It's going to be very low cost, less than $50 or so. But once the project is done, you need to still dump your work files. For that, in your PC, go with the standard old style HDD, as we used to call them, 7200 RPM HDD. Go with 1 terabyte minimum, and the cost of this will be very, very low. Actually, we just put another drive to keep dumping your work, and use the SSD, which is solid state drive, for your activity, which is your live activity, either gaming or something like that. For storage, you need a hard disk. So I recommend go with 2 drives, 1 SSD, go with 256 GB. I think that should be sufficient, less than $50, and go with 1 terabyte old style hard drive. It will be less than $12. So I think that is going to be sufficient.
I think that's the way to go. And interestingly enough, that's exactly what I do. So, because here's my one, you can probably just see it's just a plug-in. So easily available. And again, I'm not a gamer, but I do have a lot of data. So I carry that around with me. And by the way, it's backed up. So that's another thing you need to remember. Back it up. Otherwise, you never know where you're going to be.
Yeah. So interesting thing is, if you are setting up your own graphical desktop or station on which you want to do streaming, video editing, video conferencing, and gaming, I think this is what you should go for. And then in future, if you want to expand, you can have external drive, as Naval has said, for storage. But by default, I think you can go with 256 GB of SSD solid state drive and an old stride drive of 1 TB or 2 TB. The cost difference is hardly anything. If you want to put in another $1 or $2, you can go with 2 TB of storage. So moving on to the next important subject, which people don't even think about, is your power supply.
The power supply and the fans.
Right. So the power supply, you're having a Ryzen chip or a 7i 10th generation chip, which is going to be about 90 watts. And it's going to generate a lot of heat. And then you have GPU with 6 GB and all of these hard drives, solid state drive is going to heat up. The chances are, if your PC is heated up to 60 degrees centigrade, it will stop working. So you have to have a proper power supply, and also in case of surge. So usually when you buy a standard ready-made PC, you will get a 500-watt power supply. It is sufficient, but I think since you're building your own by using these instructions, go for 650 watts. And there is no need to buy 850-watt power supply, but you can go in for slightly higher so that there is more resilience in the system that you're building.
Absolutely right. Great advice. And a common area that people just ignore, sadly. But the last thing you want is insufficient power. I mean, fundamentally, if you're going into the high-end gaming, then you're going to be using up a lot of resources. So you need to make sure that the power source is right. And mainly, you need to make sure the power source is well sited, because these things will overheat. I mean, they'll work up to the full power source, and that fan will kick in and it will be working its guts out. But you never really want to get there. You only really want to get about 70 to 80% of the limit of the power supply. And that's why, as CK says, recommends take it up just one level. It's a few dollars extra, but it's a smart move.
Absolutely. And all of these devices that we have talked about will go on a motherboard. So you have to use a motherboard which is fine-tuned for gaming, because motherboard plays important part of creating different I/O buses from CPU to memory, memory to hard disk, and GPU, and so on. So the connection should be optimum. The power supply should be able to bring cool air to all of these devices. So I think and important part is that the ports, which are important, because when you're doing video editing, very soon you start plugging in all sorts of external devices to your PC. You have USB cameras, you have mics, and you have the lights, and then you have auxiliary mic systems and auxiliary cameras. You have multiple cameras. Everything start going into your docking station of your video station. So you need to not ignore this point. You have to choose a right motherboard which will have HDMI connectivity. You will have multiple monitor support. You will have USB. You have Wi-Fi. All that is part of the motherboard. So all of these devices, which are really the heart of the PC, will go inside this motherboard. So choose a good quality gaming motherboard. I would recommend that.
Definitely, that's an absolute definitely. Because everything that CK has been saying so far sits on the motherboard. So you need to make sure that this thing is doing its job. And again, we're not suggesting MSI is what you should be going after, but go for a good motherboard. Don't skimp on this part. This is the thing that holds everything together.
Absolutely. So go for 4 USB outlets and at least 2 HDMI, because you may have connectivity with 2 monitors maybe more. So if you have to basically remember what you need in your docking station. So if you're looking at 3 monitors to be connected with your PC, then you go for 3 HDMI connectors and 2 Ethernet connectors, because if you have 1 Ethernet connectors, and then if your PC has a lot of power, you can then create a local area network to drive some other devices. So go with 2 Ethernet, at least 2 HDMI, and 4 USBs. So moving on, all of these things are really makes up your PC. And in the end, we will come to the box. The the box can make or break things. So you need to have a proper box with a lot of ventilation. And some time back, Naval made a point about one fan working out, but you should have such powerful machine. When you're having, you should have multiple fans running. So the box will provide places where you can put additional fans to cool off your high energy output machine that you're building here. So choose the right airy box. You can choose a simple one, as you can see in this one, is just a rectangular cuboid box. It's going to work as good. Or you can choose very fancy, as it's shown here, which looks like a next generation, but really it doesn't make any meaning. It's just a show. All the point that I'm trying to make is, make sure that you choose the right box with a lot of ventilation and a lot of place for putting multiple fans. So you may need to put more fans to cool up your machine. So a box is suitable for it. Right. So moving on, I'm just going to summarize whatever we have said, which is the optimum PC that you can make for your graphical use, which is your video conferencing, your video editing, and your streaming. I think you can go in for 7i 10th generation or AMD Ryzen 7. You should go for NVIDIA 6 GB onboard memory GPU. Start with 16 GB RAM, but if you have little funds, if you have money with you, you actually go with 32 GB of RAM. That would that would be sufficient for you. Go with 256 GB of solid state drive and 1 terabyte of HDD, which works at 7,200 RPM. Go with 650 watts of power supply, and choose the right motherboard, which will have multiple USB and HDMI ports, because HDMI ports are going to drive, because you need to connect your TV, you need to connect your monitor. If you're doing all these high-end graphics, and if you don't have an appropriate monitor, you will not be able to see what you're doing, what you're designing, what you're planning. So you need a proper high-end 4K type of machines, monitors, which will require HDMI connection. So you need to have a right motherboard for it. And also a tower, a proper tower based on the form factor that you have in mind. Now, if you follow these guidelines, friends, you will be able to make a very nice, high, powerful PC with current technology and future proofing for up to 3 to 4 years in the cost of about $1,400 to $1,500, and for the Indian viewers, below 1 lakh rupees. And this is a very, very nominal price for running your command station, doing your gaming, doing your streaming, catering to 100,000 stream audience, and so on. I think this is a very, very low cost setup that you can do, and you can do it on your own. You don't have to really buy it. All you need to do is basically buy these components, assemble them together, and voila, you're up and running within one day. What are your thoughts, Neville?
Well, it's as you say, you can do it on your own, and you can be up and running in a day. I mean, I've not recently, but several years ago, I put my own towers together, and it would take me a matter of about 3 hours, because all of the components come, and you just literally click them in, put them together, and then once you turn everything on and it all works wonderfully, you can close the box up and never worry about it ever again. But the key thing is plan ahead, because the last thing you want to be doing is to say, oh, I didn't have enough HDMI, or oh, I didn't have enough USBs, because it's cheaper to do it at the beginning than it is to go and retrofit. And that's the simple fact of life around anything you do. Think ahead, plan ahead, and create the system that is not just going to be right for you today, but think about what you might be doing in the future once the additional technology comes out. So it's just about planning ahead and doing it yourself, because it's easy enough.
Absolutely. So people can choose based on their price budget. They can choose what they want and follow these guidelines and build a PC for themselves in a DIY way of doing things. and I'm sure this is going to help them. So with this, I say thank you so much for guiding us, Neville, giving your valuable inputs, finding time to join this particular video.
My pleasure, CK. Go and have fun, everybody, because if you can't have fun, you're not living.
Thank you, Neville, and we will catch up again tomorrow with something more interesting.
Exactly. Bye all.
Bye.
Good morning. Good. Yourself?
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Dear viewers, as you know that we have discussions with famous personalities and people who have achieved something in life, and therefore today in Spotlight, let me welcome my friend from Ahmedabad. He's a senior advocate at Ahmedabad High Court and he has been practicing. His name is Mr. Nagesh Sood. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi CK, how are you?
I'm good.
Hi everyone.
Not heard of it,
but
it doesn't surprise
hope everyone is doing well in these lockdown period, and I wish everybody well, both mentally and physically.
The wheel.
Thank you, Nagesh. In fact, for the benefit of our viewers, I would like to give a little introduction about you, Nagesh. Many people know you because you're very popular among some people, and then others also who are watching for the first time. For their benefit, let me introduce Nagesh.
Economy?
You are a very senior lawyer and you have a lot of opinion about legal matters.
Economy.
And we will be actually starting a series from today where you will talk about your opinion on different legal and social matters.
Well, the linear
but
economy.
For today, we will discuss about the recent demise of the famous film star Sushant Singh Rajput, which has shaken the nation. And people are talking about various reasons, and there are a lot of urban legend around it. So what we want to discuss today, we have Nagesh on the panel. We want to basically talk about the mental health related subject. What led to the suicide committed by Sushant Singh Rajput? And there may be a lot of people affected by this kind of a syndrome. So with this information and without further ado, let me ask the same question from Nagesh. Nagesh, waiting to hear from you.
Yes, CK.
It's not an interesting concept, in my view. It's what we should all be doing.
Nothing but it's a cry for help.
But we're not.
And we all know that Sushant Singh's suicide has really moved the world.
Any responses?
Not only his family, but every individual, his fans have been moved by this incident. Now, when we talk of suicide, suicide is a cry for help. What we hear in the media, there are different views given by his friends, his families, etc., are maybe various. The opinions may be various.
On Mars.
But when we talk about suicide, suicide
Mars will have
is
to
a
be
cry
a
for
circular
help.
economy.
It is a manifestation of a person's customary coping mechanism failure. Basically, when a person is not able to cope up with his distress, with his difficulties, such a step is taken by a person. So it is now considered as a serious mental state and an act which affects not only individuals but families, friends, and the entire society.
It can be
if one person commits suicide. If
so
you look at the statistics,
what's the circular economy?
The WHO statistics tells us that about 8 lakh people commit suicide in a year.
And the fact that we're running out of resources,
in 40
so we
seconds,
need to
there is
recycle
one
them as much
suicide
as
which
possible.
takes place. You can very
And
well
the supply
imagine the
chains have been
seriousness
put
of the
under
issue.
pressure
Now,
because
what
of COVID.
is the
They're
compelling
also being put under
circumstances? What
pressure
are
because
the
of Brexit,
factors? The main factors is that
et
a
cetera, et cetera.
person
So we
is
could
unable
expand
to
it a bit.
cope up with his
What do
life.
you think?
There are different scenarios where a person is undergoing and is unable to express, unable to share his grief, his sorrow, his loneliness with any other person.
Nagesh,
So,
to you for a moment here, because I think there are two very important aspects you have talked about. One was the people are driven to take this step, which is really the most difficult and ultimate step for anyone. And you say that it's a cry for help. So if this is a step and this is the messaging people are giving by saying, hey, I need help, but next day, next moment, they are not there.
Good morning, CK.
So who
Good morning,
others
everybody.
are going to help?
Yes,
So do you
we're
have
going
any
to introduce
opinion?
you to
While we
the
understand this is cry
concept
for help, but the
recycling,
person has already taken a
or
step and he will not be available from that point
referred
onwards.
to these days
So
as
how do
the
we cope
circular
up with
economy.
that situation
So what do
where
you know about
if there is an early warning which others
previously
can
it was called the
see
linear economy.
and try to
What does
help this
that,
person?
what does that term bring up?
well, CK, as you just said, that, after suicide, what is to be done? It has come as a shock to everyone that Sushant Singh had committed suicide. Now, there could be a lot of symptoms. When we say it is a cry to help, 95% people who commit suicide do not want to die. Their wish is to live. But unfortunately, when they look around, there is nobody there to share their grief, their sorrow, their loneliness. And therefore, it is very much necessary that people around that person must
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we've grown
come
up with
forward
it, really.
and see
I
the
suppose
symptoms
in some respects,
which a
we might
person
call it a
is
Western society, where
notifying
you
to
create
everyone
it, you use it, and
and
you
come
dispose of it.
forward for help.
And
You
when
have
you
to
dispose of
try
it, you
a bit
tend
of
to end up
gain
putting it into
trust
landfill.
from them, so
And
that that
landfills
person is
grow and
able
grow
to
and grow
connect with you
until
and
they're
open
too
up with
big,
you.
and then you have to
So that's a
create another
gradual
landfill.
process
So it's
which
quite
you have to
ridiculous, really.
begin.
We're taking things
Usually,
out of the land
around the
and putting
middle
it
of the
back in the shape of
conversation,
landfill.
the person
So
would sort of
that's
come
one of
out
the
with
problems
what
that
is really
landfill
going
provides. But
on
the
in his
circular
life
economy, I mean, it's
and
nothing new, really.
why he needs help.
With any
So
household,
when you
we
start a
always reuse
conversation with
things
a
and
person,
we
you
recycle
start
things
listening to
wherever
the
possible.
story of that person,
The whole
you would
concept
understand how
of
to
having
go about it.
children, the
Basically,
hand-me-downs. Have you
what
heard that
is your
phrase before,
responsibility? A
CK?
person around has a responsibility of
Just a
listening
couple
to
of
that person
times. Well, I was
warmly.
lucky.
You
I had
have to
brothers.
show your warmth
I always felt
that
sorry
you
for
are
some of my
listening to
brothers.
that
They had
person
sisters, and they were older
without
sisters,
being
because
judgmental
the
or critical.
hand-me-downs were,
If a person has a
adapted.
problem,
But it was
you
that whole
generally,
society.
people
It was
have
the
this
sort of
idea
40s and
of
50s societies
being judgmental.
post-war, where there was
People
very
would look
limited
at somebody's
resources,
problem
and
and try
people
to
literally
criticize that person
put their
or the problem.
minds to
But
making
what
things out of things that
really
were
a
used for
person
different
needs is
purposes.
a
I remember
non-judgmental,
my mother,
non-critical
who
hearing
was
of his
a very qualified seamstress. She would
problem.
be making
So if
wedding
that is given
dresses
to
during the
that
war
person,
out of old
probably
parachutes,
he will come out with his story
because they were
and
silk.
can
They were
share his
absolutely beautiful.
grief to the other
As long as
person,
they weren't
which
ripped, but
would
then again,
again
she could turn
lighten him.
anything
I mean,
out of a
the
parachute,
stress, the
from a
feelings which
dress
he's
to a shirt
overburdened with
to
would
pair of silk
get
trousers.
shared with the other person,
And so
and
this whole
therefore
concept of
that person would
recycling
feel
or the circular
lighter.
economy is
The
nothing
other
new.
thing is
But now what
that
we need to be doing is
what you
asking
need to
everybody,
give is an
what are you
unconditional
doing
emotional
about it?
support.
What are you
Unconditional
recycling
emotional
in your
support
home?
would
in your business?
allow you to
How are
concentrate
you
on the
getting
feelings
more
which a person
use
is
out
going
of
through.
it? Let's think about
Maybe
one
person
arena,
when he's talking
CK.
to you,
There's been a
maybe
huge
he's very
outcry in the
angry,
UK
he's
over the
very
last
depressed,
8 or 9
or
months, where
he's
kids have been
kind of
forced to work
not
from
able
home.
to speak.
School
There
became
would
home.
be times when he would be
Home became
completely
school. They
silent
were
about
intertwined. And what that
talking
meant
about
was
his
everything
problem.
went digital.
So one has to understand the feelings that
we're
person
an
is
affluent
going through
society
and give an
here in the
emotional
UK,
support
and yet
while
only
giving
1 in
him
3
an
households
assurance
has a
that
PC.
you would
So that means lots of young
keep
kids
everything,
are
whatever
suffering
he
from
shares,
school because they just don't have
confidential,
access
and
to that
you would
digital
not
medium,
reveal his
the
identity
PC.
to another person.
So
Basically,
the outcry
for
came,
winning the trust
and
of that
businesses
person,
responded in their
you need
droves,
that a person
including
builds
our
up
own.
a trust
We
in
looked at
you
our
to
old
share
laptops, and it's amazing
whatever
what
he
you
is
can
going through.
recycle from an old laptop.
So that is very
Take the
important
data off,
for a
and even
person
companies were taking the
to
data off for you,
help
refurbishing
a
it,
person
and
with these kind
donating
of
it into the
symptoms.
schools.
I have a question, Nagesh,
Is that
because
going on in
I
India?
think what you are saying is very
Machines
important
being
with regard
recycled
to
because
how
your
do
kids are
we
staying
basically
at
have
home,
a social life with each other.
and I'm sure
I
many of
think
their
in
friends
today's
are at home
world,
and they can't afford PCs
what you're
necessarily.
asking us to do is basically, because we don't know who's going to do this, take this step, who's going to go through that situation in life, because people don't share their greatest secrets with others. So I think there is a need for a lot of orientation for the people, for everyone, to understand that they are themselves are going through these symptoms and they should take help as number one. And number two is the people who are around that person. Like you're saying that you have to be warm,
It's
have
good
a little
because
warm
actually there's another
in
business.
relationship.
So this
People
circular
have habit of
economy is
sharing with each
creating
other.
businesses,
So if these things are
creating
not happening,
work
I think
opportunities,
it will be
and
very
this is very
tough
simple.
to even
We've
find a
had,
solution to this issue.
I don't know about you, but we've had a
Yes,
number
of course,
PCs,
CK, what we need
in
to
our
see is,
household over the
first
years
of
when
all,
the kids have been at
we need
school.
to
And
identify
typically
these
what we would
symptoms
do
and the
is
signs
we wouldn't
a
refurbish
person
them.
is going
10 years
through
ago, there wasn't
when
this
he's under
refurbishing
depression.
type society. I'd put them
Usually,
in the
when
garage,
you must have
and
seen
then
around
the
your
only option
workplace
really
or amongst
was,
your family,
because
there are people who
I'm
want
not
to
one of those
stay in
engineers that
isolation.
take things apart. I used to, but don't do anymore.
They don't want to,
The only way
involve
was literally to
themselves.
smash the
They
thing
are
to
in their own
bits
cocoon.
and
Then
take out the parts,
some
because there's
people
some
show
incredibly
their,
expensive metals in a PC,
feelings of
in a tower, as you and
low
I both know.
self-esteem.
And companies
Some
would
people are
literally take them
perfectionists.
away for you
I would hear,
and take all those metals away, recycle the
like
metals.
to have an opinion
Fortunately, we've
about
advanced
what
from that because we're actually reusing,
Sushant Singh's personality
recycling
was.
these PCs
It
into a
seemed
better
like he was a
purpose.
perfectionist.
So that's
He
one
wanted
way
to,
we can all do it. What's
everything
another way?
doing
An
correct.
obvious way,
And
really.
while the process was on, I mean,
Yeah, please
he
do.
must have gone through some failures. And naturally, when a person is doing well in life, there are at times failures which are faced by those people. And when that failure comes, one needs to be able to cope up with that failure, which is very important.
They're
And
good
how do you cope
doorstops.
up
They're great
with that
doorstops.
failure is that you build up confidence in yourself, which can also happen by sharing your thoughts, by sharing your feelings with others. Because if you're in an isolation, you would not be able to share your feelings. So it is very important whenever a failure comes in anybody's life, one has to share with those failures with somebody who's maybe an elderly person, somebody who's very close to you, and gradually, people would then come forward for your help. So that is what I feel that in the case of Sushant Singh, he had shown signs. He cried for help and spoke to a lot of people. I mean, he tried to reach out to a lot of people, but unfortunately, in their profession, in his profession, there were not too many people who could come to his help. Maybe because of the lockdown situation also, people were unable to help him reach out to him. And the second thing is, there is a mentality amongst boys, males, that they are sometimes not able to express themselves because they've been taught to be very strong. They've been taught to be not,
That's
you know,
absolutely brilliant. A great
shed
example.
tears
And the
whenever
interesting
there
thing
is a
is, we've got
problem.
lots of examples
So
literally around
that kind
our
of
own house.
thing has
I
been
saw.
built up
Go ahead.
in boys in our culture, and therefore they are not able to share, and probably sometimes they do not know what expression to use, what feelings they need to share with others. So that
There you
is
go.
the difficult thing which sometimes
There you
people
go.
face who are a little
this is,
who
you
are
see,
a
you
little
went to the
introvert,
experts and they
or
say we can't do
who
anything
are
with
not
it
able
because
to
it's
talk
got 30
about
gig. I mean,
themselves
Windows
or
10
in
will take
general
30
in public.
gig, you know.
And therefore,
And immediately they
these
shut themselves
things
down.
have to be
So the
worked on
circular
in
economy
order to
actually
see that
needs
you
to
are able to
be
save a life.
you. It needs to be you opening
In fact, this
yourself
is a
up
very good advice,
to
Nagesh, that
opportunities and potential.
they,
There's been a whole
people should not get
renaissance
confused
here
between introvert and
about
extrovert. But I think
refurbishing your
by
homes.
habit, they should start be very
We're
frank with others, with people who
sea
are around
lions,
them.
you know. We have an
Now that brings to the
absolute
second point that you are making,
maximum
is about
value of
the
land
factors
that we
involved.
currently have, and
So would you
clearly
like to
some of
talk
that
a
land you
little
can't
bit
build
based
on.
on your experience, because you work with the
Even with the best
judiciary
will
in
in the
India, you
world,
must
you
be seeing
couldn't
a lot
build
of
halfway up
different
bed
types of
measures because it'd be
incidents
too
and cases.
prohibitive.
So what
And
are
I'm
the
sure you've
different
got
factors involved
pretty big mountain ranges where you are, where you just
which
wouldn't build
forces
in
people
the
to
side
take
of
these
the mountain,
drastic steps?
even if you were allowed to. So that's the other
Basically,
thing,
you
is
see, when
because
we
some
talk of
areas
depression,
are
depression
prohibitive to be
occurs
building
to
on.
a person
In the
when
UK, we
a
have this
problem is persistent
green belt
for a longer
thought
time.
process
If
where we can't
if
build
somebody
on
is
green belt.
facing a
In
problem
other
for a
words, within a
long
certain
time
area,
and he has not been able
development is
to
restricted.
get out
So
of it,
we're all
then a
restricted. So
person
people are
gets
making
into
more and
depression.
more of their own properties. They're
Now,
not moving as
that
much.
depression
There's
could
not as
be
many properties available,
a
not as many
clinical
building
disorder
permits
where
available.
you need
So people are
a
looking at their own
psychiatrist or
properties, refurbishing,
psychologist help.
but more
You
importantly, they're
also need to
recycling. I
have
mean,
little
we've seen
medicines. But
programs on the
the
TV
factors generally what
which
we
are
see
driving the
where a
circular
person
economy,
is
if you like,
uh,
taking us away from the linear approach.
kind of,
We have
under
several
depression is
programs now
that he
where,
loses interest in life.
and now famous
Basically,
presenter, they
somebody
weren't famous originally,
who gets
but they were
irritated very
famous for
fast
doing
of
things,
at the
making
drop of a
something out
hat,
of nothing.
a person
And
is
now they're quite famous
not
presenters
able
on
to
TV,
control his
because we've had a
anger.
TV series
Sometimes
about
person is
recycling your old stuff.
having sleepless
And it's not
nights,
just your stuff, but it's someone
he's
else's
not
stuff.
able to sleep well,
And there's one
he's not
particular
able to
program
eat well, and
where the presenter
there are
goes
conditions
to a
when
recycling
people
tip.
who are in depression eat
They
a
just
lot.
turn up and someone brings
They
their
would
old
be eating
rubbish
much
and
more
it's
than
about
their
to go
capacity.
into the tip.
So,
And she goes to the back of the vehicle. She's got permission to
these
do
are
this,
some of
by
the
the way, because
factors.
she can't
There
do this
could
just
be
off the back of her
family
own
pressure.
thought process. You
There
have to
could
have
be a
permission
social pressure.
from the local
There could be a
authority.
parental
But she
pressure.
goes to the
We
person and
see
say,
all
"Oh, I see
sorts
you're
of things
throwing this
happening.
away.
Family
Would you
pressure
mind if I have a look
could
and
be
see what I can
because
do with
of
it?" And they
marriage,
say, "Well,
because
no,
of
I'll just throw it on the tip.
relationships,
It's
because
no
of
use to me
other
anymore."
factors.
And
Then there are
you will
social
be
factors.
amazed
In the
at
present
what
case,
has been
the social
recycled.
factor is
And you'd also be
that
amazed at
there
what
is a
people
bullying.
throw
There is
away. I mean,
people
I've seen some
trying to downplay
antique,
you. They
old,
want to downgrade
very
you.
old
All these
wooden
factors
oak
come
furniture,
when you are
solid oak
going in a
furniture,
working environment.
which has got a few
At home
scratches
also,
and dents.
like
It
if
might
we
have been
talk
in the
about
garage for a
students,
while, and it's
there is
got
a study
half a tin
pressure.
of paint
There
that's
is
stained
a
in the
competition,
corner.
unhealthy
But people
competition
just throw
between
it away.
parents,
And
between
she turns
students.
up and she says, "Well,
So
we can
that
recycle that
brings
into
a lot
something
of
else."
pressure on a
And
person.
sometimes
And sometimes he's
all
not
they
able
do is
to
literally
cope up with those
clean
pressures.
it up and
And
sell it
therefore, it
as
is
a
very
table,
much necessary
original
that,
purpose. Sometimes
these
they
things
turn
have
it
to be
into
identified.
other things.
The
I mean,
person's
I've seen
capacity
old
to cope up must be
metal
seen
vices.
by the
The
closed
big
ones.
metal vices
Persons
that would
who
be
are
on your workshop
near or
that have got
dear
no
ones
use anymore,
could be
really, because
family
we're
member,
moving into
could
a
be
different society.
of a close
and they've
friend,
turned them
and if
into
that is
lamps
seen,
that
you are very
hang on a wall,
well able to identify
which are quite,
the
you know,
changes, what is happening in that
architectural
person's
and a bit rustic. You might
Nagesh,
call it something else, but it's very much
this discussion is very interesting, but we are short of time today. So today, just to summarize our discussion, we have discussed 2 points. One is the mental health needs to be relooked from a totally different arena.
And if we
need to see, while we are successful as a nation, but we have to now concentrate more on how do we improve our mental health. So in today's discussion, we have talked about what are the factors involved where people are pushed to the wall and they take the drastic actions. I think these can be easily corrected by changing the way of life. So in tomorrow's discussion, we will talk about some of these points which will help us improve our mental health. So for today, it was pleasure talking to you, Nagesh. We'll catch up tomorrow in tomorrow's session.
Thank you very much. It was lovely talking to you, CK. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye-bye. Hello everybody, this is your friend Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And I'm also joined by my friend and my mentor from UK, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's the start of a new week, so it's a new opportunity to get out there and make a change. So what are you going to change this week, CK?
Naval, actually, I have been reading your book and I spent some time over the weekend about your book, which is called Can You Handle the Truth? And I have started reading the
right, CK.
chapter 2, which is about self-reflection and growth.
Grey water
so
and black
just
water.
wanted to know your thoughts and what was running in your mind when you started writing this particular chapter, specifically because this book has been written for the leaders and the CXOs. So would you like to throw some light on this one?
The Mediterranean. You don't
necessarily sure. I mean,
to port all the time, and you've got limited.
We needed to look at
a
chapter that was very much looking at ourselves, looking in the mirror.
At the moment,
because most of these, CXOs, the C-suite arena, the senior leadership teams are so involved in what they do, working in the business and on the business,
and I'd like
they've got no time for personal
someone in the future going into these car washes,
so we're constantly doing SWOT analysis within the business. We're doing gap analysis within the business. We're trying to look at growing the business, and it's all about the business, the business. But of course, sometimes we just forget. Actually, the business is about what I'm doing, what we're doing as a team. So the motivation for that particular chapter, and you'll see by the questions at the end of that chapter, is to just take a little look at yourself.
It's quite recent this
now,
happened as well.
We asked,
so it still happens today, because
pointed out in the past, CK,
shortage
when you get to the end of
some of the main resources. You've hit the nail on the head.
These questions we ask are not easy questions.
Reduced
we really do want you to delve into answering those questions honestly. And again, no one's looking.
We turn lights on.
The only person that's looking is you, because you're reading the book.
Even in the UK,
so you can share it with your colleagues by all means. But in the first instance, nobody else is looking over your shoulder. But I bet what's going on in your mind are 3 different people. There's I won't do, oh yeah, we didn't do that before, I believe. And I can't do, well, we couldn't do that because we didn't have the money. And a can-do person is
in the UK
desperately fighting the other 2 to come to the surface. because you
So we're
know,
moving in the right
and everyone
direction,
else
but we can
knows,
all do our little
unless you've
bit,
got a positive can-do
really.
attitude,
And I think the
you won't
challenge
grow.
today is,
And it really
recently
is
you
as
and I did a
simple
program
as that.
about
So
what would
it
Mars
is
look
all
like?
about just
What would
taking a bit of
education
time out for
systems? What would
yourself,
the legal system?
looking at your
Recycling. We talked about
personality,
food, waste,
your
recycling.
responsibility, your
It's going to
accountability
be millions
in
of
the
miles
business.
away.
And we tend not to do it.
What we need to be doing is thinking.
So going to the
how
questions
we're
at the
gonna
back
survive on Mars
of that
and doing
particular
it here.
chapter, they're
And
not
there are some
easy,
great-
are they?
Just
Let's
Google
face it.
circular economy. There are some great ideas.
Neville, I have
out
just
there.
started
You'd be
reading
quite
about this chapter
surprised
2, and
what you could do.
I was very
One
curious
fact,
to ask you this because
in the Western
the
world,
title of
and I can only
chapter
quote the
2
Western
is
world because it's quoted quite
self-reflection.
commonly.
And I was
A
thinking
third
over the
of all
weekend is,
food
I think the most difficult
goes to
task is
waste.
self-reflection. So that is why today
Now
is
that
Monday,
is not good news.
and I've been thinking all over the weekend
Measuring
that
the
what
tons
do
and
you
tons
mean
and
by
tons of
self-reflection?
waste
Because
that we're generating.
I've not been able to
We're
figure out, because
over-providing.
it opens
We're
up a new
underusing.
box, and when you
And
go
yet,
inside that
the
box, it
Western world
opens
is
another two
obese.
boxes.
So it's not that
So
we're not eating
it's I think
enough.
one of the most difficult tasks for a
We're
leader
definitely
to do a
eating enough.
self-reflection.
But a third of
It is
the
probably
manufactured
the
food
most difficult
goes to
task.
waste. We need to be
But we have to
thinking
do it.
about that.
So
Reducing
for instance,
what we store in the
if you're
fridge,
going to
changing our
grow,
buying
are you
methods and
prepared
thought
to
processes.
do something different?
And
that is a
and
question for
looking at
you. So if you're
recycling
going to
in
grow,
a big way,
are
and
you
that's
prepared
what the
to do
circular
something
economy
different?
will be today. So everyone can do
Yes,
a bit of
certainly.
this.
For growth,
And even the
I'm
glasses that we've got
prepared
on,
to do
CK. When you finish with your
something
glasses, where do they
different
go?
from my routine.
In the trash
And
can?
if it brings positive result, why not?
And the interesting thing is, believe it or not, when I ask that question, and we ask it actually, we ask it a lot of golfers, because a lot of golfers will go to a coach and they want to improve their game.
Out there that
and one question we ask them, well, to improve your game, are you prepared to change something?
A recycling process of glasses.
And they say, well, why should I change?
Glasses.
Well, if you're not prepared to change something, you're not going to grow. So if you don't change something, you'll just do what you did yesterday. And they sort of scratch their head and they say, oh yeah, I'd not thought of that
find another use.
before.
And you'll
now
be
that sounds
actually,
incredible.
If you Google it and you're about to throw something away, old frying pans, old cooking pans, if you Google it, someone will say, any old scrap metal will take from you. You give them a call,
the depths of things, and when you're really struggling
it's recycled
to grow the organisation, the last thing you think of is, I need to do something different.
Viewers a bit of food for thought today.
You just think, I need to do the same better or smarter, as the phrase goes. But the reality of life is, even if you do it better and smarter, your growth won't be that much improved. You need to do something different. And this is when the fear factor starts to come in. And that chapter really is about handling your fears. Get to know yourself so that you can realize that actually you're pretty resilient. You're quite inspirational. You're fairly empathic rather. So you are a leader that people want to work with. And then you start actually saying, yeah, I'm not that bad actually. I've got a few holes, so let me start to plug the holes. And that's why we do a gap analysis. Now, some of those holes are huge, frankly. Some of them are not very big at all. But the interesting thing is, if we start to plug the big holes, you get a better result than plugging the little ones. Because the big holes are the ones that's holding you back. So one of those holes could be you judge people very quickly. But if you continue to judge people very quickly, you're not necessarily getting the best out of them. And you're not getting the best out of yourself because there's a lack of judgment by coming to a snap decision. That person may just be having a bad day. So this self-reflection actually really does help you grow your business because you start to see other people in a slightly different light. But as I say, the The proof of the pudding is answering the questions at the back of the chapter. So I look forward to you getting to that point so that you can go and answer those questions. And your toes will start curling up. But that's fine, because no one's watching.
Yes, I will reach that point as well, Nabil. I think the first dilemma that is running in my mind is that all my seniors have told me that you have to build on your past. And it's very difficult for people to let go your past
turning people
and
off,
build something new.
really. But we do eat recycled
and,
food.
you know,
There's
in
a
fact,
coffee that
I've
is
been
very
doing
prevalent
on the
and very
contrary.
sought
I've
after
been,
in the UK,
you know, not sticking
and
to
it's
my past, but building
recycled
a
through
future
an animal.
which is different from the past.
When
But
people
you know,
hear
that is a
they
dilemma.
go,
I think when we do a
I'm drinking that
self-reflection,
coffee.
the
Well,
thing comes to the mind is
you
that
didn't know
hey,
it
maybe
before,
I should
but
have
you do
stuck
know
to
it now.
what I was doing for last 20 years, and that would have given me incremental growth. But you know what I did not continue that. I started something new, and that is taking time. So I think these are all part of self-reflection, goal setting, and listening to elders. I think it's a very, very difficult. You know, when I reach the end of the
You're absolutely
chapter
right.
and I'm able to answer your question, I think all of these things are running in my mind just at the first page
is a
itself.
way of life.
No, that's great. I mean, but the thing is, you know, like anything else,
we, as a household,
it's
we
your
have
time.
different bins,
you know,
that we put different materials
it's not
into.
Can we handle
in one,
the
it's
truth?
garden waste.
It's can
in another
you
one,
handle
it's food
the truth?
waste. In another one,
And
it's
I'm asking
glass.
that to
In
myself.
another one,
you know,
it's
so I'm going
kitchen
through all the
cans
questions
and
we got at the end of every chapter.
So we're
You know,
recycling.
am I
in a,
doing this
in
the
a
right
big
way?
way.
Can I do it better?
Where it actually
Is there
goes,
a more
that's
optimal way?
another
Do I need more help
interesting
from other people?
Thought process.
You know,
But
can we
at least
get more
we
out of our
believe
team? Can we
that
get more for
someone's given the
less?
thought towards
Notice all of
recycling,
these are questions,
and therefore
none of
it's
them are
actually making
statements.
this a better world.
No one's
We're actually
perfect in this
not-
world.
We have
You know,
finite resources.
believe you me, if I were to start to write down all of my imperfections, it would be
now
quite a long
7.4
list.
billion people.
But are they relevant in a
is projected to
context
double
where I need to grow?
in the not too
The
distant
majority
future.
of the time is no, they're not.
Which is why people
Because
are
they're just
thinking of
niggly
Mars
little pains.
and
But I've worked
colonising
on
the
them over
moon.
the years and got
You know,
better
because
at
they
it.
know we're
So
running out
I'm a
of
far better listener
opportunity.
today
We're running out of
than I was
resources.
20 years ago,
But maybe we're not.
than I was 30 years ago.
Maybe we can go below the ocean.
You know, when I think of back into going to
Great speaking
my
with you, CK. It's
the
a
first
really
day
important
of my
subject,
degree
ladies
when I
and
was
gentlemen.
18, I thought I
Just
knew everything.
Think about your own arena.
You know, I was brilliant.
Don't
I
blame
was
others,
top of the
just think
class. I
about your
did
own
this. I
arena.
got into a great
What do you
university.
recycle? What
And
do you
then
make
you
sure
start
you
again
give
and
away
you
to the
realise
right
actually,
area?
no, you don't know everything.
Like
you know very
glasses.
little, and that's the
Are
whole
you
point
just
of going
adding
to
to your
university.
real estate
So
in
in
the
a
house? Or are they
nanosecond,
going to
you
be
get an
used
alignment, and you say the
somewhere
reason I'm
where
here is to
someone's
grow.
desperate for glasses.
And
There's always
that's the point. That's the
someone
whole point.
who
And
can
in
make
life, we
use
grow
of
on a daily basis.
your rubbish.
Sometimes we go backwards, but that might be just reflection. So it's okay to go backwards. And as you say, you know, stick to what you know. I mean, the stick to your knitting phrase.
Thank you, CK. Have a good day, everybody.
UK, that works for a while, but when it doesn't work, that's when
So you're
you
now
need to
going
be
to
aware
all
that
your
you need
glasses
to be
and get rid of them.
changing. But ideally, you've changed before that, so you're proactive. We use these words all the time. To be proactive. What does that really mean? Am I proactive? Can I prove to myself I'm being proactive? Does my team know that I'm being proactive?
If the prescription changes,
do they tell me
man,
I'm
you
being
need to throw them.
proactive?
Either
You know,
that,
do I
or
get
take the
feedback
lens out,
regularly?
get
Are they
the
scared of
recycle the
me?
lens,
You
put
know?
new lenses in your
Do they
night
only
glasses,
speak when they're spoken to or asked to contribute? You start to break some of those things down. These are very, very simple questions, but tough, real tough questions to answer. And then you find out whether you can grow, whether you've got the right ingredients.
It's a great film, okay? And it was about
So, yes, tough chapter.
My precious,
I look forward to hearing in private,
Well, these
perhaps,
aren't
you telling
precious,
me
you know?
some of the answers to the questions.
You know? And if I can't
Yes,
see you, then
whether
I'm
in
bloody
private
loose.
or on the show, let me reach the end of the chapter. But I think it's a very interesting, intriguing conversation that we are having. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm now addressing the viewers.
Yep.
If you are a coach or a CXO or a leader, this is a book for you. It is an eye-opener. You can write to me and we will share a free copy with you. Neville, as usual, it was a pleasure talking to you. We'll catch up again tomorrow on some other interesting subject.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy the day, everybody, because once the day's over, it's not repeated.
Yep.
Certainly. So, see you. Tata for today.
Cheerio.
Yep.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Morning, CK. How are you?
I'm good, Neville. I just want to share a conversation I had with a friend of mine who's a very successful entrepreneur. In the lockdown arena, I think everybody is working from home. So I'm fortunate I have a home office, but many of people like my friend here, which I'm going to discuss right now, they have shifted their office to their bedrooms. And yesterday during my conversation, it came out that, they're having trouble sleeping. So, something which is happening, I'm sure this is affecting him. He's a very senior person. Must be affecting other people as well. Have you heard about this, such a similar incident in London?
Is that we've
only
got our environment.
Interesting enough, it's probably more common now because people are working from home and they don't have a regimented space to work all day.
We'll see.
So previously,
I saw an article on the circular
most
economy
people,
this morning,
when I was traveling around the world, I would go to the bedroom and I'd have a little place where I would do a little bit of work in the evening, shut the PC down, forget it, stick it in the drawer, get up in the morning and go to work. But now,
talking about watching this
people are making that a dedicated workspace.
Heard anything from Satya recently?
Now, something goes on up here in our brain somewhere. Where, what's the bedroom for? I mean, the obvious one. I know certain other things go on, but predominantly we go to sleep. But now you're spending 7, 8, 9 hours in your bedroom as a senior person doing your day job.
Just interested in
so
where these people come from.
Things do happen in here,
what about Mike?
And it might not happen overnight. It might take a little bit of time because your habits are now changing. And it could be that workspace is not leaving your brain when you go to sleep. It's this constant pressure that you've created because in the corner of the bedroom somewhere, your laptop's still up, your workspace is now a workspace, you haven't shoved it all away, you see a flashing light when you wake up, and there are things that go on up here all the time with us that mean that I'm working. I should be working.
No concept.
Now feeling guilty.
He's an ex-corporate guy.
That you're not working.
He's trying to
and we've heard this in the past, so that's why I'm relaying this in this short little message.
They don't work.
We've assimilated things in here that are now not normal, but they're becoming our normal habit. And it's interfering with another habit.
You've got a fighting chance
going to sleep.
With an SME.
Watching the TV before you go to
say,
bed.
Oh, I trust
Lots of people have TVs in their room. That could be actually one of the worst things you ever do, apparently, according to so-called, spin doctors that talk about, putting your house into some form of order, so compartmentalizing places. And you hear all of these people that do the feng shui will say, this is where this is, and this is where this is, and this is a kitchen space. Use it as a kitchen. and then divorce that away from where you are. So there's a lot of science around this. Whether you believe it or not, it's entirely up to you. But it is that thing about putting the workspace away. And a lot of people have a problem putting the job away. Because like you and I, you know, we're entrepreneurs. We work 24/7 in reality. So weekends sometimes are not weekends. But we manage our time so that we compartmentalize what we're doing. Sometimes we do it brilliantly, and sometimes we don't do it very well at all. You know, so we're all guilty of getting it wrong. But if you don't start it, you're never going to get it right. But this is a good example, I think, of we're getting to know more about ourselves. And as we learn more about ourselves, we can actually work out what makes us tick. How do we work?
He has no idea.
Where are we
of
more
getting
productive
people
or
to
less
buy.
productive?
No.
So did that person,
doesn't know how
you know,
to do it.
did you come to any
All he
conclusion with
basically
that
says is,
person?
well, here are the
Or?
features and here are the benefits. Why aren't you buying?
Well, I didn't have a
Well, they're not buying
ready solution
because they
to
don't like
inform
you.
him, because when he was speaking with me, I
They
realized
don't
that even
trust
I'm in
you.
that phase,
They don't
even though I have a
believe you.
separate work area.
You might be
But
the last person
you know
on the
what
planet,
happens is you
and
work,
they will
and
get
then
on a ship
most of
and
us are
go around
working
the other
globally,
side
so
of
we
the
are in
earth to
different
get as
time
far
zones.
away as
So your
possible
mind is
from you.
always working, and you're expecting
And that's
that
what he
email
doesn't
to come.
understand.
So when you go to sleep,
And he
you carry your
demonstrates it
mobile
all the
phone,
time.
and then every
You know,
3-4 hours
I
you wake up and
mentioned
say,
you
"Hey,
in
what has happened?
detail,
Any email that has
and the
come?"
next
So
thing I know,
I think we are in.
he's gone
I
directly
cannot
to
say
you.
about everybody, but I think I was in that
So why
state,
would
so
I
I didn't have a
trust him?
solution.
Why would I trust him?
But it's common. It's common to so many
Well, I
people,
don't.
and it
So
is
he's
literally
constantly
you need
bugging
to
me
know
on
when to
text.
switch off.
Oh, we need to get together.
I've never really
And
been
2 days
one
later, I
for
say,
having
yeah,
8
I'm
hours
just
sleep.
really busy on what I'm doing. At the
Although
moment.
all
Like,
the
you know,
evidence
good
says
luck.
you need 8 hours sleep, but frankly, I
And he
exist
knows,
on about
he
4 to
knows
5.
that I've got
But that's me. That's
I've
my
got
metabolism.
something
Is
that
that
will make
shortening
it
my
work for him,
life?
but I'll be
I don't
fucked
know.
if I'm going to do it
Frankly,
for him.
I've got to 61 and hasn't seemed to have affected me yet. We're on 2 time zones here. All of my long working career in my professional arena, when I had a proper job, as I used to call it, and I was salaried, someone else paid, right, rather than me paying myself, I would be thinking about talking to Indonesia at 6 a.m, which was sort of midday their time, and then talking to New York at 5 p.m, because that's midday their time.
I'm not sure.
So I was
He's not that
constantly
smart.
working on this global time zone
He's not
because
that smart.
that's what the job needed. But what that meant was about
Anyway,
midday my time,
onwards
I could take
upwards, circular
a longer
economy.
lunch,
Get rid of those bloody glasses.
you know, and just do a power nap or something, or get on with my day job, you know.
Yep. Get rid of those bloody
So you need to adapt. You know, this phrase adapt. But the point here is we're learning. We're now under lockdown. We're forced to work at home. We're learning a lot more about ourselves. But hopefully that's getting people to think about learning more about the people that work for us, that work with us. What motivates them? Are they struggling with the things that we're struggling with? And the likelihood they are. You know, we constantly get comments at the moment where you can't put your child out to school or childcare because all of those opportunities are shut down. They're under lockdown too. So now your home is your workplace, but actually it's a home for the kids. And they're also remotely schooled if they're of that age. And they're having to use certain areas of the house to access the digital resources that the school's providing. So there's lots of these pressures that are going on at home. And equally, very young families. You know, I'm sure you've got employees that have got young families. So when I say young families, I'm talking about the 2 or 3 year old that you can't say,
homeschool, go onto the internet. I know some people, stick an iPad in front of a child and say, play some games, but eventually that child's going to get bored. So it needs that contact with the parent. So let's just say you've got a 3-year-old and now you've got a man and wife. They need to split those duties because they've both got jobs. They're both working from home. They both did a 9 to 5 job. They can't both do the 9 to 5. Something's got to give and take. So they're having to deal with childcare, albeit it's their child. And now it's you as an employer need to understand that actually that person can't do a 9 to 5. And you need to understand who they are, what makes them tick. So what are the priorities that they have in their life? You're only paying for that person, but actually that person is now bringing all of their personality, their personal life into play. And frankly, you're going to have to deal with it because they want to be an employee. They don't want to be made redundant at the end of all this. They want to continue. I mean, have you got young families that are in that particular position?
Yes, when you were speaking, I was relating with myself because my team is working from home and I see parent coming with toddlers in their hand and all that. So I'm seeing that. But I think there's nothing much I can do as a boss. I have to be considerate because of course they are working from home. They don't have facility to leave their toddlers at the play school. So they have to themselves.
But you're getting now to recognize that they need to manage their time. I don't like talking about work-life balance, to be honest with you, because it's life. Work is just part of life. It shouldn't be your life, as we all know. For some people it is, but it's just part of life. So it's getting that balance right. And like anything else, as an employer, whether you like it or not, you're going to get to know and understand your employees a lot better. What makes them motivated?
One point I'd like to make here, sorry to interrupt you, Neville, is that...
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I think I can talk about myself. I'm, for the first time, getting exposed to my team's personal life because I see that on the screen all the time, which was not the case because they'll come to office and I don't care what they do at home, how they manage their life. But now their official life and their personal life is getting intertwined and is visible to me. And likewise for them also, because they are seeing my personal life. So my employees are also seeing my personal life. So I think there is a bit of a craziness which is going on right now.
It is craziness, but actually there's really nothing wrong with that. As a business owner, we shouldn't be worried about that, your personality that isn't your office personality coming through, because you're a real person. And the interesting thing is, the closer people understand each other, the easier it is for us to get on. In the majority of cases, I mean, there are certain things that you want to keep private because it's your private life, and vice versa with them. But predominantly, your life is very publicly seen. Whether it's in the business arena or within your friends or your family. We're not an island. we do things. We don't do things very, very independently. We like to think we do, but the majority of things we don't. But from an employer's point of view, if you think of your employee as a person that you pay, they're a profit in the profit and loss, they're part of your cash flow, then now you're understanding they're more of an asset. So they've moved away from costing you money to becoming more on the balance sheet. They are really an asset to your organization. And to get the best out of them, for them, you need to know who they are. And I think this home working is opening a lot of employers up to seeing, as you say, you can now see the background of where people work, where they live. And if that background changes, you know that they're moving their workspace around the house. And then you can turn around to them and say, do you find that difficult? Are you finding that easy? So just by raising your awareness and being observant of what their background is, what's happening, all the noises that they're affected with, is going to make you a far better employee. You're going to become a coach in the true sense of the world, because you're not going to be breathing down their neck all the time. I mean, I know some people that have treated this as a great surveillance opportunity. So they've got a team of 15 and they've got 15 pictures on their screen all the time, so they can actually see who's gone for a coffee, who's, gone for a comfort break. That really isn't the way we should be managing people. We should be trusting that here's the project, get on with it. You've got a problem, come and ask me. Then you get a really engaged employee. You trust them, they feel trusted. If they feel trusted, they feel wanted. If they feel wanted and their purpose of working with you fulfills their own purpose, you're going to get a very engaged employee. It's a very simple equation, and now working from home, that equation can really be brought to life. So just get to know people.
In fact, I like to share one incident where one of my employees said, hey, I will work for you for 8 hours because that is my commitment, but I will work morning 4 hours, then I'll have a break in between because I have to take care of my child. I have to take turns with my wife to take care of my child. And then I'll work the second 4 hours later in the day. So I think I needed to understand that issue, which I did, and I allowed people. So I'm sure a lot of people might be facing such issues as well.
Oh, I'm sure they are. As I say, when we're on lockdown, it might just be one child that you need to take care of, and there may be, you may have parents in the house that will say, "Not a problem, we'll take care of them." But not everyone's in that situation, especially today. I mean, we had the arena. I seem to recall that I think it was a 1980s phrase, dinkies, double income, no kids.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. And there's another phrase about paltry income, lots of kids. And so we are literally a double income family now. The nuclear, if you want to call it something, maybe the 21st century family has got two incomes coming in and has got a young family. We can't put those kids out, we can't pay for very expensive nannies to, be in the household anymore. They've all gone home to their own arena to look after their families. So as an employer, you're not just buying the time of somebody, you're buying the person. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So do you know who your staff member is? You may know them as the most productive people. Oh yeah, I'd keep that person on. I need to do some work with that person. Okay. But now you're finding out more about their personal life. Whether you like it or not, you're going to have to deal with it. So deal with it in a very professional, friendly way, because guess what? They're only dealing with things that you're dealing with as well. And this goes back to a routine. Understand their routine. They really want to do a good job. They would rather be in the office and get away from being at home. They are stuck at being at home. There is this syndrome of cabin fever. You're not the only person that's going through cabin fever. They're going through it too. So be the boss that helps them with cabin fever. And it will make you a far better person and a better boss. Because all of a sudden you're going to come out of this arena in a more productive arena. You're going to be able to take advantage, because if you treat them like human beings and understand that they've got difficulties, they will be innovative. They will come with, can we do it this way? I've done it this way forever. I've had a bit of time on my hands. And do you know what? I think we can do this better. Now's the time to listen. Now's the time to encourage that type of behaviour. There's never a better time. So get some good things out of a bad situation here. And of course, the other thing is all digital. So we're all learning new digital skills. But remember, some of the people that work for you are learning new digital skills too. Again, encourage it, So I think the word today, we should be encourage. Understand what their arena is and encourage them, because we're only in day 8. Don't believe there's just day 21 and then that's the end of the tunnel. If you look at the world, day 21, there's day 22 that happens after. Most areas are talking about lockdown. The UK is talking about a longer period. Up to 6 months is now being discussed. And for the mathematicians out there, right, 6 months is 180 days. Don't want to scare you, and there will be relaxation, I'm sure, but we're in here for the long haul. So let's make most of it. And the message today is encourage you guys, because they're important to you.
Yes, thank you, Neville, for giving us this great advice. So the key word that I picked up from your conversation today is 1, encouragement, and then improvisation.
Yeah.
So these are the 2 key words. I think all of us have to, I think we started the conversation with people not having enough sleep because they're working from their bedrooms. And then we landed up to this conclusion that we need to encourage our employees and improvise. So I think it opens up a new box, and we need to improvise, accommodate everyone to be successful as a company.
Yeah. And we'll come out of this at the other end. And the main thing is come out of it in a really good shape. Come out of it stronger. From adversity, come out with strength and power. And it's only those organisations that really will stand the test of time.
Great talking to you, Neville. We'll
and you.
Catch up tomorrow again.
Catch up tomorrow. Good luck, everybody. And give us some feedback. Tell us what your problems are. We'll try and help you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to talk about a subject which is very close to the emerging economies. Now if you look at the global trend today, specifically in the startups area, there are 2 countries which are well known for startups. One is of course Israel, but the second country is called India. And every city, all the major cities which are famous for IT in India are having some program or the other for startups. And if you look at the government of India, they are also giving a lot of freedom for startup to flourish, to start in the first place and then flourish, and so on and so forth. Now considering all of this which is happening, in fact if you look at, there are everyday new ideas coming out in the field, and they are fructifying all these ideas in terms of building a startup community. And in order to look at this market segment, The Indian market has also, and also in Israel, in Tel Aviv, there are a lot of co-working players also coming out and helping these startups to kickstart or bootstrap their operations from day one. So today, if you look at the co-working centers location, they are giving them places to sit, to set up their infrastructure, to have a decent environment for sharing their working ideas, give presentations, call client, etc., etc. And there are so many of them. So basically, the co-working centers, if you look at cities, one city, there are so many co-working options available for startups. And all of these co-working centers are giving them good working environment. So today I would like to talk about what these co-working should do as far as my opinion goes, because every one of them are giving them good working environment, good place to sit, and of course this place to sit is not free. The startups have to pay rental in some sort of the other. So my opinion is that in addition to providing them the place to work, to start their operations, I think the biggest challenge today is how the startups will start making money. Even though there is a lot of freedom given, first year or 2 years of tax haven which is available, but how these startups will actually emphasize on their technology and start making money, start finding clients. So one of the biggest challenges, while I have a space where I can start my operations, but I don't have any other shared services which are available from these co-working places. So it makes more sense for the co-working centers to form strategic tie-ups with different kind of uh, players, players who are providing branding services, players who are providing them some sort of influencer services, players who are providing the marketing services, and so on and so forth. And there could be more innovative ideas. So in nutshell, what I want to say today is that it's no longer the space or the environment for which startups are willing to pay the rental. I think if the co-working can provide under one roof area to work and also area to promote their work, that will be the more compelling value proposition, specifically when there is nothing unique in this in today's world, when there are so many co-working places available across all cities in India, in Tel Aviv. This is something which I feel personally, in my opinion, they can differentiate with others. So with this message, I will end my video today. Hope you like this idea, and if you like this idea, reach out to topbrass.akulmach.com, and we are willing to partner with all the co-working business centers and have a strategic relationship where your clients can leverage our branding and marketing services under one umbrella. Thank you, and look forward to talking to you again.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan and you are welcome to Akulmach. And you know that we discuss a lot of varieties of subjects in our show. And today I am happy to really discuss about one of the interesting personality, President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. You know, today is the World Student Day, and this is also on 15th October 1931. APJ Abdul Kalam, President, was born in Rameshwaram. And though he was a very studious kind of person, though he had many challenges during his student time. To discuss more about this interesting personality, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training, education, and he has also training, marketing, and IT professional. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you today?
Thank you, Kanchan, for this wonderful day and the wonderful conversation. As always, I'm very, very well and more excited to talk about our great, loving president, former president, Dr. APJ Kalam. How have you been, by the way?
Yeah, I am fine. We in Hyderabad actually facing a lot of rains here, and life is little bit disrupted due to this heavy rains. But then we are at home. But for people who are really working in a frontline professional, I think it will be very, very challenging for them.
Yeah, I could see some of those footages on television. Well, today is a very interesting day, Kanchan, and personally, like everyone else in India, I feel privileged that Mr. Dr. APJ Kalam was produced in India. He grew up in India, and he was a true Indian as such. And the word that is missing or is less and less seen, he was a true Indian. And we celebrating his birthday, and this needs to be celebrated on a larger scale by all the schools, by all the institutions, by all the universities. Of course, government is celebrating it, and it should be, I would not say it should be declared as a holiday, though the students would like it, but it should be declared as taking a pledge into education. It is also part of, his birthday is also part of the World Students' Day. So that's so interesting, and as I said, I'm very privileged to have Dr. Kalam as part of the contribution from India. What do you say?
Yes, as you mentioned that we are celebrating World Student Day, but as I was also mentioning that during his childhood, he had a very challenging life, and he also sold newspaper from door to door. But he was very interested in getting education, and that resulted in the future. And whatever he has done, see, he worked as a chief scientific advisor to PM and played a major role in Pokhran second nuclear test. A part of this, he also led India's two major science research organization, but one is Defense Research and Development Organization, which we call DRDO, and Indian Space Research, which is ISRO. So he is credited with the pioneering work of development and marketing indigenous guided missile Agni and Prithvi. So the contribution he has done in science is tremendous. And that's why he is being celebrated. That's why he is being time and again recalled due to his lifestyle, which was very simple, due to his contribution in science. And also he was a very able president of India.
That's right.
One of the great president of India.
Of course. And there is a reason that he was conferred with Bharat Ratna, the highest civilian award, and all the other civilian awards like Padma Bhushan, Padma Vibhushan, and of course Bharat Ratna. And I think the essence of Dr. APJ Kalam is the essence of India itself. He can be symbolized as a true Indian who grew for India, who made India rich, and the India that he inherited, he left India a better place. He embodied the true citizenship that is expected out of all our citizens from the country. And it is, the world knows him about the nuclear scientist, or the Prithvi and Agni missiles, and he headed several nuclear explosions, missile man of India, and credited to develop satellite launch vehicle SLV or polar satellite launch vehicle PSLV. But I must use this platform, Kanchan, to tell you, when I saw him first in 2001 at the Delhi railway station.
Okay.
And this is the best time to talk about it. In 2001, I was at Delhi railway station and I saw this frail man coming out of the railway station carrying his own luggage. And I was sitting in my relative's cab and waiting for someone, or I was trying to go somewhere. And I saw this frail man and I just thought, I have seen him somewhere in some magazine. So in 2001, I did not have access to so many digital stuff that we see today. And as this frail man approached, I kind of figured out that he is APJ Abdul Kalam. 2001 was the time when he was far before his presidential years, and he was, I think, the advisor to government of India, if I'm correct at that time. And this was the night time, Kanchan. He comes out and carrying his own luggage. And then I see a car with a government beacon on this. And then I figured out that he's an advisor to the government of India. And then I realized, oh, I had read in some magazine.
Okay.
And that was, he looked at his watch and it was pretty late in the night. And then he said something to the driver of that government car. And the guy turned the car and left him at the station and went off. Then there was another Fiat car. It looked like somebody's personal Fiat car came, and the driver came out. He greeted Dr. Kalam, and Dr. Kalam sat in that Fiat, unguarded, defense advisor to the India, sitting in the late night. And that was the simplicity of a man, because he was not on official duty at that point of time. He chose not to take the government official car.
Right.
And that is my first impression of Dr. Kalam, whom I saw in 2001.
Okay.
And till today, it is my real fortune to have seen him. And of course, I could not have interacted with him at that point of time.
Okay.
But that one glimpse of that great man has left very big imprint on my own thinking and my life.
Yes.
The interesting part, despite being the president of India, he lived like a frugal man. Our Rashtrapati Bhavan has 372 halls,
Right.
or rooms, you can say.
Right.
This man used probably just one of it.
Okay.
Second example of somebody as simple living in a Rashtrapati Bhavan after our first president, Dr. Rajendra Prasad. And after the presidency, our presidents have lived a very, very royal life. But we know Dr. Kalam carrying his laptop, carrying a Vision 2020 presentation for India, and going to each of those states and attending and talking to the assemblies. And what a great death that he got while he was delivering one such lecture, and he passed away.
Yeah.
So, he is the real spirit that India had in the recent past. And we need to have more and more such people today, tomorrow, always, all the time, so that we can achieve bigger greatness. What do you think, Kanchan?
Yes, I think his profile, his personality was so, in spite of being so great, so full of energy and full of talent, in spite of this, that he was so humble in his dealing with people. And I also want to share with you that he also has huge contribution in healthcare, because he worked hard to make healthcare accessible to all. And Dr. Kalam worked with a cardiologist Soma Raju and developed low-cost coronary stunt, and which is called Kalam Raju stunt. So that is a huge contribution in terms of in the sector of healthcare. See, he being a president, he's accessible to people. He thinks about general people, and he really all his lifetime he worked towards that. So I think his birthday and his profile has to be celebrated again and again. Students in the school should be taught about his contribution to India in terms of defense segment and of course in healthcare.
That's true, Kanchan. One small point in his personality that baffles me most of the time is something that very few people have that. Uh, Dr. Kalam was always vocal about the achievements the scientific community can bring to this nation after independence. He was part of the 1960s onwards. He was always part of our space missions, and as our missile man when India did not have those kind of footprints. So the first example comes in 1974 when we had our Pokhran. That was the first time, and that was the first time when India took notice. Dr. Kalam was not part of that project, but he was still part of the DRDO and ISRO at that point of time. I think it was DRDO. He must have been a junior scientific advisor or scientist at that point of time. But later, around 1990s, he was always part of the topmost decision-making body. I am told he was very close to some of the secret projects of India, which were secretly funded by Indira Gandhi, the Prime Minister of those days. So, and he had the courage of talking about India's progress and India's capability to the political masters, to the administrative service officers, to the bureaucracy. That is a great achievement of his personality. How many people achieve this? More or less, we always think the political masters are the bosses. They will call the last shots. They will decide it. Administrative officers will always bring in, so many other stuff to stall the innovation. But it takes a real courage of somebody like Dr. Kalam to make his way out of this bureaucracy, out of this political system, and make us proud at the end of the day. And that is something all the educated people, especially in the science, technology, in medical sciences, they need to stand for what they believe for the nation building. And when there is only one agenda, nation building, everything else can be set aside, Kanchan, isn't it?
Yes, and it was so lovely to really talk and recall about such a great person, President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And I think it is this day, today is celebrated as World Student Day. So I think schools and colleges should do something on this day and maybe teach some good finer points about the contribution of President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So it was wonderful talking to you, Sudesh. We'll meet again.
Thank you.
With a different topic. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Today I would like to discuss why did Mr. Jyotirtha Scindia left Congress. Now, as we know that he's not just an emery level person. He's a dynast. He's the pedigree of the royal family of the Gwalior, and he has been with the Congress for many years now. His father was also with the Congress. Then, if he was so comfortable, why did he leave? So, before we answer that question, let's understand this more in a more realistic manner. Let's compare a political party with any other organization, any other company. Let's say if there is a small company, and then the promoters or the people who actually run the company sitting on a platform, and which is slightly lower because they have less number of people. So they are sitting on the top of a small pyramid. Now, when when they're small, they can actually monitor each and every person who is working for their company. As the company grows, more people join from the in the bottom pyramid, and hence the size of the pyramid increases. And then ultimately, the floor where the promoter sit becomes very high, and that gives room for the junior people to join in, basically have a career, and also build their own small pyramids. So all the leaders in any organization will have their own pyramids with their own value proposition, etc. Now, any political party will also have the same methodology. It cannot have any other methodology. So the thing is that if the a party grows, there is a room which is created for more people to join and work for the party, work for the country, work for whatever task has been given to them. And if the party does not grow, that means it will be a few member party. So it will be a smaller pyramid. Now let's look at the biggest competitor of Congress party, where Jyotirtha Raje Scindia was as a member, is BJP. Now, if you look at the top BJP players, it is Mr. Narendra Modi, Mr. Amit Shah, Mr. Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari, and late Mr. Jaitley, late Sushma Swaraj, and the list goes on. None of these people actually, were put in this position. They actually joined at a very low level when the party was growing. They were opportunities, and they joined, and from there organically they grew. And all of them, except Mr. Narendra Modi, all of them had been promoted and elected. I would use in this context because we're talking about political party. They won the internal election to become the president of the party. So all of these people whose name I have taken just now have been at some time the presidents of the party as elected, as conducted by the internal election in the organization. And now if you look at the leadership role in the party, they have all come from down below. They have not acquired that place. They have not come from outside and so on and so forth. Now, if you just simply compare the Congress party, so in Congress, these small pyramids are also there. These small pyramids are also a sort of a dynasty, So the leadership role of Gandhis, they had their own top pyramid, and they controlled it by saying that, hey, I will give you opportunity to build your own pyramids. There has been no election in that party, whereas in a democratic setup, the election is the baseline for any activity. So Gandhis allowed different pyramids to develop, to nurture. So all these leaders, if you see in Congress party, they are basically dynasts because they actually allowed their own children to replace them, to acquire important position in their respective pyramid. So the system was working fine. And that is why there is a blame on the Congress party, even though they are the largest and oldest party. But it's a party of dynasts. Because if there is a person who's reporting to the Gandhis, who forms the top pyramid, below him, he will have his own people. So the leadership actually allowed this to happen. There has been no election in the party or a fair election. And even Jyotirtha Radhe Scindia was a part of a dynastic politics. He has his own pyramid, his own followers, and so on and so forth. Now, what has happened? Since there are no jobs for the Congress party, there is no activity. They are losing elections. They are now, having agreements with the regional parties to stay in some sort of relevance. This whole structure which they have created over last 70 years is now crumbling down because there's no opportunity. People in the top of the pyramid, even though they are dynast, they don't see an opportunity because the pyramid is not growing. When it was growing, there was room for people to build their own pyramids. But now, since it is not growing, the top pyramid is coming down. That means the below pyramids have nowhere to go. So, and of course, this is a business of politics. Everybody is a politician, and characteristic of a politician is that they have to be really opportunistic. So these people who are hardcore politicians, and they are also part of a dynastic politics in Congress, which was working fine. But now, since there are no opportunities to grow, obviously these people are opportunistic, and they will find some opportunity. So I'm not saying that what Jyotirtha Raje Scindia did is wrong. It is actually part of the nature. If a human being sees an opportunity, and when he sees on the other side there is nowhere to grow, and when they also see as per their assessment that they are already 50 years old, and when they are not growing, there will be no future for them after 10 years. Obviously, they have to jump the ship and find some opportunity and take the decision at the right time to jump to the next ship where they have an opportunity to grow. So if you look at the HR functions of these two different parties, the BJP ecosystem provides the meritocracy for the growth, and hence even the people who are dynastic in nature will find a platform. If they perform, there will be opportunity for them to grow. Whereas in the Congress party, since it is a dynastic nature, the top pyramid is coming down, and hence there is no space for the below the pyramids which are below that to go to either get crushed or to basically get out or jump ship. So this is my analysis on this whole incident of Mr. Jyotirtha Raje Scindia quitting Congress and joining BJP. And this is my own analysis. I would welcome your comments and see whether you agree with me or not. I will meet you tomorrow with more facts and more analytics. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome on this Wednesday morning. And we are having this program called Naval Gunt Live. And as the name suggests, this is a program which is primarily presented by Mr. Naval Gunt, who's joining us from UK. So let me welcome Mr. Naval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it's Wednesday, and the subject for today is going to be quite interesting because we've all been cooped up for quite some time. So we need to do a bit of spring cleaning, don't you think, CK? Get rid of that dust that's settled around us. Get back into the real world and start preparing for the next event, whatever that next event is.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, in India and the Indians world across, they have celebrated Diwali, and as part of the ritual of celebrations, 10 days prior, we have to clean everything, throw old things out, buy new things. So I think we've just crossed literally that hurdle. But I think more importantly, we need to clean our mind, as you said. I think that's a real message, that we have to declutter our mind. And I think the reality of the pandemic, which has created in the world today, is that going forward, most of the workforce would be on the contract. As per the estimate, it is 30 to 40% workforce would be on contract as a consultant. Um, and that is what is required. And before we get into that kind of a mode, the people have to first realize what they are getting into, and what they have to prepare, what activities they have to do to prepare themselves to really position themselves as contract labor. So I think that is a discussion we want to have with you, Neville. What is your thoughts on this aspect?
Well, it's a really important topic, because, as you say, Diwali is about all that spring cleaning that you've done before, and it's the new era. It's the new year that comes in, and we do it physically. So we've done it. We've cleaned our property, cleaned our houses, put the lights on outside, had a lot of fun, welcomed the new era. But the main place we should be decluttering is 5 inches between these things here. And the interesting thing is, we've all got these. There's 2 of them. You can hold on to one if you like. Some are bigger than others. Some have got big lobes, smaller, it doesn't matter. They're called ears. And in between our ears is where it all goes on. So if we're going to value what we're going to be doing in this new era, where people are doing gigs, as they call them in the Western world. It's the gig economy. In other words, where you're just taking on a short contract or a long contract, which could be a week, 3 weeks, a month, a year, but these are short contracts. And now it's a question of getting yourself ready to take those on, because that's the economy that we're coming to. And it's not just a local economy, but it's the global economy that's moving that way. So we need to do things for ourselves to get us in the right mindset so that we can take that next stage. So I'm going to suggest we do this over 2 bites. 2 bites of a cherry, 2 bites of an apple. And the first bite this week is focusing on yourself, your own self-worth. You know, when you look in the mirror, do you like what you see? Are you happy with who you are? Do you enjoy life? No, these are really early stepping stones that we've probably got to reintroduce ourselves to ourselves. So this week, I think what we could do is we could focus on 3 things where you can go and practice for the next week, and then we can focus on more things that are going to get you right into this new contract type world. So the first thing is, and there's a picture in the background that might help you. It's self-belief, having the right attitude, having that can-do attitude, even if you don't know how to do it, you know that you've got that get up and go, that you're going to develop the right process, the right way forward. You're going to find out how to do it. And all of this is a lot of self-talk that goes on. And it's as simple as saying to yourself, I'm stupid, because you don't quite get it all the time, as opposed to the right attitude is saying, didn't quite get that, I'm going to have another look. I made a mistake, maybe. I need to go and do a little bit more research. And notice how different those are. One is, I'm stupid. If you have that self-talk about being stupid, I'm useless, I'm a bad person, no one likes me, you can really get into that really quickly, can't you? And I'm sure you see people that say this, you know, people that you had a lot of belief in before, but over the last 8 or 9 months, they've slipped into this arena of saying, well, I'm not really good enough and I'm not sure if that's going to work. And you even see it in the tone and hear it in the tone of their language and their demeanor. They sit down in front of a PC and you see it on Zoom, you know, they don't sit up. They don't look as though they're engaged. They don't look as though they're having fun. They've talked themselves into that situation. And by the way, they've not been alone, because the news, the TV, you know, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, they've all done it. They've all literally, it's been blasted at you from so many places about how the world is a bad place and I must be a bad person because I'm living in that world. The world's not a bad place, is it, CK?
Well, I think the attitude makes a lot of difference, and I think that is a first step to improve the attitude, as you rightly said. And many people, as you rightly said, don't have the right attitude to even take the first step. So if they are not able to identify what is their self-worth, I mean, they don't have the right attitude, then how going forward they will be able to price their services which they will offer to their enterprises. So I think you're
absolutely right. So it needs to start, and we're starting simply here. Although, having said that, it's going to be quite difficult because you've got yourself into this situation. And bear in mind, you need to listen to that again. And I know you can repeat this by going onto YouTube and going back again, but you've got yourself into this situation. You've allowed it to happen. You might want to blame everybody else, but actually that's the wrong attitude. So immediately, your self-worth starts with your self-belief. Who am I? Do I like myself? Have I got the right language that's going on up in here? Because as you and I both know, there's a conversation that goes on up here without your mouth opening. My wife constantly says to me, I could be watching the TV and completely abstract to what's going on the TV, and my head's going, because I'm having a conversation. I haven't got 2 people up here. I've got half a dozen, and they're all chipping in to the conversation. No, when you get really good at this, you could have 100 people in your brain, because there's probably that many things that are going on. And the key thing is to control the ones that are negative and let the ones that are positive have their say. So you can shut people down. Again, you're not opening your mouth. It's just going on in your head. So the key thing is to shut the ones that are having all those negative vibes going on up there and open up the positive ones. So this self-belief is really important. It's where we need to start. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think you have raised a very profound observation, and you're absolutely right, because this happens with everyone. It has happened to me. It probably happens to you, and it happens to everyone, whether you're young or old or a middle-aged person. Many times people don't even know that their attitude has an issue. So what is your advice? I mean, we are talking about building your self-worth. So over the period of next 2 episodes of this program, we want to basically focus on that. But the first step is, how do I get into attitude of identifying what is my worth? Do you have an opinion, or do you have any suggestions to the viewers how to improve their attitude and get some value for themselves out?
Well, the interesting thing is really easy to do. You've got to go and do something. So they say you need confidence to move forward. Well, how do you get confidence? How do you get confident over something? You go and do something. You go and do something that actually reinforces your confidence. So it might be going for a walk and, listening to the birds singing, looking at the flowers, looking at the leaves, looking at the trees, This is an interesting time of year to go for a walk in the UK because the trees are turning colour. In some respects, they're dying. You know, they're losing their protection. Apart from the evergreen ones, which are just maybe slightly changing colour. But the thing is, things are happening. There's an evolution of things that are happening out there. And if that's what you go and enjoy, go and do it. Do it more. Because that will actually bring you back into the real world. This is what makes you want to get up every day. So building that self-belief, building that confidence, you need to go and do something. And obviously, go and do something you love. So if you like reading books, go and do it. Have a clear focus about why you're doing it and go and do it. So if you like creating things, you know, could be anything. Maybe a new web page, maybe a new landing page, you know, if that gives you a thrill, a buzz, then go and do it. If you like looking at something that perhaps your competitors might be doing, or something that's going to improve what you will be doing in the future, then go and do it. Get the best out of it. And as you see, this is a doing issue. You've got to physically go and do something. And it might be sitting in front of a PC, or it may be going for a walk, or it may be doing something else. But you've got to go and do it. And my suggestion is, do something you love. Because if you love it, all of a sudden you fall back in love with it. Because at the moment, you're not there. You've lost your way. Your self-esteem's low, perhaps. Your self-belief as a result is low. Your self-talk is all negative. You know, I never get anything right. I give up too easily. This isn't going to work. Just listen to the language that you're talking and change it. And the point about I'm trying to make here, CK, is you've done it before. You've got loads of experience where you've done it before and it worked. So go and do more of that and have fun, okay? Because you become more confident by getting good at something. You might even decide to go and do something you haven't done before. And that might be learn to play an instrument. You know, if you've got thick walls and you haven't got thin walls in your apartment and you want to go and learn to play the trumpet, then when you're learning to play the trumpet, believe you me, you hit a few bum notes at the beginning. So you've either got very friendly neighbours who like you, or give them earplugs, or give them, you know, a new CD, or buy them a Netflix subscription and say, I'm going to be practicing my trumpet at this time. Why don't you listen to some other music? You know, and that leads us into the next one, okay? Surround yourself with people that make you feel good.
So I think the point that you have made is very important, and that is why some of our colleagues, industry colleagues, say that hey, they are going to a secluded resort for a week. They want to unwind and they want to think about what they want to do next. So I think this is a time where people who wants to build career, or it's about reskilling ourselves. So the first thing is to do, and you mentioned that it's about doing, is to think what they want to do and then really do it. So make a timetable, come out with a timetable and start doing those things which you have written down. So I think that is very important. But you know, Naval, I think it's a reality, it's a real world. So for some of the people, it's even very difficult to find directions also, because usually people jump from one thing to other very often, and it's very difficult for them to get focused and do things. So what is your advice for such kind of people?
Well, you raise a very interesting subject, CK, and as I say, this what we're talking about today goes deep and deeper and deeper and deeper, and then depending on who you are, depending on how deep you need to go. And there's a lot of people in this gig economy, in this gig world, that have been very successful in the past, and now aren't very successful at all. And maybe they've slipped down the curve the fastest because things have just disappeared. So what they were doing previously may have not had structure, may have not had purpose, may have not have focused, but they got by and they were very happy in what they did. And it just worked because there was so much work out there that really they didn't have to work at finding work. It just came to them. And I'm sure you know lots of people that fit into that category. For those people, it's probably harder because you've got to start again. Because you didn't know what actually made you successful. You didn't have a process. It was luck in many respects. You didn't have a timetable. You didn't have a diary. You didn't, call 5 people a day, as some books recommend you to do, because at the end of the month, you've actually touched base with 150 people. Wow, just by calling 5 people a day, well, 5 times 30, which is the average month, is 150 people. If you multiply that by 12, all of a sudden you're into the thousands. And that's how you can build your network, and that's how you can build confidence in other people knowing what you do. So I feel really sorry for those that have just stumbled along and it have been really successful for the last 5 or 10 years, and now it's not, because now you've really got to take a step back, and maybe your confidence has been hit hard, maybe your self-esteem has been hit, and therefore your self-worth, which we'll talk about next week. How do you price yourself for that new gig, for that new opportunity? We'll mention the subject this week. It's getting out of the Me Too. You and I have talked about Me Too for ever since we've known each other. You need to be different. You need to show people that you are worth employing. No, you've got to literally become a graduate all over again, and sell yourself. And a lot of people don't know how to do that because they've never really had to do it. Their last job has given a referral for this one, or the job they did 3 years ago has given a referral for the next one. But things have changed. So now what you need to do is dig in deep. And it may be the first thing you do is, as I said at the beginning of this, go and surround yourself with people you feel good. Not people that completely downtread what you're doing or what they're doing. This is self-talk at the end of the day. So one of the first things you can do is go and talk to people that may well be in the same situation that you are, but they've got this can-do attitude. They're always bright and sprightly. They're always happy to take your call. They're always happy to have a discussion with you. And those are the first steps that actually you can do to take, which actually will improve their state of mind as well. Because until you start to have that conversation, you don't really know where people are coming from. So this isn't about reinventing yourself. This is about finding yourself. Seeing how good you really are and working out why people employed you in the past, why you were different, and then doing more of that, really.
Neville, when you speak like this, I am thinking about the politicians, because, politicians may have a very long career, going up to 50 years or sometimes 60 years or sometimes even more. But if you look back in their life, every 4 years, they have new agendas. They have a new narrative to talk about. They basically fight for different items, and they create a public perception every 4 to 5 years. So I think it's very important for everyone, even professionals like us, to at least get some inspiration. I mean, politicians are not the best people to get inspired from, but at least we should look at this quality where they're always driven every 5 years. Even they are very old people at age of 80. Some of these politicians are quite driven because they have an agenda in their mind. So I think you very rightly and aptly put out that the first thing to realize your worth so that you can be successful and ask for the same price as an individual contract consultant is to first realize that what is your core competency, and if you don't have a core competency, what is your attitude to find a new skill or nurture the competency that you have further so that you can ask for it. So do you have any other advice before we close this video, Neville?
Well, really, it's a wrap up, and the purpose of today is to give you a structure so that in the next 7 days you can go and do something. You can go do something about it, because it's all right listening to these videos and you say, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I get that. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Oh, he's dead on with that one. That's not the purpose of this video. The purpose of this video is so that you can now go and do something with it. So here's the action plan for this week. The first thing is sit down, and you might want to sit down with a pencil and paper or your PC in front of you and just start thinking backwards. You know, what is my attitude? Do I like me? What have I done before? You know, what have I done before to make me feel good? Did I really enjoy what I was doing? You know, start with all of those questions that you, the only person, can get the answers to. So that's your first step. In other words, it's developing that self-esteem. I am worthy. I will be more valuable in the future. I just need to work out where I'm really, where's my expertise? What have I done? Where have I done it? And this is all about improving your can-do attitude, because you've done this before. It may be some time before, okay? It may not have been just before COVID hit. You know, you may have been having a bad patch then, but at some point in your life, you've done this before. So this is a bit of soul searching. The second thing is go and do something you love. Now, this could be on a work basis. It could be on a practical basis. It could be anything you like doing. Some people at this point will go and pick up a paintbrush and decorate a room. You know, if that's what you love, go and do it. Make you feel good because there's a tangible outcome. The room's been decorated. Other people pick up a paintbrush and paint a picture of the garden or of a science fiction figure. It doesn't matter. Go and do something you love, building up your confidence levels. Could be anything, as I say. The third thing is go and ask your friends, your business relationships, who you call friends, or maybe enemies in the past, because they're probably suffering in the same way. Go and ask what's happening to them. Go and ask them to give you feedback, because you're going to now be in a better position to take that feedback. And ask them to be honest. What was it why did you employ me last time? Why do you think that project was so successful? And build up that level of self-esteem. You've done it before, you can do it again. Now all you need to do is develop a process that you can continually go back to and make things work. So 3 things. Have a little audit of what you've been. Go and do something you love. Have a chat with other people that you've worked with so you can get some feedback. Preferably people that are going to give you honest feedback. Once you get those 3 in place this week, then you can move on to the next level. But you've got to do the work.
So Neville, I think the advice for the viewers is very clear. They have to do certain things, and that is why they will be prepared for our next episode, which is about identifying your self-worth. So viewers, please follow Neville's advice for this week, which is about improving your attitude and identifying what is best for you, and practice that for next 1 week. And we will come back in next Wednesday on this at the same time, and we'll discuss about the top 3 things which are essentials for every professional to identify his self-worth. So thank you very much, Neville, for coming on the show this week. We will catch up next week.
My pleasure. Have fun, everyone.
Bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Bone.
Good morning, CK. It's a beautiful Wednesday here, although we're about to have a thunderstorm, so it should be electrifying. And you've got some electrifying news today, haven't you?
When it comes to thunderstorms, we are in the middle of it, and for last 1 week it's pouring non-stop, and it will continue for next, as per the predictions, next at least 6 to 7 days. So, we are enjoying it.
Absolutely, but you're in a political thunderstorm.
Of course. See, what has happened, Neville, is something which is very specific to India, but I just want to inform you about this before we start discussing, what are the repercussions of this. There is a very famous superstar in India who was just 34-year-old, quite dashing, quite smart, popular among youngsters, multifaceted personality. Is not only a superstar, he is a India topper in engineering. So he was a very brainy fellow. He invested with NASA, and he bought a land on the moon. He started a lot of scholarship programs for youngsters. He wanted to, apart from being acting, because obviously he's doing acting to make money, and he was making a lot of money. He was also investing big time in artificial intelligence and also in virtual reality and stuff like that. He was a very person who had a lot of big dreams. So this is all known because he was very popular on Twitter and social media, working with the masses. He had a mass appeal. 2 months back, we heard that he committed suicide by hanging himself from the ceiling fan.
Oh, I remember it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that well.
So initially, there was a lot of publicization by certain PR, pseudo-secular, political people that he was bipolar, and therefore he was not mentally stable, and he committed suicide and so on. So for a month, everybody believed that. In fact, I did a video along with my lawyer friend about how to prevent a suicide, because everybody believed it. When the government of that particular state is talking about, especially the police and very senior people on the police who are investigating, are saying that there is no evidence. But it turns out that after almost like a month or 30 or 35 days, the certain other facts started tumbling out. Things like his diary, in which he's talking about his future plans. It turns out the doctor who declared him bipolar was a fake. So a lot of these things started coming out, and for some reason his body picture was made viral. And then a lot of people started analyzing the body and the ligature mark and what are the injuries and all that. And it turns out that a lot of people, specialists, not only from India, but even outside India, even from United States, non-Indians, they started analyzing these pictures, and they started saying, it doesn't look like a suicide at all. The injury mark is not of a hanging, it's of a strangulation. And after that, and a lot of Indian experts, forensic experts who are probably retired or in different police forces across different states started voicing their concern. So ideally, the state government should have ordered a separate inquiry because, as a citizen, I feel that the state government or any government in India is elected by people. So their job is to represent people. And if people themselves are questioning the state government investigation, the police investigation, so what is the responsibility of the state government? They should look like as if they are representing people in the assembly. So they should order for an independent inquiry. So there are ways to do it. There is a centralized agencies. There are not one. There are multiple central agencies in India which can be summoned for conducting a independent inquiry. So this way, state government would look good. And they can always give speeches in multiple platforms. Hey, you didn't believe us? At least believe the central agency because we called them. But on the contrary, what happened? They blocked all central agencies. They tried to block the media, and they blocked investigation done by other states into this state as well.
From Akulmach,
and finally, this whole murky business reached the Supreme Court. And today, after 2 months of long legal battle, and why I'm saying that it's a legal battle, it's not people versus the government, it's the governments of two states fighting with each other. Because this person who died belonged to another state.
Okay.
And he had a lot of fan following in that state. So the government of that particular state came under a lot of pressure of people.
Recycling.
So they actually approached the court, the highest court of India.
The circular
economy. And now, from
what do you know
today,
about,
the central agencies have been summoned by the court.
Previously, it was called the linear economy.
And they will do the investigation.
What is that?
So it's a big deal.
Up into your mind?
It is a big.
It's a huge deal. And
well,
a huge deal.
Look at the linear economy. It means that there are some resources available.
Clearly, someone
some minerals and metals available. All you have to do is dig them out and extract them, purify them, and use it for your own purpose.
This is a massive,
if it is about food, grow the food.
Well, I have not given you any names. I have not told you even the state names. I have not given you. I know, in fact, it is coming in the media. All the names are being pronounced. But between you and me, I am not giving any names. I'm just giving you an incident so that we can, understand this in depth. And probably with your wisdom, you can say.
Tools
in an elected government or in a democracy, what is the responsibility of elected government? Probably you can throw some light on that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And,
well, it goes further.
We've grown up with it, really.
An elected government
I
or
suppose
democracy.
In some respects, we might call it a Western society.
One of the most
where you
highly respected values that we have in society.
And when you dispose of it, you tend to end up putting it into landfill.
When we elect anybody,
landfills
whether
grow
it's
and
in an
grow
organisation
until
or it's in a
too
community,
big, and then you have to create another landfill.
We're putting
so
trust
it's quite
in
ridiculous, really. We're taking things out of the land,
we've
and we're putting
made
it back
that
in the
mental
shape of
assessment of trust.
So,
this is a person I
the
can
problems that landfill
if they're a person
but
you
the
can't
circular
trust,
economy,
you'd never give them your vote,
new,
would you?
Really,
you'd never say, You know,
with any
I'm going to vote for this person, but I
we
don't trust
always reuse things and
you just wouldn't vote.
recycle
Simple
things
as that.
wherever possible.
That's not a wasted vote. That's just
the whole
fact
concept
you don't
of
believe
having
in
children.
And the point is, it goes to our inner core
Have you heard
of
that
our belief
phrase
system.
before, CK?
So let's just make this very
A
simple.
couple of times.
You have a close
Just
friend.
a couple of times.
And that close friend.
Well, I was lucky.
Has
I had brothers.
been a close friend for some time.
I always felt sorry for some of
You
my
trust
friends
that
that
friend
had sisters
with
and they were older
everything
sisters
they're doing,
because the hand-me-downs were.
And then that friend goes and does
adapted.
something.
But it was that whole society.
They don't
It's
tell
that
you
sort
about.
of 40s and 50s
But you
societies
find out
post-war,
about it
where there
through
was very limited
someone else.
resources, and people literally.
And it's pretty bad. It's so bad, it's going to question everything about your friendship. Do I trust this person with anything going forward? I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, but it's bad. You know, just like this event is pretty bad. You know, saying that someone's committed suicide, advising everyone that, you know, that's what happens to these famous people. They live on highs and they live on lows. I mean, we see it around the world. I mean, actors in particular are prone to this type of arena because they do have massive highs. But when nothing is going for them, there's no adrenaline rush. You can only imagine the lows that they go to. And some people do go into depression. They start heavily drinking, they go into drugs. And all of this discussion is going on around the fact that someone quite famous, quite young, long future ahead of them, has committed suicide. I didn't know this person, really. I read it in the newspaper, and I saw it on the international media, and I remember it was on BBC News. I mean, this was big news. And now you're finding out that it's not true. This whole person's life has been castigated by a lie. And that lie is now unfolding. So it's hitting everyone, you know, not just Indians, but it would hit me too. I would turn around and say, do I really trust these people who are making decisions? What other decisions have they made recently that I now bring into question? And it's this whole one issue of trust. Sorry, I'm not interrupting you. What you were going to say?
No, I was just saying that, you know, this is not the first issue in last 8 months. This is second cover up the state government has done. There was a lynching incident which has been covered up, and even that has gone to the highest court of India, which is Supreme Court, and it is awaiting judgment. So this is second one in very close proximity in terms of you know, this few months. So I think.
But it would. I mean, it would bring into. I mean, even a good friend of yourself, you know, you would bring into question your own judgment. You know, because we do judge people. Let's face it. But if you've got a really good friend of ours, and you then find out that that really good friend has done something that actually is immoral, illegal, you know, whatever. You know, and it brings into question all of the other decisions you've made. Not they've made, but you've made. And obviously, the more popular the individual, the more people are going to feel it. And the last thing you want is literally, I mean, this is what social unrest is all about. You know, it's the effect of one thing happening that has a massive impact across the community. I mean, we've seen it in America with Black Lives Matter, that brought to the forefront by what appears to be the innocent killing of an individual by the police. And it brings into question then everything else that these people are doing. So we just need to take a step back here and think about this one value that we have. Values are very personal, but communities have a value, and it's this value called trust. So it's been undermined, and the point is, you can lose it And if you don't do certain things, you'll never recover it. We all make mistakes. But like anything else, if you make one lie, then another lie to cover up that lie, and then another lie to cover up that lie, and then another lie to cover up the consequences of that lie, all of a sudden, you've lost reality. Your life is just a perception. You know, you're constantly living this lie. So I think we can learn lots of lessons from this.
So on this subject alone, I would like to say that, I feel that the state government is foolish, because in today's environment, all these evidences which are coming out, because you have cremated the body, you have destroyed the evidence, and you have declared the person deceased as a suicidal case. You did not even file a police complaint because it's an accidental death. But, he had a lot of neighbors, and he had a lot of friends. So the incident has been captured by mobile from different angles when the body has been taken out and all that. So all that is coming out. So what on earth the state government was thinking that they can hide it? Because even if you cremate the body thinking that the evidence is destroyed, but it really doesn't, because there is Wi-Fi data. You can, in today's world, even if multiple people enter this guy's house, their mobile will be tracked, their Wi-Fi will be tracked. So, if you want to do investigation, you can always catch the criminal. And if you just catch one fish, all the fishes will be caught. It's a matter of time.
Once you catch one fish, you catch the whole school. Yeah, the thing is, there is, unlike 20, 30 years ago, pre-internet, pre-smartphones, everyone being a journalist. We're all journalists. Everyone, if you see a tussle in the street, people don't call the emergency number anymore. They get their mobile phone out and start videoing it systems and stream it live. And this is the reality that we're working within, and that's not to say, you need to be really careful about what you do. Be who you are. That's who you need to be. And if that is merit-worthy on the internet, then people will do it. You tend to find that the things that go viral on the internet are mostly the bad things. Sometimes we see some good Samaritan stuff that goes viral, but that's just the nature of human beings. I'd like to see more of the good stuff going viral.
No, but one thing I like to say that, they try to destroy the evidence by even destroying the CCTV camera footage. But the next building had the CCTV camera. They never thought about it. So how many things you can cover up?
But that's my whole point is you start to tell a lie, a little lie, that grows into a bigger and a bigger and a bigger one, and then actually you lose sight of which one you're working with. If you always tell the truth, you've never told a lie. Your brain actually is only if you've forgotten things, you've actually physically forgotten it. You've not decided to put it in the back of your mind and lie about it. You've just forgotten it. So it's a message to us all, really, here. And I'm not saying everyone tells little white lies. They do. It's just a human nature. But this one has got massive repercussions. And the bigger the issue, the worse the consequence, as we all know. It's common sense, really. But again, going back to these elected officials, how deep is the cancer?
Oh, it's very deep. I don't want...
Exactly. That's the problem. It's just the question that we all start to ask. How deep is it? And the interesting thing is, that's one local government. Are the other local governments watching? Are they thinking about, oh, yes, we've got to be really careful here? Or actually saying, we're never going to do that? And they've all got policies. They've got fantastic policies of being honest, truthful, don't lie, seek the truth. because they're in public office, you know, and we trust people in public office, no matter two ways about it. Even in the most corrupt of arenas around the world, we've got a modicum of trust around certain leaderships. But when you're trying to promote trust, because undoubtedly they will have a value statement somewhere within the organization.
Of course, I mean, it takes long time to build a trust, maybe a couple of decades sometimes, but it takes just one incident to destroy the whole thing. So I think it's a learning for all of us. We have to learn from this incident, especially people who are involved. I don't think with what face they will go back to public asking for votes. I think that is where the whole question lies, and public servants should never lose trust of people.
It's a difficult arena. I mean, I would never run for public office anywhere. We've all got skeletons in our cupboards, and that's not the reason I wouldn't run for public office. The reason I wouldn't run for public office is, if I were to do it, it would have to be 100%. I couldn't. I mean, even in the UK, you can be a member of parliament, a local politician, and you can have another job. My view is, if someone's paying for my commitment in this arena, they're paying for me, period. And I take a sabbatical from everything I'm doing. And if that sabbatical is 1 year, 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years, then it's a sabbatical. But I have to be committed to that one thing. As you've heard me often say, commitment is an on-off switch. It's not a dimmer. So if you're an entrepreneur, for instance, you're living and breathing being an entrepreneur. That doesn't mean to say you have to be committed to one company, okay? But that's not in the public arena. You can have multiple companies, but each of those companies know the level of commitment you can give. So you might say, well, I've got 5 days a week. That means I can support 10 companies. So that's morning, afternoon, etc., etc. If that's the way you do it, that's fine. But in public office, you're a public servant. And a public servant is just that, a public servant. We all can take a massive lesson from this, from a very sad and unhappy event that I'm glad that his family and friends are getting closure, because I bet they didn't believe it initially, but all the evidence was stacked up against them.
Yeah, so the family approached, they never believed in the suicide theory. So they approached the legal system, and based on their effort, we are seeing that the central agency is getting involved. So I think the investigation will now start. It is not, nothing has happened in the last 2 months. So.
Well, the good thing is the justice system is intact. It may have had a bit of a wobble for a couple of months, one hell of a wobble, but the justice system is intact. So that's what our belief can still be in that system. We can still trust in something that's above everybody else, which is great. So there's a real positive to come out of this.
Yes.
And hopefully we can all learn the lessons.
I think there is a huge lesson for people who are in senior positions or having public life. I really thank you for giving us this advice today. I would like to end this discussion by stating Martin Luther King, who said, and I quote, that if there is an injustice in a small area, that shouts out at all the justice in other areas. So I think this is exactly what has happened here in this case.
Yep. And of course, he said that last century, over 40 years ago. In fact, it's probably nearer 60 years ago.
Right.
When are we going to learn the lesson?
I think it's high time we should learn the lesson.
It's high time we should learn the lesson before social media teaches us.
Right.
Anyway, thank you for this discussion this morning. It's a sad event, fundamentally, but the right outcome is going to be had.
Yes, Neville, thank you very much, and we will catch up again tomorrow.
Cheerio, CK. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Talk Talks. Today I have a very interesting topic to discuss, and before I go further, I just want to inform you that today is 74th Infantry Day. To discuss more about this particular day and share our ideas, I have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been associated with radio broadcasting, worked in multiple continents. So, welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. Today being the Infantry Day, I would like to say, yes, ma'am, I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And I would like to extend congratulations and happiness to all countrymen and, of course, army people. So, I just want to just tell you, put facts in front of you that it is a day. Why we celebrate is because this is a momentous day in 1947 when the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir was under attack by tribal raiders supported by troops of newly formed Pakistani army. And it was terrible because I have heard that the army people, especially the 1/6 Infantry Battalion who was in charge of that particular fight, they just dropped on the airport of Srinagar and they immediately start fighting with these Pakistani army backed intruders.
Yes, Kanchan. As they say, the army consists of the 1st Infantry Division and there are 8 million replacements. So every soldier, when he touches the ground, he or she, let us be more correct, they become the infantry people. They are the foot soldiers. And ultimately, infantry has been part of the armies across the world since very, very long time, ancient times. In India's case, they make the first successful mission accomplished just within 2 months of the independence. In August 1947, we got the independence. In October, our army had to rush to the place in Kashmir and they had to free the Kashmir Riyasat, as that was called by in those days. So I think infantry is something that needs to be cherished because that has been the oldest form of people or formation in any military. And all the big fighters that we have known in the ancient times, in the medieval times, they were all infantrymen at the heart, at the base of it. And today, when it is celebrated at the India Gate with the National War Museum, I think that is a significant respects to all those people who knew that their boots which were on the ground can actually push the enemies out even if they are in hiding, isn't it?
Yes, I want to just add, I'm very proud because I passed couple of years in Kashmir. I can very well understand the pressure our Indian forces undergo on these insurgencies or intruders fighting. So it's terrible sometimes. And to celebrate this day is not only one day. I think it is kind of throughout a year, maybe as a kind of, it's a part of your mentality that you appreciate the work which is being done by army since the independence. And the infantry has always stood by the nation in the times of crisis. Infantrymen had displayed utmost dedication, courage, and selfless devotion to duty. So, and when we are celebrating, every year we celebrate October 27 as the Infantry Day, and you must have seen on television how they have put uh, respect on India Gate and to the soldiers who have sacrificed their lives in this work of dedication.
Interesting. Yes, Kanchan. And the interesting part of today's respect ceremony is that our Chief Defense of Staff, General Bipin Rawat, and our Manoj Mukund Naravane of Indian Army Chief, they gathered at this National War Memorial, and that infantry division which held back the People's Liberation Army in 1962, they were witnessing it. You see the kind of message that was given by this ceremony today. And that is the might of Indian Army and the infantry people of India and the leadership who are leading this from the front. So infantry is a military specialization that engages in the military combat on foot. And there are different variations, different formations of it. Some of them are mounted, some of them are unmounted. And, infantry is part of those three pillars of army, which is infantry, cavalry, and armored vehicles. So most of the infantry action in the recent times have been seen in the World War I, World War II, and then respective battle zones in the world. They are the people who get through the most casualties, Kanchan. The images of casualties that we see most of come from the infantry of the army, and it is the situational awareness that makes them smart, that makes them really agile in those terrain. They know the terrain in and out, and of course the army side, the enemy side also knows this. So it becomes more challenging, because I think it is more than the boots on the ground. It is what goes on inside the minds that sees them through the victory.
Yes, this Indian infantry has been working in Siachen Glacier on Thar Desert, also in Northeast insurgency. They have played an active role in curbing the insurgency, especially in Northeast and in Siachen. So it's tough to really keep standing and safeguard the territories and other aspects when it comes to general public, safeguarding the rights and the freedom of public. And I think every day and every hour, every minute, we should pay respect and salute to these smart and these brave Indian Army soldiers.
Exactly. And I think it is important also, I wanted to highlight this, that the infantry, being the foot soldiers, they are no less than the officers. They are no less than the people who actually give the command. And therefore, the general perception of the civil public has to be that army is not about the army officers. Army is about the infantry. Army is about the foot soldiers. It is the foot soldiers on whose shoulders the generals and the lieutenant generals and the colonels actually sit and they see the victory through. So the services of infantry is actually priceless, is actually precious, and therefore I would think, or I would like to think, that they are very well taken care of in terms of salaries, in terms of the benefits from the Indian Army, and in terms of retirement, in terms of commissioning, in terms of progression, in terms of promotions, and everything, because army is also an organization.
Yeah, I agree with your point of view, but I also want to put forward one thing, that in army, every right from top hierarchy to bottom, there is a different than when we see the corporate hierarchy. And I think the top generals or majors, they are the front warrior when it is a war. So I think they become inspiration while undergoing any war-like situation or any type of insurgency. So I think that's entirely very. We have in India, we have quite a professional army, and we have very able general at the moment, and we have very good general, and a story about them should be read and should be maybe a chapter on their personality should be included in the curriculum of studies in schools and colleges. So we had these kind of generals in our army. And regarding this 1/6th Infantry Battalion, who were the first infantry contingent in Indian Army who fought in Jammu and Kashmir. So I just like to salute them for their work and their bravery. And in the last, I just want to add a few points. That technological development in battlefield have changed. Now people don't currently fight one-to-one because there's the technology there. But then it is, I think it is unimaginable at this point of time, when at that point of time, actually when in 1947, when these army professionals had to take care the intruders, and they fought, they fought house to house and like mohallas to really take out these intruders from Jammu and Kashmir. And I am sure it was a very tough call for them at that point of time. What are your ideas, please?
No, I agree. When I was growing up, Kanchan, I have heard about 1971, that Bangladesh liberation war that was fought on our eastern borders and also on the western borders. Infantry played a very, very crucial role in the whole army formation. And to think about it, the Indian Army was fighting a war on the two different borders, which were at least 3,000 miles apart, the Bangladesh border and as well as the Pakistan border from the Punjab side and the Kashmir side. So definitely the infantry played a great role in that. And just to pay the respects to the infantry, Kanchan, we have some great Indian Army infantry regiments like Gorkha Rifles, like Garhwal Rifles, Brigade of the Guards, Rajput Regiment, Jat Regiment, Punjab Regiment, Madras Regiment, Bihar Regiment, Parachute Regiment, Maratha Light Infantry, Rajputana Rifles, Sikh Regiment, and several others. And I think it is a great time to celebrate these warriors, and let's not call them foot soldiers, because they are the soldiers. Everyone is a soldier. A lieutenant general is also a soldier. A brigadier is also a soldier. The soldier is the essence of this, and therefore it needs to be commemorated. It needs to be respected, and I think we are doing a great job by highlighting their contribution in our India's security. And it is again one more reminder to the civilians that the peaceful sleep that we take every night, it is because of these people who secure our borders. Indian Army, Indian Navy, and the Air Force, and paramilitary as well.
Yes, in the last just closing remark, I just want to tell you that happy 74th Infantry Day to all Indians and the toughest men of Indian Army. So it was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, and we'll be meeting with some different topic on in a different episode sometime later. For today, Jai Hind. Bye-bye.
And thank you, Kanchan. The only one request to all our listeners, probably in a couple of centuries, they should not be called infantry, because that actually has a historical roots from coming from an infant, though they are not. They are real warriors.
Bye-bye, Sitesh.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and I'm very honored to have Mr. Naval Gund on our show today. Naval is chairman of Mindfit Limited UK, and we have tied up with him to bring the world best leadership program. And today he will tell us about how to come up in life while working under pressure. So, Naval, welcome to the show.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And we've all had pressure on us at one time of our life. Students have pressure all the time. Students are under pressure at the moment because most are working from home. They're not seeing their teachers on a regular basis. It's all digital. They may be in a household where there are 2 or 3 young people around them, and they all want to use that PC at the same time, because we're not all inundated with a PC per person, especially in large families. So the pressure's on. The pressure's always on. So, working under pressure, CK. Have you ever worked under pressure?
Well, I got used to this pressure, Naval, maybe, but I think there could be more pressure on me. I'm not having so much pressure.
Well, I think the interesting thing is, and a lot of people are now going to say, I don't believe that. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what people will say when I say the next thing. You actually create your own pressure. You put yourself in a pressurized position because we're not very good at managing time. So here's, for instance, okay? You've got young children and they've got homework to do. Do they diligently go away and do their homework? Or are they on the PC, on the Game Boy, playing their games, watching Netflix, pushing homework off to one side until you turn around and say, you've got homework to do, television off, go to your room and do your homework. So what happens? Are they brilliant students and go and do the homework without you telling them?
Not at all, Naval. In fact, they're not doing their homework. And the
you kept a straight face there, CK, and I was actually wondering what you were going to say, but no, they don't. And the thing is, they're making their own pressure. They know that they've got homework to do, and we all know what we've got to do. And in business, there's this. You can even buy these pads, and at the top it says to-do list. And the list goes on and on and on and on. I'm sure you've had this from time to time, maybe in your career. And you keep writing things down. Then you flip the page and you write a few more things down. And then you think, well, I'm getting to the third page now. I'm not going to do that anymore. And you put it to one side. And that to-do list ends up being a to-do list. But when are you going to do it? And the thing is, the longer you put it off, the more pressure you're going to be under. Here's a classic example. I mean, I know most people are in lockdown currently, but if you've got a Zoom meeting, okay, do you expect your clients to turn up slightly ahead of time or on time or late?
Well, my expectation is to all the people to turn up on time and not definitely late. They should be on time.
Okay, so we're even in this digital world, okay, and we're in Zoom, and we've not had this discussion before, so this is an interesting one. Do people turn up late?
About 50% people turn up late.
So even when it's Zoom and they haven't had traffic and they haven't had to negotiate, other people on the road, and they haven't had to time their train journey or get the flight or check in or leave their hotel on time, 50% don't turn up to a Zoom conference, digital conference on time. Interesting, isn't it? And I would think that's probably the same for most people. But immediately you put yourself under pressure because now you're late for that Zoom meeting. The likelihood is, if you're a busy person like me and like you, you've allowed a certain amount of time. And if you're smart, you've allowed more time than you think it might need. But if you literally have got your appointments back to back, you're going to be under pressure because it's going to be coming up to the last 10 minutes of the conversation, and you've got to go in 10 minutes. But the thing is, it's really interesting where you are, and you haven't given yourself enough time to make that communication, that conversation count. So what happens? The likelihood is you run over. So you've run over the first, you've got late there, you've now run over this one, and let's say you run over this one by half an hour, and all of a sudden you're putting yourself under more pressure. Now, I don't believe anyone listening here is going to disagree with me, because most people are going to say, yeah, you're right, yeah, I do that all the time. So the point is, now what we need to do is to work out how not to work under pressure. In other words, don't put yourself under pressure. But when you are under pressure, how to cope with the pressure. So there's two different things we need to be working on. And if you're like a lot of people out there, when you get under pressure, your work declines. The quality of your work declines. Therefore, you're not putting in your best effort. There are a few people, and I'm one of them, that actually love working under pressure. I love working to tight deadlines. Not that I'm lazy, not that it's the only time I do my best work, but I can feel the adrenaline moving, And you and I have been working on a few things over the last couple of years, CK, and you know that when we get to that final point, we've given it our best, despite the fact we've worked up right up to the last minute. But the majority of people will not be able to give their best because the pressure will take over. You will feed the pressure, and you're constantly looking up at the clock. Am I running out of time? And while you're doing that, the brain's not being the best it is on the project you're currently working on. These are quite simple things, and I can see you smiling, and you're probably thinking of times when you did that CK, but we all do it, don't we? We all time watch, oh, have I run out of time yet?
Yes, it's very funny that you mentioned to-do list, Neval, because this is exactly what happens to me, where you make a list and then you throw it out after a week because that to-do list is now stale. There are other things on the plate, including those which were listed on the to-do list. So now the list is much bigger. The pressure is mounting on. I think we all deal with that, and year on year, day by day, month on month, we actually handle this. So I think the important thing is your program, leadership program, has worked out a method of training people like us, whether you are a student or a chief executive, to help your brain fine tune so that you can handle the pressure. I think we would like to know more about that.
Well, the interesting thing is that handling pressure is different for everybody. And we've all got our own mechanisms. And it's a question of, do we know that we've got our own mechanisms? So if you actually say to someone, can you handle pressure? And they're in a real, what you perceive as a pressurized job, yes, they're obviously handling pressure, but they may not feel that way. They may be in this imposter syndrome arena where they don't believe they're handling pressure very well. The reality is they probably are, but they don't feel it because they're feeling under pressure. So this feeling you need to evaporate. You actually say, I've got this task, I'm going to spend this amount of time on it because that's what the budget says, basically. Well, that's what I can afford to spend on it, and I'm going to make the most of it in that particular time. That's being focused, being determined, and what that means is you need to take away all of the other distractions. And one of those could be that your mobile phone. You leave it, you leave the volume off, you switch the volume off, but actually you see it flash, And if you're a really busy person, it flashes quite a lot, actually. A WhatsApp message comes in, a Twitter feed comes in, an email comes in, a person's trying to contact you, that comes in. It will flash on your phone. That's what they're designed to do. It's supposed to help you manage your day. What it's actually doing, if you're in this pressure syndrome, is it's adding to your pressure. Because it's immediately saying, I've got this and I've got this and I've got this to do. And what that means is, while you're thinking about, I've got this and this and this to do, you're not actually focused on what you're doing. Now, it's common sense, really. And the thing is, people don't know how to focus. But they do when you explain to them, what do you do? How do you do this? Where do you do it? How good are you at doing it here and there? And the whole purpose of a program is to help you explore who you are. Not who I am and not who you are, CK, but it's the individual going through the process. So they literally look in the mirror and say, who am I? And once they then literally create their own prescription as who they are. And the nice thing is, there's for every identification of your weaknesses, there's always a solution to improve a weakness. And that's the purpose of a coach, of a good program, as you call it. And that's what we do.
Fantastic, Neval. In fact, people who are watching this video, we just want to inform that this is a very ingenious way of handling things. And there are many aspects of leadership, and working under pressure is one of the key aspects, because every leader, every person who's actually working on a project need to have these qualities. So the MindFit, which is a world-renowned program for leadership, has this subject of how to work under pressure as one of the key areas of improvement included. So you can write to us. This is just a precursor. Please come and join the program. Write to me or write to Neval directly and know more about it. So Neval, you have anything else to add before we end?
Well, the world needs leaders, CK, as we've said many times before. We need people that can lead others,
can get the best out of other people. And to do that, you've really got to get the best out of yourself first. So that's where we start. You know, we look in the mirror. And if you really want to go and motivate yourself today, just type into Google or YouTube, you know, one of your favorite songs about reflection. I love Michael Jackson's The Man in the Mirror. I think it's brilliant. I love the tone, I love the music. More importantly, I love the lyrics. Because it says, if you want to make a change, take a look at yourself and change. So that's the whole purpose of being MindFit. Do it yourself first, and then you have the rite of passage, the operating license to go and help others. So it's pretty simple stuff, but it is for a lot of people, it's going to be going back to basics because we don't learn this at school. We don't learn this in the education arena. We make an assumption we learn it. When we network with other people, there is an assumption that we know how to communicate with other people. And if you notice when you go to a networking meeting, some people are really good at networking. And then you put yourself under pressure because you say, well, they're really good at it and I'm not. It's this self-imposition, you know, I'm no good. Well, yes, you are actually. Everyone's a genius. It's just that they haven't found it yet. So it's a fascinating arena. And the more we can do with people around the world, the better the place will be. Simple as that.
Yes, Naval. In fact, MindFit program is a need of the hour, especially now, and especially in India. I think all of us and most of us who are in profession, in teaching, education, they should actually look at this program and join in. So thank you very much, Naval, for joining us today. We will catch up with you again tomorrow with something more interesting.
See you tomorrow, CK. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the day.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to share a piece of advice, or you may even say it's a tip which I will give it to you, especially when you are a startup CEO or you are a marketing head. So here is a tip which I want to share with everyone. The tip is that whenever we come across an idea or we want to talk about or market our idea, we have to be authentic and we have to be original. So when we come across a lot of other people doing a lot of innovative things, we may get inspired by those people, their efforts, etc. But when we talk, we actually don't copy their ideas. We have to improvise and come out with something original and authentic. Why I'm saying this? Because this is very, very important, because if you are authentic, it will be very important for you to defend and not discard your own idea when you are questioned about your own solution or offerings. So it is very important to be authentic and be original to be successful in life. So with this tip, I will end this video, and hopefully this advice may be useful for you. And just drop a message if just in case if you want to have any further discussion with me in terms of any guidance or any further tips that you may need. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Good morning, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to press. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gone.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's a funny week, start of the week in the UK. but it was an end of a week for you last week. I'm sure there were lots of celebrations on the Independence Day. So happy anniversary, belated anniversary. So what anything new announced because of the anniversary celebrations?
So thank you very much, Neville. In fact, it was a big celebration the whole day. And usually on Independence Day, the Prime Minister goes to the Red Fort, which is also called Lal Killa in our native language. And it is one of the largest fort in entire Asia Pac. I think it's among the top 5 forts in the world after the Chinese fort, which is the largest as we know it, the Forbidden City. So usually the tradition is that the Prime Minister makes a lot of announcements, give a lot of update to the nation, and 15th of August speech everybody looks at, because there will be a consolidated information provided by the Prime Minister. So one of the things that he mentioned as a start, I mean he talked about many things, Neville, but one of the things that he mentioned is about providing nationwide health card to every citizen of India. And that is big because this program will now commence.
No, that is really big, and of course, for people that are outside of India, they don't know. But you already have an identity card, so this is this would be a natural knock-on effect, and I'm sure COVID maybe has pushed your health industry into this arena, don't you think?
Absolutely, and Prime Minister mentioned about that. He also gave examples of countries like US, Italy, especially Italy, which used to boast that they have the world best health infrastructure, and look what has happened. So it is it's a wake up call for everyone, including India. And he said that we already have Aadhaar. Now, just to give you a little information about the Aadhaar card, which is a national ID, it is very unique program. It was started about 10 years back or maybe 9 years back, and it is mandatory for every citizen of India. Without registering into Aadhaar, you can't do anything. You can't buy land, you can't even open a bank account. And once you have an Aadhaar card with you, it is a biometrics based system. So it has your iris record and it has your all fingers records. So, and it is centralized. Say, for example, you change your address, it is completely online. You just go to Aadhaar website, change your address. So it is already running. It has the biometrics. Suppose you want to buy a property, all you have to do, show your ID, and your property get linked to your Aadhaar card, which is national ID. So that kind of infrastructure for so many people is already running, and that is why I think we all have a lot of confidence that any nationwide program which is digital or information based will be successful in India, primarily because there is a willingness of people and also systems availability.
That's great, because I dream of having that sort of access in the UK. I mean, from a health perspective, although we have a national health number here, there are so many different systems that even if I were to move from one district to another, there's no guarantee that all of my records digitally stored in one location can actually be accessed by the other location. So I think this is a fantastic move forward, and I'm sure actually it will help with COVID, because it will presumably identify some of those hotspots, because every time you go to a hospital, you'll presumably show your national health card, even if you're showing your identity card as well. So I think this is a tremendous way forward, frankly. And clearly, India's already got over the privacy issues that many other countries have with regards to national ID cards. and all of this need to make sure all of this data is really secure and can't be hacked by unscrupulous people that just spend their time on the dark web hacking away just to find out where vulnerabilities are. But I'm sure you were given all the assurances that you needed to have, CK, and you being an IT guy as well, will know that these things are pretty paramount these days, in days of hacking.
Yeah, certainly, Neville. In fact, it has gone through the scrutiny. It has various versions which are released, publicly announced. It has also gone to various court cases where some of the people said that I will not give my biometrics because it is prone to all these issues that you just mentioned. It can be misused, it can be stolen, blah blah blah. But the government has proven in the highest court of India, which is the Supreme Court, that nothing can happen to it. And because there is a privacy law, just like in UK and rest of the other, prominent countries, we also have a privacy law, which is very, very strict. It is part of the Constitution. And as part of the Constitution, the Government of India has to respect each citizen's privacy and the way he wants to actually exercise his privacy. So the law is shaped in such a way that for the national ID, if you don't want to give your biometrics, it's your choice. But the downside is when you go to the bank, they will say that this is mandatory. And if you go to IT, they'll say it is mandatory and so on. So legally, there is no bondage. People can choose not to give their biometrics, but I think it's a choice of the people. So by and large, I think almost like 94 to 95% India is covered under the National ID project. And coming back to the National Health Card, it is going to be a number. So I think in future, these health card and the national ID can be merged together very well, so that people don't have to carry multiple cards with them. The idea is you go in any part of India, you don't have to carry your records. You just carry your health ID. You can go to any hospital, any doctor, any dispensary, and your data can be retrieved, your past history, your vitals, and when the test was done, what was the result, all that will be available to the new doctor at which you are present at that point in time. So it's going to be very good help to the citizen. And one more thing I'd like to tell you, Neville, there is a world largest health protection program run by India. It is even bigger than Obamacare. And interestingly enough, this is called Modi Care. It is named as Modi Care. It's a joke. It is a national it is a national health protection system for citizens, where up to almost like $30,000 worth of healthcare will be provided to citizens of India absolutely free. So that includes even minor operations as well.
Well, that's excellent. And as you say, once you move from one doctor to the next, one physician to the next, one hospital to the next, it really does speed up the consultancy. And at the end of the day, this is the 21st century, and we're after having the best information available at the right time so that we can make the best decision. So I fully support what India and your Prime Minister's doing, whether it's Modi Care or whatever.
That was a joke.
No, I know. Well, it's a bit like Obamacare. I mean, that was a bit of a joke as well. It wasn't, the bill didn't say Obamacare at the top of it. So, but the point is, every leader needs to. Here's a message: every leader needs to leave a legacy. So, I suppose what we should be saying to everybody: what's your legacy today? Maybe that's a good point to end on. What's your legacy? Don't have to answer it, but people will see what your legacy is by what you do.
Absolutely. I think Modi has become a very big global leader. Especially, he was voted by 600 million people, and he is actually doing a lot of things for people. So whether they're, India is a federal country. It has multiple states with variety of. You can compare India with European Union. So you can imagine Modi as a leader who's heading something like European Union. He's been voted by 600 million people. So it's a huge chunk of population. And I think it's an area in the world for which Modi is working, not one country. So I think that's the difference. And definitely this dispensation is going to leave a lot of legacy uh, in next couple of years.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, as we say, leaving a legacy is important. So let's hope that the legacy is long lasting.
I think so, because the changes are quite elaborate, quite binding, and the problems which India had all these years have been ironed out. More unification. So I think it's not only starting of a program; it's the entire back end of that before the launch of the program is being sorted out first. I think the last 5 years were spent in sorting out the issues which are related. For example, if there is a benefits which has to go to a poor, it was never reaching the poor. There was always a middleman. So they have sorted it out by a national ID project. Now, if some government has to send a benefit direct to the needy, it goes directly into his account. It's a direct transfer from government. So it is called direct benefit transfer. And
it sounds like direct benefit is where it should be. So you cut the middlemen out, because there are far too many middlemen, taking their cut. And of course, the problem is the cost of the healthcare is always going to be the same. So if people are taking 5%, 10%, 20% out along the way, people are not getting the value of the healthcare because they can only afford 75% of what they need.
Absolutely. In fact, this is a very exciting development I wanted to share after the PM speech on 15th of August. And this is a bit of information. I think there is lots to it. If you find time, you can do a little bit digging into Google. But I think we can end our discussion today at this point, and we will meet tomorrow again.
Certainly will. Have a good day, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day, CK, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Multiverse and you are welcome to our show. Today we have a very interesting topic to discuss, and that is space colonization. When we talk about space colonization, it is an expansion of human society. A part of this, it's a common objective and of course objection for colonizing in a commodification way, see, of the cosmos. And see, though there's no colonies as yet, but uh, we are planning. I mean, human race is planning. And why we are not able to make any colonies so far is because there's a lot of technical and economical challenge. So we need to support the whole of humankind, the needs of humankind in the space. So it's quite a difficult task. And I think it's also impractical when on Earth only we are engaged in war. We have situations like economic
inequality, and of course, temperamental equations don't gel many times. So it is becoming, it is becoming, and I think scientists think about all these parameters when we think of space colonization, because we have to pursue our dream of going out in cosmos, creating our home there, leaving Earth with a controlled economical, ecological life support system. And there we need a lot of uh, personal training and other educational skill to really go and live in our space. To discuss this more, we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate trainings. He is also my colleague. He's associated with radio broadcasting. A part of this, he is also a very good reader when it comes to space and heavenly bodies. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you?
Mangal. How are you, Kanchan? It's a great day. How have you been?
Yeah,
I see you in space.
Yeah, I'm fine, and I am really so excited to know your views about colonizing space. So I thought, let me think more ideas on how eventually we can go travel in the space in an air spacecraft.
Kanchan.
Yes.
Yes, Kanchan. So, Kanchan, I remember one great statement by a famous scientist, Stephen Hawking. He said that if humans do not plan to leave the planet in 100 years, they may not been a lot of predictions, lot of discussions, lot of theories and papers and facts and fiction about a human extinction. And because of that human extinction, this is being planned that humans should move out of this planet, and then they should try to colonize their solar system partners. Venus is one candidate. Mars has been more better candidates, though from a perspective of similarities, Venus is closer, but there are much more tempting visions about Mars, and therefore, and Mars has been from the folklore, from mythology, and from the various world cultures. Mars has always been observed in the sky as a red dot, and a bigger. And therefore, this discussion about escaping the planet for a better future for the human race finds its charm. And there have been more or less the government interventions, government laboratories like NASA, like from USA, and then ISRO from India, CNSA, Chinese National Space Organization, and many more, Japan Space Agency, European Space Agencies. Recently, in last decade or so, there have been private space flight companies also have come up. For example, SpaceX by Elon Musk and Virgin Galactic, and there are several others as well. So there is a great demand that is going to be generated over the decades, centuries, and beyond centuries, Kanchan, to have some kind of rovers or orbiters to actually explore the surface. Mars is easier to explore, it seems, as compared to Venus or Jupiter or Saturn. It's more or less the number of hours is 24 hours, 39 minutes, 35 seconds a day, which is also called sol on the Martian lingo. And from a rotation point of view, around the sun, it is 687 days. red soil of that planet suggests the soil had been fertile. The recent orbiters or the rovers have also shown some craters, rivers, volcanoes. So there is a lot of hope for humanity. What do you think?
Well, I think is that Mars, as you say, is one of the candidates where human can race really look up to. But what I feel is Venus is more better because we can make a cloud city on Venus because there is a possibility of getting 21% kind of oxygen, and then we have 50% carbon dioxide. So that is a better candidate actually. So see the view when we have a cloud city on Venus and we are floating, and we are floating among these beautiful clouds, and also watching our dear Earth from there. So that will be a very, very magnificent scene, isn't it?
No wonder you said that, and that's why somebody had said women are from Venus and men are from Mars. I'm sure. So we will definitely get into a debate about Mars or Venus. And I think the space agencies across the world, the astronomers, the astronauts, and the scientific community is actually too much bent on learning which one is the best for human colonization. The importance of the human colonization is not just carrying humans from this planet to another planet. I also think that it is important to colonize it in a way which actually is the best practice and then trying to settle down there. So we recently in this 2020, we had a UAE mission by UAE Space Agency, right, which is called HOPE. It is scheduled to reach Mars on February 2021. Mm-hmm. Then we have Tianwen 1 by China, Mars 2020 by NASA, then ExoMars program by Roscosmos and the European Space Agency. Roscosmos is the Russian. And then we have our ISRO's Mars Orbiter Mission 2. So there are two distinct stuff here. One is the orbiter, one is the rover. Now, rover is the one which actually gets to the soil, whether it is Mars or I think we have only planned only Mars rovers. Nobody has planned Venus rovers yet. So I think it is important the amount of money, the amount of effort, time that has been spent on Mars. I think in another 10 to 30 years, Kanchan, we will live to see, I will live to see the first humans going to the Mars. Though it is a one-way ticket as of now, given the speed of the rocket or carrying the humans, but I think I would live to see the first humans going there. I would love to sign up for that as well, even if it is for a one-way trip, because that is like those people who reached the moon in 1969. They said one small step for mankind, and that is the kind of things will happen. Statements would come when we land up on Mars. And I think it is important for us to study and we need to encourage, the governments need to encourage the private space flight as well. So that not just for the fun purpose, as we also see that angle, but more from the cost of traveling to the outer space should be reduced, and it should probably get free from the government clutches that it is as of today.
Well, you vote for Mars and I vote for Venus. Why? Let me tell you. But at present, it has been established that the gravity of Mars is 0.38 times that of the Earth. and that will be insufficient to avoid the decrease of muscle mass and of course bone decalcification. And a part of this, Venus is closer to Earth, and the size is somehow similar to Earth, uh, and it is the surface area. The gravity surface is also very near to Earth parameters what we need. So the most exploration and colonization, I think, will be more appropriate if we focus on Venus, and especially when on a cloud city, because Venus as a planet is very harsh, but above that Venus we have that kind of, we can create that kind of atmosphere for human survival.
Yes, Kanchan. And I am beyond the science, beyond the facts, beyond the maths that is around it and known already. I always keep thinking about the behavioral aspects of humans reaching either to Venus or to Mars. As we have seen in the movie Avatar and countless other movies of the science fiction, I think it would be important that we carry with us a new thought, a new society, probably a utopian society rather than a dystopian society. We should carry egalitarianism with us to the different planets when we go there. As per one of the studies that I was reading some time back, the first humans, when they reach Mars, and then they start mutating or creating children on the Mars specific humans, probably we may not even call them humans, we may call them something else. So let's, for today, we call them humans. The humans specific, customized, specific for the Mars will only start to be seen in 60,000 years from the day the humans land on the red planet. So probably this math could differ when if humans land on Venus. My whole-hearted support for the scientific community, because what we have seen on this planet and the way the climate change is happening in last 70 or 100 recorded years, Kanchan, it's a worrying concern about the viability of the planet, the population that this planet is feeding into, and therefore it's important for us to land on. Probably moon can be used as a station, a junction to jump towards the Mars. So I believe these a lot of books have been written. Around 41 novels are based on just Mars. And very popular one, Mars Trilogy by Kim Stanley Robinson, Red Mars, Green Mars, Blue Mars. And we have seen recently some Martian a movie called Martian. And so I must think that scientific community, along with the behavioral scientists, along with the psychologists, and a whole human population should participate in thinking what kind of colonization we are planning in our solar system, because that will set up a precedence for future centuries later, when we would try to go beyond our solar system. Our some of the orbiters or satellites, they have already left the solar system, they are into the deep space in our galaxies. And it is very, very important, what do we carry from here and how do we plan it there. Anyway, it will take its own shape, because gravity is different, atmosphere is different, soil is different, and there are so many different factors which we don't even know as of today.
Yes, I think as you are betting for Mars settlement, and I agree that when it comes to Venus, we have some crucial point which are making delaying this colonization dream. First is that it is very hot on the surface of Venus. And second, it is 90 times the atmosphere pressure on Venus is 90 times more than Earth. So it makes difficulty in really going on the surface of Venus, though in Soviet Union has already sent Venera 5 and Venera 6 to do study, but then it got damaged even only 18 kilometers above the surface, from the surface of Venus. So these are few things which are making the research and development of any cosmos settlement. But yes, scientists are thinking of a floating city on Venus, which is uh, which is appropriate for human settlement, because the oxygen level we can maintain in that particular bed. So I look forward and I vote for Venus Sky City rather than going on Mars and starting from very scratch, taking a printer also will not help, especially in Mars, because there is scarcity of water in both the planets. Not only in Venus, but Mars also we have a lot of, there's a scarcity of water. So all these are is a hindrance in our dream, in our plans for traveling and making a settlement in the cosmos. But we are working, and I'm voting for Sky City on Venus.
Well, I can already see that you are traveling already in the outer space with your Akulmach logo, and thankfully that is still, the Earth is still to be seen in the background. So I hope you will not go too far and you will carry. But there will be a time when we would say to our friends, "Hey, I have an uncle living on Mars, or I have an aunt living in Venus. I'm going for a vacation on these places." And this is not a pipe dream, Kanchan. Nobody knew that this was possible 100 years back. And I'm sure that in 200 years from now, 300 years from now, this would be like, taking a plane from Delhi to Chicago. Yeah. And I wish that happens, and humans have a better prospects. They have a better, rather, let us not use the word colonization, because that has got some negative connotations on our planet. Let's say something else, probably some other word which we need to think. And therefore, it is important for us to move beyond this planet. Probably then we would be able to appreciate when we are far from our planet, Earth. Then we would appreciate, as humans generally appreciate, when things are not around them or they are far from the things. And that will open up the real possibility of interplanetary travel. And once in few hundred years we are there, in interplanetary travel becomes easier, then the humans or the whoever in the Martian people or Venus people, they would then take exploration towards intergalactic travel, like we saw in the movie Interstellar.
Yes, definitely. But I also want to put forward one more crucial point, is that in case if we want to travel to outer space, we have to do a little bit training in terms of matching our IQ, matching our customs situations, rather than we have to seamlessly and very accurately press our differences down and come up, as we say in Hindi, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, and we have that kind of temperament to really travel, because then we will be otherwise we will be taking a war from here to galactic level, I guess. So I think this also needs a lot of training, a lot of patience, which is very, very important in case we really want to settle down and take human race to the outer space. What are your ideas on this front?
So, as I said, Kanchan, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam is the utopian society that we all dream for. And that has been more or less an acceptable concept for the human beings to be on this planet. At the same time, there are challenges in a utopian society, and there are limits to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam as well. And then we have some thought process of a dystopian society, which is just an antonym of the utopian society. And then it comes about the equality of human beings, which is also called egalitarianism. But again, what I think is that these are the human concepts that we have developed. We are dealing with a space which is unknown. Unknown because there are so many other factors which we still don't know. I can't even claim that we know 50% of the Mars exploration today. As long as the first human beings don't set up their foot on Venus or Mars, we would not be able to say that. So whether Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam or other of what kind of societies we are going to create, we don't know. The other thing is that what kind of societies they will eventually become, we really don't know. So it is important for us. There was some mission many years back, I remember, by NASA, which they sent out to the outer space, which actually passed from our solar system and went into the out of our solar system into the galaxy, and it is carrying so many languages written on a golden plaque. Right. By multiple cultures, multiple languages are written. Probably some alien somewhere would be able to read and figure out whom from where it is coming. So we are dealing with the unknown. The way these budgets are being passed is all in the positive dreams, good dreams for the humanity, best dreams for safeguarding this planet. But we really don't know on that side. When we reach there, we will know. So I hope our wisdom prevails. Our scientific community is prepared, and the kind of news that we read today, we should read more and more. And I think our children in the schools, space exploration should become as a subject. And why this has not been as a subject in the schools from a very early age is something that baffles me.
Yes, it should be taught in schools, because if we are really planning and space is now opening up, all new scientific research are being done in this particular arena. So I think we should have a separate subject like cosmos or space, where children from a very early age should know, rather than it be a part of geography or history or civil science. So I really agree on this point, because and it is very, very essential. First of all, once you have that kind of knowledge, you should also have a life skill knowledge to really living in space. That should also be part of the curriculum, because in any way we have to live. Suppose a human race goes on in space, and they have to live in a controlled ecological life support system. Now on Earth we are wasting, we are destroying our habitat every day. So that is also a part of learning we have to start, especially now. In case if you are maybe after 100 years you are seeking to have a settlement in any of these planet, anywhere in space, you have to prepare our young generation to live on Earth in a better way, and then plan and go how we have to reach in space and create a separate, maybe second living space in the space.
Correct, Kanchan. Until all this happens, let me go and have a bite of my favorite Mars chocolate.
It was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh. We'll discuss some other interesting topic in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Land well, Kanchan. Thank you.
friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. And as you know, he has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been training IT professionals, marketing professionals. Sitesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you, Kanchan. It is wonderful talking to you. And it's again blissfully a pleasant sunny day. And I'm having my herbal concoction in this winter. Thanks. Let's start.
Yes, so Sitesh, we had been talking about change management and we have also discussed an aspect of critical thinking. So I feel critical thinking is a hard skill like computer training or maybe driving a car. So the wonderful thing about critical thinking is that we can learn anytime and we can upgrade it anytime. And I think critical thinking plays a major portion when it comes to change management. What do you think?
Correct. Yes, Kanchan. So for a change management to happen, as we have been discussing for quite some time now, is critical thinking is important because it is the last moment of the outcomes that defines the whole effort, as we were discussing yesterday. So people, the junior rung in the people organization, they work in the tasks mode and they get in task 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but they really don't know what is the end goal of this change that is being percolated. So the critical thinking has definitely to come from the senior management or the executive management of the company, but it is also the employees down the line who also need to get to think how in their individual roles they can basically refine it. So for any change management to take place, a critical thinking which always keeps the end goal in the mind needs to always be thought about for each and every action that is being taken. Otherwise, somewhere down the line, somewhere on the way, we will take a diversion and we might not even know. And probably we will know only at the very fag end of it. That's my thinking.
Yes, as we had been discussing that since it is a hard skill, so it is important to really train employees in the organization to come up with critical thinking in their persona.
That's right. So a key team needs to be defined, which will implement it, and that team will come from all the walks of the organization or all the walks of any institute, and each of those people are enabled to take certain decisions. See, critical thinking always will come with a portion of a certain authority where the people, the leaders, the mid-level leaders need to take some decision. And that decision should not be taken over by the senior management if it is not completely out of the way. So the middle management need to be enabled to take certain decisions on the critical thinking part, because critical thinking comes with necessary decision making life, and it is part of it. And therefore, just by thinking and then waiting for someone else to approve will actually eat up a lot of time. So people need to be enabled to do critical thinking. Otherwise, most of the time, you will find the junior rung of the hierarchy anywhere, whether it's a educational institution or it's a corporate. The junior rung will always say, I don't know. My senior has told me to do this, so let me do this. My job is not to think, but to deliver. And that's where it can go horribly wrong.
Yes, when we are talking about organization and when also we are talking about employees, so I feel that this subject critical thinking has to be taught in school. So what is the perfect age or perfect class to introduce this subject, so that organization do not struggle later?
So Kanchan, the impressionable age, there can always be a difference of opinion on the impressionable age of a child when the child is in school. Also, we have to keep in mind that during this pandemic situation, many of the children are doing homeschooling. Now, with the homeschooling and a lack of the physically availability of the school, the critical thinking actually comes to our living rooms. And therefore, I would think that, I don't want to put it on the grade 5 or grade 6, but because the educators in this world will say, no, you don't know research on that. And so therefore, I would suggest is that it has to be a part as early as possible. When I say as early as possible, we discussed in one of the episodes that when the children are in the kindergarten, we give them more symbols and toys to play with. But the moment they come into the formal schooling, we give them more books. So from the toys and symbols, we now give them a whole bunch of books and a bag, which is, we keep saying that the bag is sometimes heavier than the mind itself. And then we give them the pencil boxes and few of those, they have nothing to play with. So the playfulness leads to thinking, and then certain injections of the right kind of a design, right kind of a solution, right kind of a problem gives that thinking and takes it to the critical thinking. We have heard about many children who used to break the toys and see how they were made, and they used to join it back. And we used to always say, this guy will become an engineer. Right? And that is what is needed. But why do we wait for that natural instinct to come up? We can bring it into a structured, formal education as early as possible for every child in the school. And not to forget, Kanchan, there are special schools for the special children, and those are IQs, and we need to nurture it. We need to harness the potential of their thinking as well. What do you say?
Yes, as usual, it is wonderful talking to you. So till tomorrow, see you, take care. I'm closing this wonderful communication. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav. As you know, he is as a radio personality. A part of this, he has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been training marketing and IT professionals, and he enjoys his career, his hobby too much, and I know that. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Good day, Kanchan. It's a nice, cloudy and good temperature in Bangalore and pleasant weather out here. And therefore, it's a great to talk to you again. And how have you been?
Yeah, I'm quite fine because weather is good and people are just little coming out, and so we are communicating. In this middle of this, I have heard demise of our dear President Pranab Mukherjee, and it was kind of sad news which we Indians received, because he was 13th President of India, and he had a career which spread over 5 decades, and the kind of impression he has left on Indian politics is immense, because his way of working is entirely different than those of contemporary which were there with him. And he remained a finance minister, he remained a defense minister, and you know that he started his career as a professor of political science in Kolkata. And then suddenly we heard about his demise. He is a Bharat Ratna recipient. So it was little sad to hear about his demise, which is a bad.
Yeah. Yes, Kanchan. I have summarized his passing on in terms of a great loss to the current Indian political setup, the vacuum that has been created by his passing away. One of the tallest political leaders that we have seen, and a leader who was one of the best persons which India did not have as a prime minister, is my reading about Pranab Mukherjee, or we fondly have called him Pranab Da. And as you rightly said, 5 decades of a political career, it needs not only the energy, but also a belief in the democratic system of this country to be at the hem of affairs as a finance minister and a lot of other ministries that Pranab Mukherjee was part of since 1969, when our late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi brought him to a Rajya Sabha ticket, which is also an upper house in the Indian parliamentary system. And he became almost number 2 man in Indira Gandhi's cabinet. With his wittiness, with his depth of knowledge, with his enthusiasm, with his empathy towards the policy matters of the country, he was known by his political friends and foes as a master in any subject in the policy matters. The great part about Pranab Mukherjee is that he was equally respected by his government as well as the opposition. So he was able to cut across the political spectrum, which helped our democracy in some of the very, very crucial times when we had a series of prime ministers between the legendary Congress party and the BJP. We had a string of 5-6 prime ministers in VP Singh, in Deve Gowda, in Chandrasekhar, and then of course Rajiv Gandhi. So they were very, very ably supported by Pranab Mukherjee. But my always feeling, a peculiar feeling about the Indian politics, and I don't want to call it a beauty, because some of the great leaders, great thinkers, visionaries could not get into the top job in the controlling power where they could have steered forward our country into a transformational age. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel that he is a leader which is way apart than those of leaders in Congress in his time, and he has a lot of intellect to really solve. He used to be a problem solving for most of the situation which was faced, especially by Indira Gandhi. And after the death of Indira Gandhi, there were some differences, and then he came out of the Congress for a small part of time, and then he made his own party, Rashtravadi parties, Samajwadi Party. But then again, I think he loved Congress too much, and he went back to the Congress. But the important part is he has a keen interest in economy of India, and he always, in fact, he has written many books on economy of India and the national building, national building books in his career. A part of this, he also been nominated as the best finance minister of the world by Euromoney in 1984. So these kind of appreciation he has been given in his career, and I feel his demise will leave a lot of vacuum even in current polity, because he is a person who can give advice to the current dispensation when required. He is always, in fact, I have seen few clipping of 2014 when first time Narendra Modi was elected and went to Rashtrapati Bhavan. The gesture of Pranab Mukherjee was very, very welcoming. And it doesn't, at that point of time, I was not able to find out that being in a congressman, I respected and welcomed Narendra Modi. At that point, whatever clipping I have seen, I found out this. So I think he has that quality to welcome the point of even opposition also.
Right, Kanchan, and more and more tributes have come in, and from all walks of the political spectrum. You know, Kanchan, the facts are there for everyone to see in his political life of 5 decades. I noticed some of the very interesting personality traits of Pranab Mukherjee, which also reassures my belief in our strong democratic system. He, as you said, he had little differences after, with Rajiv Gandhi, after the passing of Indira Gandhi, where he assumed that he is the number 2 in the cabinet and therefore he should succeed. And that was not a very blatant sign of his coming, because before Pranab Mukherjee, we had a Congress leader called Mr. Gulzari Lal Nanda, who had assumed a prime minister's position in the gap after Pandit Nehru's death and also after the death of Lal Bahadur Shastri. So that's where the little bit of differences of opinion they were observed in the Indian political life. And it is said that because of that, he was always, shunned out of this key position in the Indian politics. But despite this, he was never instrumental in blocking any prime minister, whether it was Rajiv Gandhi from his own Congress party or the opposition parties, and that is the hallmark. If you ask me today, it sounds very cliche that at a given point of time between, I think in 1982-84, when he was finance minister, the Reserve Bank of Governor chairman was Manmohan Singh, Dr. Manmohan Singh, who used to report to Pranab Mukherjee. But if you see the turn of events, when Manmohan Singh became the prime minister, it was Pranab Mukherjee who was reporting to Manmohan Singh in the government. And both men have equal respect for each other because they were not thinking in terms of who is reporting to whom, but they were seeing that each other's strength is ultimately going to benefit our India. And therefore, they stuck together So, in a way, I can always think the relationship between Pranab Mukherjee and Manmohan Singh specifically can be compared with what we had during Pandit Nehru and Sardar Patel, and later we saw in the lives of Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Alke Advani. So that is the hallmark of Indian political system, where when it comes to the core of running the country, politicians have come together, they have supported each other, they have supported the hopes and aspirations of the country, and they have steered forward of our nation. And we should be proud of our political system at the top level. And you would be surprised, Kanchan, that I have heard uh, many good things about our Indian political system outside India, but probably fail to see it while we see it from inside. What do you say?
There are many good things when we talk about Indian polity, because we choose our leader from our board, unlike in US, which is where we count on percentage. We directly choose our leader, and that is a very good democratic right every Indian is having. And I think everybody appreciate our freedom, our democracy. Part of this, I think Pranab Da was a great democratic. He had a great democratic ideas. He believed in freedom, and we will miss him dearly. Uh, I think it's a great loss.
Definitely, Kanchan, we will miss him, and the country will miss him, the parliament will miss him, because as we see today, it is very, very rare to find such kind of leaders who have a backing of their own party as well as the opposition system to steer forward the country on a political matters, especially when it comes to the international relations. And therefore we need more and more leaders. I mean, opposition doesn't mean that you have to oppose everything of the government. The opposition also means that you have to stand with the government in those matters where the country is going through a critical phase. And very, very few leaders understand that. And Pranab Mukherjee was surely one of those leaders, and that is one of the reasons I believe he was awarded with Bharat Ratna, the highest civilian award of the country. And while he was president, he was completely away from the party where he grew up, and he was not seen as a president coming from just one party and working for only one party. And that's the reason you said he was very happy to give the oath to our new prime minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, and the relationship they shared, I believe that should be written in as a hallmark in our political books or political students. And that is something. He also broke the ranks with his own party where he grew up, when he went to RSS in Nagpur to deliver a lecture. So these are very, very rare political personality we are talking about. And I think the country as a whole is proud of Pranab Mukherjee and will always remain indebted to his political acumen and his political responsibility.
Like you said, you mentioned parliament, he remained leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha. So I'm sure that parliamentarians will be missing him, like all of us will miss him. So it was a great loss for us. So I'll end today's program now. We'll meet again tomorrow with another topic. Remembering Pranab.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today is International Women Day and we will talk a little bit about International Women Day and what it means to men, what it means to society, and most importantly what it means for women. So before I start my conversation today, I would like to congratulate all women on this particular day, and I really appreciate the contribution made by women for the upliftment and running of the society. Today, I would like to focus more on the Indian women. And while there are a lot of women globally who have achieved so much, there are so many names that we can take today. But I like to focus on the women who are in the business of providing protection to India. So, providing protection to Indian people as well as Indian territory. So, these are the women who are working for the armed forces. Now, as most of you would know that there are multi-layer armed forces that work for India. There is a topmost agency which is the Indian Defense, Indian Army, which comprise of three different forces, which is Air Force, Navy, and Army. And in all of these top uh, departments, there are women employed at very important positions. Below that, there are border security force, there are other paramilitary forces, then there are police forces, and then there are reserves. So in all of these, there are a lot of women who are working as soldiers, as officers, and they are basically helping the armed forces carrying out different objectives at different point in time. Well, I when I say all this, there are lot of achievements that women have done, and we have also as a country recognized all of them. In fact, for example, there is a BSF group of daredevils who ride the motorcycles every day, and they perform various aerobatics even better than the men. And there is a team of Indian Navy which is called Tarini. They have circumnavigated the earth in a sailboat, and in fact when they returned to India they were welcomed none other than the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. Like that, for whatever reason in the armed forces, women were not given that status until 2020. uh, there were two things which were not given to women, and that these two things were reserved only for men, that is the command and the combat. So in the history, I mean before the Britishers ruled India, the women, or even during the British Raj, there were a lot of resistance and women were leading the way. In fact, there were warriors, and there are a lot of names. I don't want to name all of them because there are many women who were fighting alongside the men. Many women have laid their lives for the country, and they died fighting. But after the independence was given to India in 1947, we sort of followed the rules set up by the British. And one of the rule was women were not given any command. That means they cannot become an officer. They can become an officer, but they will not become a commanding officer. And second thing was the combat. That means they will not go into battle. So in 2020, the Supreme Court of India has given them the command, and as a result, we have the first Lieutenant General as a woman this year, and she has been promoted as a Lieutenant General of first woman to become Lieutenant General, and she is obviously in the category of generals, and she is obviously a commanding officer. So like that, now this whole area is opened up. There are pilots. In fact, some of the trivia that I like to share is the Indian pilot, women pilot, are the highest in number from any other country. So if you look at even the developed country, the number of pilots that countries like United States or country like France has, India has more than them in terms of the pilot who are flying for the defense. So we anyway have crossed certain numbers. We are a large country and we have a lot of people, and so we have a lot of women also who will qualify to become commanding officers. So my tribute is to women who are working for the defense and the paramilitary services to continue the good work they are doing. They are working shoulder to shoulder with men. Now they have equal rights. They can get promoted as commanding officers. They are already very brave. They have carried out various operations and they are working for the safety, security and development of the country. So salute to all the women on the occasion of International Women's Day. I say goodbye and I will meet you tomorrow again. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies. You all are welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Today we have Mrs. Meena Patange, who is the Dean of College St. Anne's in Hyderabad. St. Anne's College of Women is one of the top institutions in Telangana and across South India.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, मैं कंचन हूँ अकुलमठ टेक्नोलॉजी से एंड यू आर वेलकम टू अवर शो। और जैसे कि आप जानते हैं कि आज 2 अक्टूबर है, एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट दिन है और इस विषय में हम बात करेंगे। विषय है हमारा स्वदेशी मूवमेंट जो कि हमारे प्रिय गांधी जी ने शुरू किया था। और इस विषय पे बात करने के लिए हमारे बीच है सितेश श्रीवास्तव, जो कि बहुत कॉर्पोरेट ट्रेनिंग में बहुत इंटरेस्ट रखते हैं और वाइडली ट्रेवल्ड पर्सनालिटी हैं। तो वेलकम टू द शो सितेश, हाउ आर यू टुडे?
धन्यवाद कंचन, बहुत ही बेहतरीन और बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन है आज and I am very very fine. It's a great day on my side. And how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. And since morning हम लोग टीवी देख रहे हैं and I'm also discussing about Gandhi ji with my children. तो मैंने सोचा क्यों ना आज अपने जो हमारे दर्शक हैं उनको एक मूवमेंट जो बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल रहा ब्रिटिश रूल के समय, उसके फार रीचिंग इफेक्ट रहे, तो उसके बारे में डिस्कस करते हैं। वो है स्वदेशी मूवमेंट।
इससे अच्छा कोई डिस्कशन का विषय नहीं हो सकता आज के दिन। और ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि महात्मा गांधी को आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखा जाए, ना कि एक आइडियल किताब के तरीके से जैसा कि हम उन्हें देखते आए हैं। और जो हमारा सब्जेक्ट है स्वदेशी, वो स्वदेशी आंदोलन गांधी जी का बहुत ही प्रिय विषय रहा है। और न सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान में, बल्कि जब उन्होंने अफ्रीका में, साउथ अफ्रीका में जब उन्होंने इसकी शुरुआत की, सत्याग्रह के जब उन्होंने कॉन्सेप्ट्स बनाए, वहां से उन्होंने ये जो शुरुआत की बहिष्कार की, टू डू अवे विद द वर्ल्डली पोजीशंस एज मच एज पॉसिबल is also a way of resistance. वहां से शुरुआत होती है स्वदेश की और स्वदेशी की। So कंचन, स्वदेशी as we know is made by two, स्व और देश। So गांधी जी ने इसको साउथ अफ्रीका में पॉपुलराइज किया, उसको उन्होंने समझा और उसके बाद उन्होंने स्वराज थ्रू स्वदेशी वो उन्होंने हिंदुस्तान में प्रैक्टिस करने की शुरुआत करी. एंड टू टेल everyone on our listenership, 1906 में it actually a clarion call was given by महात्मा गांधी कि वो बहिष्कार करें और अंग्रेजों के सामान का जो हिंदुस्तान से ही कच्चा माल ले जाते थे और वहां से उसको प्रोसेस्ड गुड्स बनाकर लाकर हिंदुस्तान में वो प्रॉफिट कमाते थे, उसके अगेंस्ट में बापू ने देश की जनता को ब्रिटेन से बने सामान, कपड़े और मसालों का बहिष्कार करने का आह्वान किया. And I'm glad, I mean 1906 maybe we had some great visionaries who understood the idea behind Gandhi's Swadeshi movement, and we find some early stage entrepreneurs of India and industrialists of India in those days. What do you say?
Yes, ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट मूवमेंट रहा हमारी पूरे फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल में. जैसे कि आपने बताया कि 1906 में ये मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ था. एक्चुअली ये मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ था विद द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल, जो कि लॉर्ड कर्जन ने किया था. और ये जो मूवमेंट, इसका शुरुआत जो की थी वो बाल गंगाधर तिलक जैसे लोगों ने की थी, बिपिन चंद्र, लाला लाजपत राय. बट जो एक शेप दी स्वदेशी की गांधी जी ने, वो बहुत उसके फार रीचिंग इफेक्ट. अब थोड़ा सा पीछे जाते हैं हिस्ट्री में, तो आपको तो पता है कि भारत सोने की चिड़िया के नाम से जाना जाता था. तो सोने की चिड़िया के नाम से जाने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि सिर्फ सोना चांदी है, बट यहाँ पे मसाले हुआ करते थे, यहाँ पर बहुत ही उम्दा टेक्सटाइल हुआ करते थे. और हालांकि ऋग्वेद में भी टेक्सटाइल का जिक्र आया है और वहाँ उस समय ये बताया कि कितना फाइन कॉटन से फाइन कपड़ा बनाया जाता था. तो इसकी जो पॉपुलैरिटी है इंडिया के क्लोथ की, इंडिया के टेक्सटाइल की, इंडिया के रहन सहन की, इंडिया के मसालों की, वो बहुत समय से पूरे दुनिया में इसका चर्चा रही है. और आपको मैं बताऊं बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट कि 1700 में इंग्लैंड में एक लॉ पास किया गया था कि वहाँ पे एक्चुअली उस समय या तो वुलन क्लोथ पहने जाते थे जो ब्रिटिशर्स थे, या लेदर के क्लोथ पहनते थे. और जब समर्स होती थी तो थोड़े हल्के फुल्के कपड़े पहनते थे. तो उस समय बहुत डिमांड बढ़ गई थी इंडियन के बुने हुए क्लोथ्स की. तो 1700 में एक लॉ पास किया गया था कि कोई भी इंपोर्ट नहीं किया जाएगा चाइना से, पर्शिया से और इंडिया से. अब जब ये लॉ पास हुआ तो कई सारे लोग थे वो नाराज भी हो गए कि आफ्टर ऑल एक जो मलमल होता है, कॉटन से बुना हुआ मलमल होता है, वो बहुत ही फाइन कपड़ा था जो पहन के जो अच्छा लगता था. तो जब ये लोग, जब ब्रिटिशर्स यहाँ पर उन्होंने ये चीज को पहचाना, तो उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा टैक्सेस, जो हमारे वीवर्स थे उन पे इतने सारे टैक्सेस कर दिए कि वो लोग अल्टीमेटली कुछ कर ही नहीं पाए, रॉ मटेरियल ले नहीं पाए. और धीरे धीरे करके ये जो इंडियन टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री थी वो उसका पूरा सर्वनाश हो गया. और इट्स वेरी ट्रेजिक.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल कंचन. और गांधी जी ने जब इस बात को समझा और हिंदुस्तान में उन्होंने बिहार में, जो आज का बिहार है, वहां जाकर उन्होंने नील की खेती के उसमें प्रोटेस्ट किया और वहां से शुरुआत की. मोतिहारी, मुजफ्फरपुर से उन्होंने शुरुआत की इस चीज की और वहां से स्वदेशी की शुरुआत होती है, मॉडर्न स्वदेशी की शुरुआत होती है. जैसा तुमने कहा कि 1700 के आसपास या प्राचीन काल से ही हिंदुस्तान जाना जाता था अपने ट्रेड की वजह से, और इसीलिए तो यहाँ पर इतने सारे नवाब और सुल्तान्स आए हजार सालों से. और सिल्क रूट जो हुआ करता था उसमें हमारा बहुत बड़ा बोलबाला था. वी वेर अ ट्रेडिंग नेशन. 1700 के समय में किसी फाइनेंशियल स्टडी के हिसाब से कहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान इकोनॉमिकली दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश भी हुआ करता था. खैर, स्वदेशी मूवमेंट की जब बात करते हैं तो गांधी जी ने साउथ अफ्रीका में इस पूरे कॉन्सेप्ट को शार्पन किया और उन्होंने वहां पर जो 21 साल रहे, वहां पर उन्होंने उन 21 सालों में सत्याग्रह और स्वदेशी, जिसको हम स्वदेशी कहते हैं, वो उन्होंने वहां पर प्रैक्टिस किया, लोगों को सिखाया। और जब वो इंडिया आए तो गांधी जी ने तब 11 ऐसी कसमें खाई, जिसे हम कह सकते हैं 11 वाउज ऑफ गांधी। और उन कसमों में, उन वाउज में सत्याग्रह और स्वदेशी was one of the big thing। और वो स्वदेशी को लेकर हिंदुस्तान में समय pre-partition India। Known shipping companies of those days, Swadeshi Steam Navigation Company by Mr. V.O. Chidambaram. I mean, these were the trendsetters of those days. And over the period after independence, ये चीजें बहुत बातें की गई हैं, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पिछले 15-20 सालों में, 25 सालों में, somewhere जो स्वदेशी है, that has been taken a backseat in the face of globalization, in the face of global supply chain systems, and dependence on a lot of Chinese manufactured products like everywhere else in the world. And I'm happy, Kanchan, कि ये जो Make in India movement अब चलाया जा रहा है, if we really have a good intention and a great support system of the government and our own people's national pride, it will happen again, Kanchan. तुम क्या कहती हो?
हाँ, मैं इसके, जैसे कि आजकल हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा है कि वोकल फॉर लोकल, ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है। और आपको ये भी बताऊं कि जिस दिन ये स्वदेशी मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ था, दैट वाज August 7, 1905, बिटवीन 1905 and 6। तो 2015 में इस दिन को 7 अगस्त को इन्होंने हैंडलूम डे डिक्लेयर किया है। और आजकल हम खादी को भी बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। बट मैं आपको एक जो सिनारियो में आपको बताना चाहती हूँ, जैसे कि मैं बात कर रही थी कि पूरी जो हैंडलूम इंडस्ट्री उस समय बिल्कुल बर्बाद हो गई थी। मतलब अब कुछ किसानों के पास जो उगा रहे थे कपास, उनके पास भी एक राइट नहीं था कि कपास कहाँ बेचें और किस तरह से अपना जीविका चलाएं। उसी समय आपको याद होगा कि 1961-65 में अमेरिका में सिविल वॉर हुई थी, which was against ब्रिटिशर्स। और उस समय वहां पर सप्लाई ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल, जो से कपास की बहुत ज्यादा हो गई थी। तो इधर ब्रिटिशर्स ने क्या किया कि सिर्फ कपास उगाने के लिए भारत की धरती, भारत के किसानों को यूज किया। और जहां तक मैंने पढ़ा है कि यहाँ से कपास उगाई जाती थी, फिर वो उस कपास को ले जाकर मैनचेस्टर में धागा बना के, और वहां पर हमारे ही कपास, जो हमारा ही रॉ मटेरियल है, उसके कपड़े बना के इंडिया में बहुत हाई दामों पर बेचे जाते थे। तो इस तरह से वो पूरा जो सिस्टम था, विच इज ए विशियस सिस्टम, जो पूरा बैकबोन था इंडिया के कल्टीवेशन का, इंडिया की ट्रेड का, इंडिया के टेक्सटाइल का, पूरा तोड़ दिया गया था। और जब यहाँ पे गांधी जी ने स्वदेशी मूवमेंट शुरू किया, ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। एंड दैट्स व्हाई ही इज महात्मा, ही इज सो ग्रेट, वी फॉलो हिज फुटस्टेप्स टिल नाउ, क्योंकि ये जो मूवमेंट था बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यकता थी। जब हमने मूवमेंट किया, हमने मसाले अपने बनाने शुरू किया, हमने कपड़े जो भी हम पहनते थे कपड़े, इवन महात्मा जी जो कि एक फ्लुएंट फैमिली से बिलोंग करते थे, बट उन्होंने अब सारे कपड़े जो फॉरेन के कपड़े थे, सारे कपड़े का त्याग किया, उनको जला दिया। उनको देख के सारे जो लोग थे, इंडियन लोग थे, उन्होंने भी जला दिया और चरखा लिया, चरखे से अपना कपड़ा बुना, और वो शॉल है दुशाला जो पहनते थे अपनी ही बुनी हुई पहनते। एंड दैट इज
बिल्कुल
वेरी ग्रेटनेस।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल कंचन, एकदम you are so right। and I always go back to South Africa to see how Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi who was a young barrister, got transformed into Mahatma. And that's what Nelson Mandela has also said. South Africa received a young MK Gandhi and transformed and gave India the gift of a Mahatma. So ये जो स्वदेशी है, इसका साउथ अफ्रीका में करंट जो उसका वो दिखता है, that is called local is lacquer. That means whatever is closer to home is beautiful. And that is more or less seen as to buy South African products and to support the South African economy. And that is the same thing, similar thing that today India needs to practice in the name of Swadeshi or in the name of Make in India. This pandemic, COVID, has shown us that we cannot depend on just one manufacturing trade partner. We have to develop it, otherwise we are doomed in the economic situation. And therefore, this is the best time. I request entrepreneurs of this country to come out and again make in India, make this movement possible, successful, at least to a significant level. It is so good to see Kanchan, a Toyota, a Tata product in South Africa and other parts of the world. It is so good to see Mahindra in South Africa. And therefore, it is important for us to showcase our skills from the services to the solutions, to the products, to the manufacturing. और इससे अच्छा आज का दिन नहीं हो सकता जब हम इस बात का प्रण लें कि हम ऐसा कुछ करेंगे और अपने आसपास के जो एबल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं या गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम्स हैं उनको भी हम इन्फ्लुएंस करेंगे ताकि मेक इन इंडिया को सफल बनाया जा सके।
हाँ, तो मैं ये भी बता रही थी कि देखिए हम भारतवासी कितने लकी हैं कि हमारे पास एक महात्मा है जिन्होंने हमेशा हमको गाइड किया है और आज भी उनके जो प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, उनकी जो सोच है कितनी रेलेवेंट है। और इसीलिए हम बार-बार वोकल फॉर लोकल की बात, ये कॉन्सेप्ट महात्मा का है और हमें इसको फॉलो करना चाहिए। एवरीबडी शुड फॉलो few final points which Mahatma have given to us, जैसे कि नॉन वायलेंस, स्वदेशी, डू समथिंग। आपने कुछ प्रण लिया है तो उसको प्रण को पूरा कीजिए, बीच में छोड़ मत दीजिए। तो ऑल दीज आर फाइनल पॉइंट्स बहुत मायने रखते हैं आज भी।
Correct, Kanchan. And I think it is not yet too late for all this to start again. And Swadeshi movement has shown us that without any government support, some industrialists and entrepreneurs were able to achieve this dream of Swadeshi or Make in India before partition, before independence. Then why it cannot be done in the independent India? And therefore, I would think कि जिस तरह से हमने ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी को तोड़ दिया था स्वदेशी मूवमेंट को स्टार्ट करके, हमने उनके रेवेन्यूज को तोड़ दिया था, हमने उनकी नुकसान कराया था और उसी समय उसकी वजह से ये एक बहुत बड़ा रीजन था एक इंडियन यूथ के जागरण का, when they realize that they can do things on their own terms, they can generate revenues, they can generate employment. So abhi we have made a very great name in IT, Kanchan, and I think IT से manufacturing में जाते बहुत वक्त नहीं लगेगा. Yes, we need lot of investments and lot of waiting period, patience and regulations needs to change. But at the same time, if it is our own youngsters' will, we will do it again. So let us celebrate. आज महात्मा गांधी के जन्मदिन पर स्वदेशी needs to be celebrated, propagated and promoted.
हाँ, और इसके साथ मैं एक और चीज ऐड करना चाहूंगी कि we should be proud of our rich heritage, rich culture and what we can offer to whole of the world, whole of most of the country. तो इस गुड आइडिया के साथ मैं अब आज की बातचीत खत्म करती हूँ और with a thought, we will think about our dear Mahatma Gandhi and try to follow his footsteps. The good things which he has propagated among us, we should rekindle it and follow and teach our young people.
साबरमती के संत तूने कर दिया कमाल.
Okay, namaste.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to discuss about something which is highly debated as an opportunity for all of us, and that is the electric vehicle. And if you see that the Tesla is coming to India, they're bringing their gigafactory, and there are more than 300 to 400 electric vehicle manufacturing small scale units that have already been installed in the country. The whole point is that when there are so many players and then there are so many millions of other vehicles which are already running on the road, so the question is, what is the business viability of these vehicles? So is it make more sense to launch a totally new vehicle, and then it takes time to develop a new vehicle. It requires a lot of designing, a lot of new technologies to be brought in into the vehicle platform. And also then once the vehicle is ready, then you have to apply for the transport authority approval, because eventually your vehicle will have to run on the roads which are government roads. So you have to apply for the feasibility license as well as safety licenses and different kinds of government approvals before you can start manufacturing. Once you get these approvals, then you have to get into manufacturing, and then you build your supply chain. So the vehicles which are already up and running in the on the road, which are the petrol or diesel driven engine vehicles, and there are large players, with the supply chain already established. So is it a viable business, considering that the electric vehicle manufacturing companies don't have the kind of muscle that is required to build the vehicular supply chain? At the same time, the technologies that they are bringing is not suitable for every uh, aspect of the society. It is not a multi-feature vehicle. It is a vehicle which is point-to-point transport vehicle, and it is a low-cost vehicle. No nonsense. There are advantages: less polluting. You don't need to service your vehicle for next 2 to 3 years. The cost of running is very very low. So there are a lot of advantages of shifting from petrol vehicle to electric vehicle. But we are discussing whether this whole business model of producing electric vehicle is viable. So I will say that it is not very viable, simply because the Achilles heel of the electric vehicle is the battery, and the battery is where the power ratio is not very power density is not very good when it comes to storing the power. If you compare the battery, it is very very less efficient as compared to the internal combustion engine. So internal combustion engine has more power, and battery has an efficiency of only 2%. So even the latest batteries, which are lithium ion batteries, are not as efficient as the internal combustion engine. So that is where the problem is. Uh, they have a lot of weight. They add a lot of weight to your vehicle, but they don't last very long, and they don't have the power to weight ratio is not very good. So what we need is a totally different kind of power. If we want to make the electric vehicle more successful and viable, we need different kind of power. So that is one problem which we need to solve. We don't have a solution yet. So if we don't have that comparative solution as compared to the petroleum based engines, then obviously this is not a win-win solution for the consumer and for the manufacturing units, simply because it is a half-cooked technology, half-baked technology, um, and electric motor technology is already at the peak. Electric motors are around for last so many hundreds of years, many centuries, more than a century now, and they have already reached the height of their development. And electromagnetism is a very well understood science. What we need is a power pack to drive the electric motor, and that will make it more efficient. So I think, from my point of view, electric vehicle as we see them today are not a very viable business proposition, simply because the shelf life of these products is very limited for two reasons. There are two main reasons simply. One is, if the battery technology changes, which will bring more juicy battery to the fray, then the technology for propagating your vehicle will also change. That means the people who are already manufacturing the internal combustion vehicles, like all these big brands like Toyota, uh, Maruti, Tata. In US, it's General Motors. In Europe, it's Ford, Volkswagen. It is very simple for them to shift immediately from electric motor vehicle to from internal combustion engine to electric motor, because they have the supply chain already in place. So it's very simple for them to shift from petrol or diesel engines to electric motor engine, if the battery life and the juice in the battery is available. So I think it is makes more sense for the existing car manufacturers to get into that space, rather than the electric vehicle players to acquire that position. So it is not going to move like this, that all these big corporations will die because they did not change, and leaving behind the place for the smaller players to come and fill in those shoes. So I think that is something which is a misnomer, and I feel that electric vehicle manufacturing units which are now trying to do business must watch out for this threat, because I think the Achilles heel again is a battery, and if the viable battery is launched by Tesla or somebody else, the first mover will be these large manufacturers, and they will shift from petroleum vehicles to electric vehicles in an instant. And that is where the problem is, that having spent so much money in establishing your electric vehicle plants, you will still lose out on terms of scale with a large corporation. So that is threat number one. Threat number two, which I perceive, is that because of this issue of battery not having enough power, and the petroleum is going to get more expensive as we go from here, because we are the quantity of petroleum being pumped out is going to reduce from now on. It's not going to increase. So there is a need for a totally different kind of propulsion system. And I'm sure there are a lot of scientists who are working across the world, trying to see if there are electromagnetic direct drives which can eliminate the use of motors itself. You can directly use the electricity and magnetism properties to move across the atmosphere, move across your move across without a need of a motor or a battery. I mean, you would need a battery. If you have enough battery, you don't need to have a motor, rotatory motor anymore. So I think that is a next wave of technology. If that comes, then all of this will become immediately obsolete. And I see that happening in next 2 to 3 years. So if we basically invest a lot of money in electric vehicle industry, setting up and trying to create the supply chain for those, the chances are that if there is a new sort of propulsion which is introduced in the market, then all of this will become obsolete immediately. So I think that is a very big threat, and this threat number two. And threat number three is also very relevant, because now we are going through a pandemic situation where there is a social distancing and those norms are active, and they are going to be there for some more time, at least 1 or 2 years. We will not be there will be no need to travel extensively as we see today, and more usage of uh, applications are going online. So you don't have to go out to your bank, you don't have to go out to buy things, so you can do it from your home. You can have your access to your banking, your credit cards, even payment receiving and paying, running as a business. Communication is all moving on the digital platform. It's already moved to a certain extent, and it is becoming a norm. So as people say that what is a new normal, so this is a new normal in our society. So unlike earlier where for a drop of a hat, you say, hey, I want to meet you, and then you drive down, brave the traffic, go there, meet him, give presentation, and come back. So all those things will become a thing of the past, and that is why it's a very important aspect of our society where the need for travel will not be so much as we saw it in 2019 and before that. So I think these are the three major factor which says that a fresh investment in electric vehicle arena may be not a very wise decision to get into that business, simply because um, I think the business scenario has changed, and also at the same time, battery technology is Achilles heel. So I think if at all you want to invest money in electric vehicle or electric propulsion system, I think more important thing to do is to put money in research and development of the battery or a power source. So this is what I feel, friends. Do engage with me, write your comments, and based on your comments we will include you live on our show in the next episode. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye to you for today.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I'm in company of very senior professional, a global player who joins us today, Ian Moyes, Chief Revenue Officer of OneUp Sales. He joins us from London, and we will talk about very interesting subject. But before that, let me invite Ian.
Hi, everyone. I'm pleased to be here, and hopefully we're going to have a meaningful conversation that will give you some insight and some value in your time spent listening.
It will be a pleasure, Ian. And think one big problem that everyone has, and people like you and me, we have to handle a lot of distributed workforce across the world. And the challenge that all of us are facing, all the chief executives and all the leaders across the world are facing, that how they manage the workforce, that is one, and how they keep the workforce motivated. And since you work globally with so many organizations, with so many leaders, what is your opinion on this issue that we have?
Yeah, sure. And it's a challenge that was thrown on all of us, right? But before COVID, there was a mixed opinion on remote working. So we had many people already doing it, remote working, getting on with it. But often they were in certain roles. So, for example, territorial-based salespeople were often in this game anyway. Nothing's changed. They were remote working. They were out on the road with customers, and they periodically would come to an office. So for those, the role and the behavior type may have been ingrained in them for years. The real challenge has been those other, particularly back office people who previously were hired to be in an office. How many people would have hired a finance team or a support team previous to this on the basis of hiring remote workers? There are some, but most companies, even the high tech, leaders in the workspace, are the most innovative. had a physical space or multiple physical spaces. They wanted that team camaraderie. They wanted people to learn from people through osmosis, the people sat around them. They wanted to drive motivation through a leader walking the floor, the old management by walking around. So not many had thought about what would happen if we were all put into this situation for obvious reasons. And I think that the thing to contend now is how has behavior changed and how does it need to change in leading teams? Whether that team is small or large, how are you behaving in engaging with those individuals and managing them? And one of the behaviors I've seen and had discussions around is typically people metricize this. So you look for metrics that are easy to measure, KPIs, for example, and that you can visibly see in systems. So people will look in their CRM for how many calls has someone made today, or what activity have they created? Are they being active? And this is one of the first areas I challenge people, that activity is not necessarily productivity. Activity does not, by definition, have a direct correlation to the outcome. There is a difference between correlation and causation. What you want is activity that causes the right outcome, but doesn't just show you that someone's busy. So it's very difficult, because what I've seen is leaders looking at the activity in a system and then using the stick approach to pick up on an individual of, well, you're not doing enough calls, it doesn't seem like you're working, up putting enough activity in. And there's a real danger in leadership and management that you will interact with your team, with your employee, in a different way that stems from suspicion. Right? If you suspect they're not putting the effort in, how are you going to address that? And that's the hard piece, particularly now it's remote. Because in an office, you'll see that behavior. The individual around their colleagues will probably feel that behavior themselves, right? If that individual slacks off for a 2-hour lunch, if that individual is easing back and not putting the effort in, maybe not, in a work environment, it would probably be a conscious thing. You can feel that's happening because you can see people busy around you. If you've stood at the water cooler having a chat for 2 hours, people are seeing you. There is a sort of self-policing aspect. If you're at home, you don't have a camera on watching everyone the whole time, right? It's inappropriate. You've got to trust the behavior of individuals to be getting on with their job. How do you know they are? How do they know they are is an interesting question. They may be slacking. What if they're working at 70%, 60%, 30% of normal, but they've slowly evolved into that behavior and they don't realize themselves because they haven't got visibility of colleagues around them. They haven't got the buzz of the office of what's going on. There'll be some metrics in your systems, whether they be CRMs or ticketing systems or what they've been, but do they have visibility of how they compare and contrast to the people around them? Do they know actually they're doing the least effort per day out of a team of 10, 30 people, whatever it is? People don't want to be letting people down by the nature of it, but at home they have more distractions. So it's a different environment. It's something we've not had to deal with before, and it's very easy for a leader or manager to fall into miscreant behaviors, using the stick instead of the carrot, using the negative. And does a manager, I ask myself this, do I really want to spot someone who isn't behaving in the right way, is letting the team down? That is a difficult call. What do? Do I call them in the afternoon and say, look, you're letting it? It's an uncomfortable call for me, and it's an uncomfortable call for that individual, particularly when they may say, well, I didn't know, I had no intention. And it all feels bad. It's one of those difficult conversations. So I think we need to look at, a number of factors. How the individual, do you understand the individual situation of that team member? Because they may have specific challenges today that you need to appreciate, depending if they're homeschooling, depending if their partner is in the medical services, having to do things differently than they were before, work extra hours. what is their situation, and then understand what is the behavior you should be able to expect from them still, because after all, you're still paying them. You know, whilst we're all in a difficult situation, they still have a role to deliver to. And if they're not delivering, what impact does that have on the people around them? That's the other aspect. You know, if one person or two people out of a team are being allowed to not perform, does that create extra work for the others? Do the others have visibility or feeling of that? And how does it make them behave? Does it make them feel, well, if they can do it, I can do it? So it's not we're not in an easy place right now for any leader or manager in terms of the people. And I think the people is the hardest piece we're having to deal with.
Yes, and actually these are very real problems. In fact, all of us are facing it, and there are tools available in the market which you know, companies like us, small companies, can invest in, and there are VPNs to measure the time. But I'm sure what the point that you're making is very relevant. You know, we can build all the systems, but the humane side is something that we need to reconsider, because nowadays we are also getting exposed to the personal home affairs of our employees, right? Because, you know, in the video we can see, like you mentioned, the partners may be busy and these guys are doing babysitting while working also. So what is the solution, Ian? I think now we have identified the issue, how we can tackle it.
Yeah, so I think there's a number of things. I think one is that, let me give you some examples of the things you can do. One is, think about doing regular team calls. You know, perhaps doing a morning huddle. Think what works for you and your team and the size of the team. But some of the behaviors I've seen and talked to people that are working well, and many people have adopted this, is, you know, are you having, for example, a morning call every morning for 15 minutes where everyone jumps on that's available, and it isn't about jumping on and checking the metrics, etc. It's about having a chat. It's having a coffee. It's that behavior you have when you go into the office, where you also have morning, or what did you do last night, that sort of thing. It's just creating that camaraderie so they don't feel isolated. So it's the people piece. Or, you know, the other way you can do that is do a beginning of the week and end of the week. Just think what works for your team, but something where you bring the team together. So that's number one. Two is thinking about touching base with the team members. And I do this with my team, and have done this over the whole COVID, but not in a way that is isolating the individual. What I mean by that is, have a legitimate reason to touch base. Now, it might be they're working on a particular customer opportunity or a customer problem or a particular project. Have a reason you want to touch in with them and talk about something of that. And part of that conversation, you can easily then ask, you know, how are you getting on? How's it been this week? And this sort of thing, rather than you call them to have that conversation of, how you doing? Well, guess what? If that's why you're calling me, you go into a sort of a programmed answer. So it should be part of the normal work environment that you are regularly finding a reason to call them for a business reason, not just to check in on them, because that becomes they know what you're calling for, right? You're talking about something else, and part of the conversation is that warm part of, you know, and how are you finding it the past few days? Is this project keeping you busy? You can make it part of a more natural conversation and more genuine. The other thing you can consider is, for those individuals that you feel may be struggling, is having a conversation with them. Look, I need some help on something. I've got a particular project that I'm working on as a leader. Could you take part of it off my plate? Make them feel wanted and needed with sub-special projects. You know, that's outside their normal remit, maybe stretches them a bit, but maybe makes them feel more valued. The other thing to look at is what metrics you're looking at of the behavior. Because as you rightly say, there are tools to do this. What I've seen is a lot of people just use pure tools that the manager looks at. You know, CRM stats around how many calls they've made, or how many new opportunities they've created, how many tickets they've closed, etc. And that's really me as a manager looking at that and looking at an individual's performance. And if it isn't good enough, what do? Bring the stick in. One of the things you can do there, and it's a little bit slanted towards what we do at OneUp, but is you can, on top of CRM data, very easily you can present that data to those employees in a more interesting way. And a lot of people have been turning this on during COVID, is gamifying that data. Because you've already got the data, is representing it in a way that all of those employees see it in a very friendly manner, gamified. So for example, you might have 5 or 6 metrics that a particular team, it's important to have that they're behaving right and creating activity around those metrics, because that, you know, is the cause of the outcome you want. You know, if they're not making calls, they're not following up, they're not creating opportunity, or whatever, they're not doing these things, we know we're not going to get the successful outcome. Well, easy, put some points around those things, present a leaderboard, and have something on a screen that you can display to all of them, even remotely, which during the day keeps them up to date on how they're doing against their peers. So it makes it a bit of fun as well, right? There's no problem with having a bit of fun at work on work factors. So we've seen a lot of people use this to gain, you know, it's about marginal gains. You don't have to take someone working at home and double their performance and output, but if you can get a 5 or 10% gain through simple things such as this, presenting it, making it a bit competitive, and letting them know where they stand, and let everyone can see, oh crikey, you know, Joe's lead at the top of the leaderboard today, I'm gonna beat him tomorrow. You know, driving that, because then it becomes self-motivation. It doesn't need you calling them to say you're falling behind. They can see it all the point during the day. They can see where they're at. My kids are gamified, right? They're doing learning online at the moment, and if they see someone in their class is a bit ahead, they put a bit more effort in and put a few more hours in to do it, rather than me standing over them saying, you need to do another hour of this maths. Which one would you prefer? The individual doing it themselves, or which manager wants to micromanage and call people and prompt them and tell them? So there's simple things you can do to gamify the data you've already got that you can turn on very, very quickly and create a bit of fun in the team that wasn't there before.
I think this is a fantastic idea, Ian. I think, I think I've never heard this before, gamify your performance itself. So I have one question. Do you have some Excel-based model, or are there any tools available to do this? Because to be imaginative also will take a lot of time for people like us. If it is something ready-made available, I can, use it simply.
Yeah, it's a bit biased because it's what we do at One Up Sales. We have a very simple cloud-based tool that you turn on, and it will suck data from lots of different systems very easily. The data you've already got, and just gamify it for you and make it pretty on screens with nice images. The users can even put their own photos in, and if you wish, put their own sounds in, so that if they do something that makes it successful, they close the most tickets there. Whatever you decide is something to be celebrated, it can create an alert with their sound and their picture on the screen, telling everyone, wow, look how this individual did today. So yeah, we've got a tool that does that. That's very easy. And the beauty of it is, this isn't a big decision for people to make, but it really means something to your employees. And for the managers, it means you don't have to micromanage. It creates self-motivation in people on a daily and hourly basis. It shouldn't be once a week you check in, look at the metrics, and then go, you're not doing good enough. That doesn't cause corrective behavior. If someone can see all the time how they're performing against their peers, in the office you could see it, but if you could see it now remotely, wouldn't that be interesting? That you start going, oh, I need to do a bit more today now because I can see I'm 3rd place, I'm 5th place. I want to be up there today. And you start behaving, and it's self-adjusts. It's such a wonderful thing to see.
So what is the input for this data? How the measurement will get into the system to make sure that the grading happens?
Yeah, so the way we do it, we suck the data from your CRM system automatically. So it's pretty easy. All you have to decide as a business is what data needs to be measured that you want to be represented. we link it so it sucks that data in automatically. So we're automatically checking for that data and pulling it in. So you don't then have to do anything. There's no manual. You can manually upload spreadsheets and do data. You can do, but you don't really want to be doing that, because now you've created someone a job of doing this. And the key thing about gamifying data is it needs to be up to date. People need to trust the data and see it very simply. And then you just yourselves go, How do I want to represent this? And here's a really interesting thing. It isn't just about people playing against people. You can have teams against teams, and you can have different size teams with it automatically balancing it. So if you've got a team of 6 people against 10, it automatically makes it fair and balances the metrics that it's like you've got 10 against 10 competing. So it gives more points relatively to the 6 appropriately, so that if they did the same behavior, fair outcome. So it's a great thing for driving team behavior, team targets, individual targets and behavior. And you can even have it that people can challenge each other. Wouldn't it be great? I'm sat here right now. I want to challenge Bob, who's the other side of the country, but in my team. I want to challenge him today to do more calls than me. I want to challenge him today to close more tickets than me, create more opportunities, whatever it is. I can issue that challenge as an individual. I don't need to go to management. I can start doing it myself and getting the team to compete with each other. And we all do it. We all live in a gamified world, in our consumer world. We all have applications that give you points and you get badges for it. You know, if you do Salesforce training online, you know, training systems, learning management systems are typically gamified, and you earn badges for each level you get to, and it drives self-motivated behavior. It works scientifically and psychologically. Gamification drives the right behaviors within people across the world. Why wouldn't we do this in business?
In fact, while you were speaking, in fact, I was trying to apply it to my own company, and it gave me an idea, why can't we make the dashboard itself as a screensaver for everyone? So whenever you look at your screen, you know exactly which team is doing better and which is not doing better. Yep. And then it will inculcate the ideas of competing between teams. And then if a team leader is prudent, and if he wants to basically compete with another team somewhere in some other city, he will exactly know which is the individual bringing his team score down, and then they will fix that point. So I think it's very interesting. How do we get access to this, Ian?
Sure. So by all means, two ways. One is, thank you for giving me that opportunity. One is come to oneupsales.co.uk, or by all means, come to me individually at ianmoyse.co.uk. That will take you to my LinkedIn profile, and by all means, engage with me personally, whether it be you just want to have some questions or guidance on this, or you're actually interested in a technology to help facilitate.
Amazing, because so far what we have done is, and we were thinking that we have nailed the problem. I'll tell you exactly what we have done. We have actually migrated all our employees to something called virtual office, and to give more personal time to each other. So like in the real world in 2019, we used to call each other for a cup of coffee. So we still do that, but we actually create a breakout rooms and we bring each other, individual coffees. The other person will bring his coffee, I'll bring my own coffee, and then we have coffee together. So up to that level we have done that. But I think you're talking about a next level, because you're now talking about using the digital world to automatically propel in the forward direction. So I think it's amazing. It's very, very interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm sure a lot of viewers who are watching this may be interested in reaching out to you and leveraging this whole gamification concept. If there are ready-made tools available, they will like to access it. I'm sure a lot of viewers may be interested in doing this.
Super, thank you. Look forward to hearing from some of you.
Right, Ian, it was a great pleasure talking to you today, and we will find some other great opportunity to discuss something else. But I think today's subject about how to motivate your employees while managing them remotely using gamification as a concept is really, really mind-blowing. So thank you very much for sharing this with us.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
So see you next time, Ian. Take care, and we will catch up soon. Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very interesting discussion about a person who is in news for some time, and he is Arnab Goswami. Arnab Goswami is a SME's and is born in SME's family of Colonel Manoranjan Goswami and Suprabha Goswami. So to discuss about his personality, his kind of journalism, I have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been working in different continents and is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So Sitesh, welcome to the show. How are you today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day on this side for my side, and I'm sure it is a good day for you as well. I am really well and very charged up, just like Arnab. How are you?
I'm fine. At my side also, things are good. Weather is well, unlike there's no pouring of rains now. So things are perfectly right. And as you know, we are discussing about Arnab, who is trending. He was #1 journalist at the moment in Indian subcontinent. I can say he's also a recipient of Ramnath Goenka Award for Excellence in Journalism. And as you know that he started his career in 1995 with Telegraph and NDTV. And later on, he also joined from 2006 to 2016 in Times Now. And currently, he is heading Republic Media Network, which is trending and also having highest TRP. So, what do you think about the TRP and other aspect of this news giving away?
Well, Kanchan, first of all, I do not believe in any histrionics. I come from the great legacy of the Doordarshan news reporters, All India Radio news reporters, Shammi Narang of those days, if you remember, and Salma Sultan and others of Komal GB Singh, Gitanjali Iyer, and you name it, you have it, including Pranoy Roy, who is now the chairman of NDTV. And so I believe that ratings don't last. Good journalists do. And the other thing is that journalists should be watchdogs and they should not be lapdogs. So in today's life, it is more about the room is filled up with so many journalists, so many media people. And one of the sure shot way of to be heard is to be loud. And therefore, I believe that Arnab is doing a great job. He's really loud. He is overboard. Decibel levels are too high. Really tests a television's decibel limits. And therefore, he is doing a great job. Content-wise, I will have my reservations. The content, the presentation, yes, histrionics, 10 out of 10. Content, I will have to keep it for some more deep thinking. So yes, that kind of journalism is flourishing, has been flourishing. I mean, today it is Arnab. Some years back, we had someone, few other journalists like this. But as I said, in a crowded room, the loudness is a great skill. And therefore, Arnab is doing a great job. Republic TV has been compared to, a lot of some criticism is also there, which is there, part of parcel of the game. There is criticism about it. And at the same time, he, as you said, he has got Ramnath Goenka Award, but that was in 2008. And he has been, some news broadcasting agency, he has been president as well. But to say that he is not articulate, which I would think, because I always come from a belief that the argument has to be better rather than the voice, rather than the decibel. Whichever debate it is, whether it's a debate on a television or it's a debate in a parliament. What do you say?
I believe some part of your argument at this point of time, but I feel one aspect which is very crucial and very solid when we talk about Arnab is that rise of nationalism, which is, I think, is a requirement of this hour, because we somehow started saying that India is not bad, it is a bad country, and there's no facilities. And we have somehow, the young generation especially, left the feeling of proudness about their country, their culture, their tradition, and the various things which India offers. So I think in one way, Arnab has ignited this issue and this very crucial aspect to feel proud and rise of nationalism. I agree that he is loud among all journalists, but then I also feel that the choice of topics, especially the controversial topics like through defamation case, or we have remarks on Keralite or Palghar mob lynching. These are few crucial issues which he has discussed. And one more point is that he is the one person who is responsible for starting debate on news channel. So that is also goes, I think, a plus point when it comes to journalism, especially in India. What are your views on this?
No, I agree. I completely agree your point about the rise of nationalism. But I would say, Kanchan, that nationalism doesn't come with one label. Nationalism is not about one label, one political party, one ideology, the most popular ideology, and it is also something, it cannot be claimed that one is a better patriot than the other, because there is no scale for it. There cannot be a scale for it. Ultimately, everyone functions under the Constitution and the words written in the Constitution. So to say that nationalism's rise, yes, is being seen, it is being observed, but to say that that is the only brand of nationalism, it is incorrect. And therefore, I always recommend to my family, to my friends, to my colleagues, sometimes please go and watch Doordarshan News as well. You will be happy. You will feel peace. You will feel at par with what is happening in the country, and you will not see anything that is only sensationalizing 24 hours by the time. And I am so proud of Doordarshan that even in today's hullabaloo of all these, branded journalism, Doordarshan still remains, Doordarshan News, English or Hindi or whichever, they still remain the best news channel. And at least the moment you watch all the other news channels and you come back to Doordarshan, you will feel at peace. You will go and have a cup of coffee and you will think, oh, the world revolves anyway. It doesn't stop. And that is my whole point is all about.
So I think that you are more on the presentation type of issues rather than news or how it is. You want...
So, I want content.
Okay.
I want content, and I want balanced content on so many things happening in the world. If you see, one movie star's death has taken 100 days of television content 24/7 for one channel. You go to Doordarshan and you get the balanced news, what is happening across the world. You take up any international channel, there are sensitive news, there are progressive news, there are food news, there are leisure news, there are sports news, there are life. There is life beyond sensationalization, and I'm completely against. And you know, that is the reason the same thing happens to the Fox channel in America. Fox News channel is just based on this sensationalization. And so whichever party one supports, it is about the belief of the journalists. Can you imagine of the journalists of Doordarshan days shouting on top, you know, hurling comments, insulting comments, throwing words, and the words which are, you know, even probably a person like Mr. I can really think of a person like Mr. APJ Kalam would have been offended being on Republic Bharat. So I think that it is important to have a great content. It is important to raise the pitch as well. We need to raise the pitch. We have seen everyone does it. It is not just Arnab. I only buy that content which gives me a balanced presentation, balanced content, you know, a balanced news, and at the same time, they can after watching for 2 hours or 3 hours in the morning, I should feel that I got a whole dossier of what is happening around me and not just one topic.
I agree with your point, but there's one issue which I differ is that you mentioned about this film star who is kind of in suspicion that he's being murdered, but there are people who are saying that he committed suicide. Now, no other channel, but I have gone through various channels, has taken up this particular story the way Arnav has taken up. Earlier it was suicide, later on it came out to be a murder, a cold-blooded murder. So now when you see people only listen to you when you really speak loudly, and it should reach in your ear, it should make massive sound near your eardrums. So so I think I give full marks to Arnab to really taking up and coming out and giving a justice to a person who was claimed by many, not one or most of the people, that he has committed suicide. But it came out that he has been murdered, that too in a very bad way. So I give full support to Arnab in terms of his journalistic research, his people who are working in his team and doing a great work. And apart of presentation, I fully agree. The presentation may be very loud when it comes to Arnab Goswami and the public channel, but as far as content, I feel any topic which he takes up or any of his team member takes up, they have some content in that, and they have the capability, and there are possibility which can really give dent in the journalistic outcome and then in the news itself. So that is one thing which I appreciate about Republic and especially Arnab, because as you mentioned, though Republic TV has been compared with North Korean media and of course Fox News in America, a TV channel, but apart of this, I just gone through all the criticism. I really feel that Arnab and his channel has that capability to reach to young mind and to really be listened by people carefully what he is saying. Unlike Doordarshan, though I appreciate, I worked for Doordarshan for many years, I understand that. And I have a soft corner for Doordarshan also. But though they are journalists, so they take a view which is like Om Shanti view. this 10% of this news, there's 10% of different segment news, maybe another 30% of news, and then sport news. So they are following a parameter or a sequence which I think need to change a little bit. What do you say?
Well, I can only pray that I can see Arnab Goswami in the league of Karan Thapar one day. I can pray that I can see Arnab Goswami in the league of Rajat Sharma, what he is today, what he has made of himself.
I think Arnab has left all these journalists behind. He is way ahead. I think because the kind of people appreciation he's getting, no other journalist has yet, except Pranay Roy when he initially started NDTV. I can agree on this point. But of course, there are Rajat Sharma who has a separate segment and separate fan following. But when it comes to comparison of Arnab Goswami with Rajat Sharma or any other journalist at this point, I think nobody matches him.
Yeah, I think that it's again, we live in a democracy, and like we choose our heroes and heroines, and we have to be choosing our journalists also. So probably Arnab has brought the stardom that was much needed in this space. So he has become like a angry young man of the news channel, and I wish he becomes Amitabh Bachchan of Indian journalism. If he really wishes to become an angry young man, he should choose to become the angry young man of the journalists of India. And I wish that he does what he does best. And I just wish that he raises his content quality rather than the decibel quality, just banking on that. Because decibel quality in Indian democracy, we know that decibel quality rules for a good amount of time, but it does not sustain for a long time. And that's what is the difference between when we say Rajat Sharma or Karan Thapar or Pranay Roy or MJ Akbar and all Sudhir Chaudharys and Shekhar Guptas of this world. So yes, we needed a star. We have a star. Arnab Goswami is a star of Indian journalism. I hope he carries on with this and he reaches greater heights and he becomes dependable, more and more dependable.
Yes, I also think that he has started a different trend, especially in journalism, where journalists are not scared of putting their point of view. And I also noticed in his program that if you are a good debater or if you have a point to really counter his point or anybody pro-government point, has been taken, appreciated, has taken well with the panelists. Have you noticed this kind of approach or attitude during his shows?
I have observed, Kanchan, that he doesn't take any comment negative. And that is the same thing as you have been saying. That's what you said. And I'm saying he's not taken even a pinch of salt from the other part of the argument. So that's why being the loudness means my way or highway, which works well because people are paid to come on his channel. People come on his channel. People also go to other channels also. There are spokespersons. So interestingly, I heard that for the political parties, they have chosen a spokesperson to go to all other channels and only very special spokesperson to go on our Bharat channel or Republic TV channel, because it is not easy to handle the heat and the salvo that he throws. So he is a great debater. There is no doubt about it. And I think that his unique selling point is his voice, his loudness, his decibel levels, and combined with his actions going ahead, launching FIRs and the kind of team he has developed. His team will become as our IPL team of Indian journalism. In that T20 session, they will run behind, they will do everything to get a scoop, a worth of news from each and every matter that they are looking into. They are choosing and going behind. But he is definitely riding a very, very thin rope in terms of choosing between the setup. And he must note, if he has to go very, very long way beyond the decades, where governments change, political masters also change, industrialists change, people change. If he has to go long way, he has to be a really, really a long-term player rather than a few years short-term player.
Yes, actually, his parental grandfather was a lawyer, and his maternal grandfather was elected legislator from Communist Party and served as an opposition. So no wonder I can understand from where this discussion and debating skills come from. But at the same time, I feel that Arnav has a lot of challenges to face, especially if we see today's scenario. And I also feel that being journalist is one of the fourth pillar of democracy. It has to be powerful and has to show people what is right and what is wrong. And I think more than 50% of work which Arnab is doing, I think it's clearing mind of people and showing across what's happening, especially when we see mob lynching, Palgan mob lynching. And I prefer and I feel that he has long way to go and a long way to really think about sustainability of this kind of journalism in India. What are your ideas?
Right. He has to be if he has to sustain, he has to be a long-term player. And that long-term player has to withstand many governments in a 40-50 year career. Many governments, many ideologies, regimes change, electorate changes, content also changes, tones change, but the core, the ethics remain. I believe what he is being seen today, his core and ethics remain the same. He has no doubt inspired a lot of new journalists, young journalists. I'm sure wherever he goes to address these graduates, he gets a standing ovation. And his courage is commendable. But at the same time, the sustainability factor is also needs to be seen, so that he can become MS Dhoni of Indian journalism or Amitabh Bachchan of Indian journalism, if he is being portrayed as such.
Yes, so all the best to Arnab, and let him keep giving good news and establish a good journalism in Indian subcontinent. So we'll be discussing more about different issues in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh.
Thank you. The nation definitely wants to know this, Kanchan.
All the best. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the show. And we want to discuss about some breaking news, which I heard today morning, and it's about the Indian government announcing launch of a budget app. To discuss further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Nebel Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. An app, CK, from the government. My goodness, this really is 21st century. So, what's the scoop? What's the news on this app?
Well, we are going to start the budget session on 1st of February, where the India's 2021-22 budget will be presented by our Honorable Finance Minister, Mrs. Sitaraman. And, she will be talking about all the 50,000 commodities, including defense and transportation and education and whatnot. So everything will be discussed in this budget and presented. IMF announced that India is going to show growth of 11.5%. So from almost negative growth to 11.5% in 2021, I think this budget is very exciting. Every Indian is looking towards it, how this is going to help us in our growth. This is very, very important. And the Finance Ministry announced that they will be launching an app. The app can be downloaded now. It's available on Android and iPhone, and you can download it. Any Indian can download it, but the budget will not be available until Mrs. Sitaraman finishes her speech, first introductory speech in the parliament. As soon as her speech is over, the budget can be downloaded, and all the 14 sections of the budget will be available for review. Anyone who is interested in reading about the budget, there is no need to go to the newspaper, go to the website. You can get it in your mobile. Just download an app, and it will be secure, it will be actual, and the way they are announcing in the parliament, the same thing you can review on your mobile phone. So I think it's a big deal. First time in our history, at least, we have seen such a thing being done, so that everybody is more aware about what is being presented.
That sounds absolutely brilliant, and there must be some underlying reason. I mean, why an app? Have they created an Android app and an iOS app? Did I hear? They've created both apps.
They have already created the apps, and those are already available on the stores, Android Play stores, as well as iPhone stores.
That's really good, and as you say, it's a way to get the message over without anyone interfering with it. So without the newspapers putting out their interpretation. So we're seeing the facts live for once. So rather than, when we have a budget in the UK, all we hear is the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the speech is released, so it's a hand copy that's released to all of the news agencies, and of course they can put their own interpretation on it, but it's a hard copy. I'm sure they've probably got digital copies these days, but we see all of these journalists with literally thick, hard copies carrying around with them. You need a briefcase to carry it around because it's so thick. But I can see this is a great move. I'm really excited by the Indian government going into the world of digital, because it reaches such a wide audience. So what do you think the reasoning behind the app, apart from all in one place? Why do you think they're putting it out in an app?
Well, usually, when people follow budget, these are already very fiery debates, which happens for next 15 days after 1st of February. And it's an annual budget session of the parliament where the budget is a main agenda, besides everything else. But the objective of this session, usually before March, is to finalize the budget, because our financial year starts on 1st of April. So the budgets are announced before that, and all political party break their head, all the leaders, and then pass it from the parliament so that it can be implemented from 1st of April. There are whole lot of confusion created by the opposition all the time, and it's not new. It's been happening since last 70 years, where the interpretation can be A, B, C, or X, Y, Z, and then the debate starts. There is debate inside the parliament, there are debate on the TV channels, and there are debate on the streets. So I think this is a very good move to prevent all of that confusion, because confusion can be created by misinterpretation, or sometimes deliberately omitting few words and creating a confusion. So all sort of things happens. So I think I really appreciate, as a citizen of India, that now all of those via medias are gone. You can read the budget directly without going to any website or newspaper interpretation. You can just do it from the government.
That's brilliant, and I think there's probably another underlying reason why the government are putting it out in this 21st century technology mode, you know, an app, and that's to reach the young audience, so that the young audience will download an app. They'll more happily download an app than what's a news channel. And it may be that they could interrogate that app and be more engaged in the politics of the country. So I actually think it's a really smart move. And fundamentally, what is an app? So let's just look very simply at what an app is, because it's a form of communication. It's a push form of communication. So when you download the app, it's all there. Everything's there. It's formatted in a way that you want someone to see it. So I'm guessing that you can drill down into the subjects. And if you get bored with other subjects, you can drill across. And so let's hope it's a well-designed app so people can move around it. And the main thing here is it's to get rid of all of the false communications. So on the basis that it's secure, so we need to make that leap of faith so no one can hack it. It's a simple form of communication where the hope is everybody to see the same information. But as with apps, we do know apps are only available on smartphones. So there's the downside to this, CK, isn't it? How many people have got smartphones? Are the aging population of the country, typically they may have a smartphone, but will they be conversant with apps? Would you think they'll be wanting to look at this through an app?
Neville, I'm reading the article which came in the paper today, and I'm thinking that, you know, they have taken care of every possibility. First of all, the app will be available in multiple languages, at least bilingual, so people can choose what language they want. So it's English or something else, so they can choose that. That is the first thing. Second is, it's not only the current year's budget, they are providing last 15 years of budget being available. So you can drill to even the retrospective budget if you want to see retrospective, what is how the government has started things and what is the state of affairs now. For last 15 years, those budgets are available. You can literally go and do a lot of research if you have an app. The third thing is, nothing is downloaded on your device. It's all coming from the Ministry of Finance website. And so it's a central location. And hence, I don't think this is prone to multiple copies being floating around. The source will be the same website. So now you see it is available on smartphones. It is available on iPads. It's available on Samsung pads or whatever, and also through web pages. So, and having one data source. That is how they are, planning to launch this.
Well, the fact that they're putting it all in one place and trying to get people to focus on that one place is fantastic, really. It's a way that you want to hear communication. You don't want fake news to be given to you. And let's hope that all of the elderly population get engaged with this as well. Because if we can get people into using apps, then there's other opportunities, like welfare, well-being of elderly, that we can also get them to use in an app too. So it's fascinating news, really. From my point of view as an accountant, I love to see these things because you can really drill down and drill across, and you can see the trends, and hopefully there'll be a few graphs on there. I'm not an Indian citizen, so I'm not too sure I'm going to be able to download it, but you never know. I'll give it a go. If it's available, I'll have a look at it. But it is definitely the way ahead. So congratulations to the government of India for making this huge leap of faith and looking towards engaging more with the community, more with its citizens, because that's where we get real democracy. More engagement, more transparency. So fascinating subject for today, CK. I hope everyone. When's this app going to be available? Do we know? You say, is it available to download now?
It's available to download now. You can download it, but it will not be active till the later part of February 1st, because I think the data will be uploaded only after Finance Minister finishes her speech. So after that, the data will be available. But and all Indians should be able to download the app from the app stores. But Naval, let me also make one point here. You see, the budget, usually Indian budget I can talk about, is usually runs into thousands and thousands of pages, at least 20,000 pages. It's like one big book which is published every year, and nobody can read the entire book. By the time you finishes the book, I think the year will be over.
It's the next year.
Right. So I think advantage is that, for example, I will not be interested in reading the whole thing. I will like to know what is relevant for me. So if you have an app, then as you said in the beginning of our video, that you can pretty much search what you want to look at really. So instead of wasting time and going through, hey, where is what I want to know about budget, and totally clueless, which page it is. First you have to go to index and all that, and then index will be also running in 10 pages. So it's very tough. Here, if you have an app, you can simply type what you want to search and the app will bring it up for you. So I think it's a very good move by Indian government, because now you mentioned elderly. Elderly would like to know what is the increase in their pension ex gratia. I think that is what they are more interested about. We are interested about, hey, how much income tax we have to pay, what is the corporate taxes, and like that. There are different category of people like to know different things. They are not interested in aerospace budget or defense budget. Why we should read about it? So I think that is the biggest advantage this app offers, where I can actually read what is being proposed and passed by Indian government relevant to me as an individual.
It's brilliant. I mean, in my corporate days, I would call that line of sight. So I've got a clear line of sight into what I'm interested in. Of course, lots of people are going to be interested in all of it. So again, hopefully it's in a good summary format. I've not seen the app. You've not seen the app. So, it's going to be interesting to see what it is. I mean, the success of it, interestingly enough, is if lots and lots of people download the app, that's easy because that's not bandwidth. But as soon as you start to use the app, presumably it's going to be bandwidth. So it's going to be interesting to see whether the website, as you say, where all of the data depository is going to be, whether it really gets hit hard. Because frankly, I would love it to crash. And the reason I would love it to crash is because they will then know they're succeeding. They will know that actually, and people will know they're succeeding as well, because all of a sudden, if websites crash, you do know there's lots of people are interested. So in some respects, people would say that's very negative, but a website doesn't crash. It doesn't physically crash. It just gets clogged up and you can't get in. It's a bit like any, on Zoom, you have a maximum sometimes of 100 people. And as soon as the 101st person comes in, well, that's it. You're not allowed in. So I would love it to be bombarded from all sorts of people in India, that are interrogating their budget, because this is going to affect their livelihoods. So let's hope that they've got big bandwidth anyway, but let's hope that it's inundated so that they see that people are really interested. Because it's the best way out, really. It's a bit like having your customers hit all of your, you put a special offer on your website and all of a sudden all of your customers get to know about it. It goes viral and bash, you get 1,000 downloads. I really do hope people get engaged with this, because it's definitely 21st century. It's the way to communicate, good news on the basis that everyone's got access to a smartphone or a tabloid or what have you. But the more important thing is it's engaging with young people. So I really do hope a lot of success for this app, and let's get conversations going. We can start a conversation here, come on, all you young people, talk about a budget that you've never heard of before in your life.
Absolutely. The young people will be starting their job, their career, and when IMF projecting very fantastic numbers, growth numbers for India, 11.3, 11.5% growth. I think it's going to be a lot of job availability in 2021 for Indians. And you mentioned something technical like crashing the site. So I know certain things about Indian IT setup. So I can just throw a little bit on that subject as well. The thing is that India has a very huge population, and there is no one data center in India which can cater to the entire Indian population. So usually, if you look at a bank cannot provide a centralized banking from one location. Any large bank in India will have more than at least more than 10 to 15 data centers in a distributed manner, so that in case of any failure, they will have uh, a failover criteria available. So for Government of India, the IT is managed by a department called NIC. They are one of the largest IT setup globally by any government, maybe comparable to US government. And the full form of NIC is National Informatics Center. And it's a huge outfit having more than 50 to maybe 60 data centers across India. And this budget is going to be available from the NIC website, which is also hosted by them. So I'm sure they have taken care of all possibilities. They will not let their data sites, crashing down.
I'm sure they won't. I mean, I was being tongue in cheek. But the main thing is, the more people look on it, the bigger bandwidth is available and to be used. And more importantly, your government is getting immediate feedback from you, which I think is the real positive part of all this. I mean, what an app does, it allows line of sight both ways. So they're not going to be looking at what you're looking at. They're going to be looking at what everyone's looking at and getting some really good statistics back to them as to what's important in the country. And even, as we know, you and I know, that if we're accessing the app from specific locations, then we can actually trace the interest to that location. And again, this is not going to be a big brother, breathing, looking over your shoulder, seeing what you're looking at. This is really for the government statistics to find out what people are really interested in, how they can tailor what they do as an organization going forward. And as you say, more importantly, this is going to actually be an indication of where the jobs are coming from. So I think it's got massive, massive reach and a massive use. And I look forward to hearing a bit more about it when it actually goes live.
Yes, Neville, we will return on this very subject on probably 1st of February or 2nd. I will discuss this again. We will also check the rollout, any challenges. But I thank you so much for finding time to discuss this positive news emerging from India, and also showing us the way how 21st century will shape up. So I will catch up with you tomorrow on something more interesting. Until then, goodbye.
Goodbye, CK. Goodbye, everybody. Have a fun day.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, the topic of discussion is, of course, we all know, it is in everybody's mind. It is the COVID-19 outbreak. But I would like to talk about something else. We already know that the pandemic is already there. It is no longer knocking at our gates. It's already there. We are under lockdown. But let me tell you a few things which has happened over the past few days. Number one, there has been a lot of criticism on the account of WHO for not announcing the disease, not giving the warning signals to the world, and sort of sitting with China and favoring them and giving them almost a clean sheet of what the China has done. And they have to do their own explaining. There has been, on the other hand, a lot of critics about the lockdown in India, because the critics are saying that this lockdown will destroy the economy. But I would like to just draw parallels into these two incidents. Number one, that WHO, which was formed after the Second World War, has lost its relevance, or probably the new world order has come in, and the old world order is still being followed in the WHO, and it is a sort of mismatch. But what is happening more so in India, which is comprising of 25% population of the world, is that this is a great country. In the past, many people have written off. After India got independence from the British said this country is not going to be a country. This country existed because we were there to control it, and if we leave, this country will disintegrate. And after 70 years, we have come out even more stronger. So many things Indians have done. We have also increased our life expectancy by 40 years. During British Raj, our life expectancy was something like 30 years. Within 30 to 40 years, people used to perish. Right now, it is 80 years. So we've increased because our social index has also gone up. In 60s, the World Forum said India is going to disintegrate anytime. It can just disintegrate into different states anytime. And here we are. We've gone through so many issues as a country. We have eradicated single-handedly with no external help a deadly disease like chickenpox, and we are going to defeat corona as well. This country is not run by politicians. This country is not run by the Indian governments. This country is run by people. The people come together, and there is a huge resolve in Indians to work together, to be together, and whatever the case may be, whatever the global community says. And it is not that is happening in last 70 years. This has been happening for last 5,000 years. Indians have worked together towards common goal to make our civilization a really supreme one. And this is happening. So whatever the case may be, if there is a lockdown, and if the lockdown is wrong, Indians will get up and pressurize government to remove lockdown. This has happened in the past. Indians, our forefathers, in fact, many of us have not seen what was going on in 70s, 60s, and 80s. Nobody, carries the scar marks of various vaccinations which were going on in 60s and 70s, because those pandemics have been eradicated from India. So this is all done by Indian doctors, Indian research and development setup. Indians, when they got together, they fought these different pandemics in the past. Same thing is going to happen. Whether Prime Minister Modi says X, Y, or the politician says X, Y, Z, it doesn't matter. The Indians, civilization, Indian people are sane people. They come together and they put pressure on the government to do the right things. And small controversies which are being created in social media, in print media, is not going to change any of this. It has zero impact. As you can see, 99% of the Indians are following the lockdown. It's just the 1% which is affected. So 1% is immaterial in such a large country. So the point I want to drive here is the Indians are much, much bigger force as compared to any government, any WHO, any United Nations, especially when it comes to this part of the world. And Indians run this country. It is not the government, it is not one person, it is the people of this country which runs this country. And they are so confident that if the government is not working for what they have chosen them for, they can same day they can remove the government and they can bring another one. So people of India are very strong. We are not worried about this pandemic which is affecting us. I'm sure our habits are much better. Our hygiene standards are much higher. So we will come victorious in the end of it. So I just wanted to give this positive message from my side. I will see you tomorrow with more analytics, more information. And I look forward to your comments, especially on this subject. Do you agree with me that Indian resolves and Indian people are much greater than any political force that we might be working with right now?
I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Okay, Ritu, now as you know, this is the second phase of lockdown and we call it 2.0 and today is the 7th day. So what is around you in this second phase of lockdown and how people are reacting and anything new you observe?
Well, this is the second phase of lockdown and people, I find they're very positive about it. They are ready to cope up with anything and they are doing many things to keep themselves away from any kind of tension. People are cooking, they are creating jobs for themselves inside the house, and most of the people I see have become very health conscious. They are doing whatever kind of exercise they can do in the house, and walking and going to the terrace, doing some kind of exercises. And some people, they have their own gym on the terrace. So it is very good. Keep the exercise or taking care of your body keeps you away from all kind of anxiety and tension. I think this is something which is very good. People of all ages are into some kind of exercise.
So, do you feel is any activity which is a kind of hit in your neighborhood?
I think people are talking a lot, and I think it's very good. Healthy gossiping is always good. People are talking, getting to know each other. Obviously, they are in their balconies or they are calling each other up and exercising, which is very good. And people have become more conscious and they are reading a lot. I have noticed over the time period of few days that many people known to me, they have started reading a lot. Reading, e-novels or the novels they already had, or books or magazines. But I think it's a very good exercise. It's a very good brain exercise.
So now coming to you, so how you are managing your days in this 2.0 lockdown?
Well, I'm doing lots of household work, which every one of us is doing. Then I'm doing lots of cleaning work also. And like I am doing this show with you. And for that, I do lots of research work, for lots of study thing. And I watch TV. Yes, I listen to music. I love listening to music. And yes, I am doing also, I'm into walking. I walk a lot because I think it is required right now to walk a lot, since we are not having much of physical activity. That is what I think. And what about you, Kanchan?
Yeah, I also do exercise. In the morning, we have our own gym in our house.
Right.
So we do exercises, and we have kids. So they demand different dishes. They are bored of eating the regular kind of food. So I prepare good food for them. And then we have some classes which are going on. So I do that also online. Then I'm also trying to learn painting. So all this is happening.
Yes. So I think the online thing is a big hit with people right now, because you are finding everything online these days.
Correct. So I
Yes.
think it'll this kind of arrangement of online will going to stay here for a longer period of time.
I think so. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So all the best to you, Ritu. and be healthy, stay safe, and eat healthy. So till then,
Yes.
with the new topic, we'll meet you again some other
Thank you, Kanchan. And you also stay safe, and you also cook nice food, because I see you are making lots of nice, yummy food.
Thank you.
So I will get to see more of such things. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and we are welcome to our show Top Brass Nation. And today we have a special guest, Lieutenant Colonel Sandeep Khatri. He has joined Indian Army through National Defence Academy in 1995. He also contributed in Operation Vijay in 1992 and also in Operation Parakaram in 2002. A part of this, he served in the Indian Army in Kashmir and in Northeast and Western border during his army tenure. It is my honor to welcome you, Lieutenant Colonel Sandeep Khatri, in our show. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's an honor to be on the show, and it's an absolute proud privilege for me to speak to your audience. Thanks a ton.
As you know, Supreme Court has already has given permission for Indian women to join the army. So, what is your opinion on this judgment of Supreme Court?
It's a positive move in the right direction and a very welcome step in the interest of the nation. As I would give you some facts and figures. If you take the stats of the working women in India, we have close to about 27% of working women who contribute to about 17% of the GDP of the nation. Whereas any advanced economy, the figures or the contribution of women to the national economy is close to 40%. So we must encourage women to be in this thing, to be in mainstream and to contribute to the GDP of the nation. And as far as women joining armed forces, again, a very positive move. The women coming to armed forces, I have seen them from close quarters because I am from a department called Electronics and Mechanical Engineers, where we've had women officers from the word go when I joined. And they bring a whole lot of skill sets with them. And the fact that Indian Army is grappling with the shortage of officers, women officers address those issues also, and there are certain aspects where they fare a shade better than men, and hence it's a very positive move. I'm very happy about it.
Yes, as you know that Indian women are always, few of them are always in a warrior mode, like, because we have a history of Rani Lakshmi Bai and other female warriors. But it took a lot of time after independence for women to really go into Indian Army. I was just going through a couple of papers, and I find that Mitali Madhumita is the first woman hero of Indian Army who has received a gallantry award. And so I feel it is quite late actually to acknowledge the contribution of women, especially in fighting or serving a nation through army. What is your opinion on this subject?
Well, yes, too late, but never anything wrong about it. It's a positive move, and yes, I agree. We've been slightly late, but then the reason being is the Indian Army is an extension of the British Army, and we owe many of our customs from the British Army to start with, where the way British treat the women as the queen, and we've treated ladies as respectable ones and not peers, something to be respected and to be honored and that way. So, but we never treated them as compatriots and to rub shoulders on the battlefield and all. And hence we were infrastructurally not geared up to accept them. And as you say, the people joining army are also an extension of the Indian culture. the people joining army, we are not coming from any other place. We are the same Indians who are coming from the Indian culture. So Indian culture as such was not ready to accept women in positions of power. So gradually women people have accepted, and so has army, and so they have come into this place. And though as a nation we have been late about it, but yes, it's a positive move, and I'm pretty happy about the fact that it has come in, and they will do a whole lot of good to the Indian army.
So Supreme Court has okayed, has give permission to women to join, I think, 10 stream of army on
Absolutely.
par with their male counterpart. So what are those few of, can we discuss about few streams of army where women are inducted?
To start with, when women join army, it was initially only in the Army Medical Corps and Army Education Corps. Medical Corps as doctors, and Education Corps, they used to teach people who join after class 10th, those Jawans who come from villages. Subsequently, it got extended to three more streams, which were essentially support services. One was electronics and mechanical engineers, where we provide repair and recovery facilities to the equipment in the army. Army Ordnance Corps, which is responsible for the clothing, provisioning of clothing and ammunition for the. So these are essentially provisioning and supply chain aspects. And the third one, which has recently come in, is Army Service Corps. So Army Service Corps is the one which provides us rations, fuel, oil for the lubricants for the vehicles and the equipment there. So these are all administrative places where women were inducted. After the recent verdict, 5 more have been added. These are Corps of Engineers who are into the field of demolitions, bridging, laying mines and all. Corps of Signals, which is essentially into providing communications while on the move. Army Air Defense, which is there to provide defense from the aircrafts. And 2 more are military intelligence, where women have been inducted in, and Army Aviation as pilots. So in total, we have about 10 streams where we are having women officers.
Okay, so what is now the reaction of all long-serving army officers towards this new change when they have women officers also, and sometimes I think they are in commanding position. So how these men, especially in army, reacts to this new situation?
See, it's too early to comment on that because the verdict has just been passed, and post the verdict, mechanism has been put in place for now. Earlier, the women were serving till about 14 years in short service, and in some cases where the terms and conditions of engagement were not very clear to start with, some of them have reached about 18, 19, 20, 21 years of service. So, in those cases, the wording, the thing was not clear in those cases. So now we are putting them through a process wherein they go through a selection board, like all male officers do, to assume commanding positions. So these boards are scheduled sometime another year down the lane, and the women officers are gearing up for their levels of fitness. I can see them working on the fitness, and a lot of them making comeback after maternity leaves and all that. So to be on those commanding positions, you need to work on a few things. And the board, once it happens and they assume their positions, that is when we'll get to see how is the army responding. We are pretty optimistic about their capabilities because we've seen them for last 15, 20 years. It's only that seeing them in a particular position, which is yet to be tested. Otherwise, they've been for 20 years and they've done a great job, and we're pretty hopeful of them doing a good job.
So now this is a new change when women are in army, and personally I feel that every citizen of India should get army training. But it's good that at least we have increased in our thought process and work towards this great idea of having women in army. But how this has impacted, this decision has impacted Indian society?
It's a positive move. People are seeing Indian Army as an organization which is pro-women, which is a neutral organization, which is not gender biased. So the entire image of Indian Army has taken a boost. And as you rightly said, we have a history of women warriors, and there are a lot of women who are worthy of this uniform and who always want to join this. And this step will go a long way in encouraging those women to take up this profession. So it's a positive move in the right direction.
So what is your message for young women and girls who want to join army?
To all those viewers, those girls who are in that eligible age bracket to join army, I would say this is one of the finest professions to be in. This is one of the most noble professions to me. I'll say the teaching and soldiering are one of the two finest professions one can think of, because you are doing a whole lot of good to the Indian democracy. As I said, a teacher a teacher creates a future citizen of the country who is the building block of a democracy, and a soldier is the guardian of the democracy. So if I say in the interest of the democracy, these two professions are the best. So all the girls who are watching us on the show, I would say, if you have the zeal in you, and you would like to test yourself, this is one of the finest places to be. Please feel free, do opt for this profession, and I assure you a lifetime of satisfaction and a personal growth in this profession.
So any special training is required before actually giving examination, or before you really think of going to army? So somebody who is interested, especially girls who want to join army, so any special training or is required before giving exams, or how it is, how to join army?
The exam comprises of essentially two steps. First is a written one, and second is as you know, is a service selection board, an interview part of it. So the written part is conducted by the UPSC for an exam called Combined Defense Services (CDS), and it's an objective kind of exam akin to a UPSC exam with enough weightage on maths and science and social science kind of subjects. So general awareness. So one can work on these aspects, and the service selection board is a 5-day process wherein you are tested on three fronts. One is a psychologist who tests you on your psychology. Second is a ground testing officer who tests you on your physical prowess and how you work as a team on ground under testing circumstances. And third is the interviewing officer. So these a combination of three people will test you, and then once you get through it, then you undergo a set of medicals. And once you are through with your medicals, then you join OTA Chennai, Officers Training Academy, Chennai, as women officers.
So I would like to give a message to all Indians from an army officer. Would like to what is the message from you, from all of us who are staying in India and think and worry about our nation? Though army officers and army jawans are there to really look after us, but still, what is the message you want to give to all of us?
My message is, irrespective of the fact whether you're in army or in corporate or in any government job, as so long as you understand your obligation to the motherland, the nation as such, who's given you everything that you are today, we owe it to our motherland, and we must endeavor to contribute our bit to the nation. One, not necessarily everybody has to pick up a weapon to fight on the borders. In any field that you're doing, try and be a good citizen, worth the soldier who is fighting for you. Be a citizen worth the soldier dying for you. You must be worthy enough for his effort. So having been on this side of the fence, I always wanted my fellow countrymen to do their bit for the country as we did our bit. That's about it.
It was so honored to talk to you today, and we have learned so many things about how to go into the army and how we should feel about people who are on other side and looking after the boundaries of India. So it was very lovely talking to you, Lieutenant Colonel Sandeep Khatri. So till next time.
Thank you, Kanchan.
next time.
Thank you, Kanchan. It was an absolute honor to speak to you, and it was a great time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Friends, are you going online?
Are we live? Oh, we're live.
Yes. So, are people liking your presentation?
I don't know. I've never asked them. Have I?
Are you empathetic towards people?
Empathy. My goodness. What on earth does that mean?
Tune now, and it is coming up right now. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Wednesday morning edition of Akulmach Nation. Before we start our discussion today, I would like to call my friend from UK and Mr. Naval Gund. He will be talking about a very important subject which affect us all, even in real life as well as in digital life. It is something called digital empathy. So without wasting any further moment, let me invite Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you all today. It's pretty cold in the UK, I must admit. But let's get this discussion going. Digital empathy. What on earth is that? I mean, it's two words that have been thrown together in the 21st century, because prior to talking about digital, which is very much a 21st century word, we would never have put digital and empathy together. So, CK, it's an open floor here. You know, what does digital empathy mean to you?
Naval, I think empathy is a word, and digital empathy is the sort of extension of the empathy. And empathy is driven from the compassion and ability to convey your point with emotions. So communication becomes a very important part of empathy. And it requires little bit of training. It requires normalization because of culture. It also requires things like how do you convey your point without hurting anybody's feeling. And digital empathy, from my point of view, is very important because that is the way of life when you present yourself digitally without putting other person down in any way. So I think it has become very important to train people today about digital empathy.
Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. And let's break this down a little bit. Empathy. So what is empathy? Well, it's having this relationship with someone else. It helps us to communicate our ideas in a way that makes sense to others. So if I can understand a bit more about the way you think, I can present my case in a way that will help you think, you know, rather than stop you thinking, as most people tend to do in the workplace. So, I mean, we've only got to take a look at the really good adverts on TV. And we all know, I mean, what advert really brings a smile to your face on TV? If you've watched any recently?
Let me think about it. I think if I have to remember, see, I have not been watching too much of TV nowadays because it's all boring. It's all political news. But let me still try and answer you. I think mostly it's about survival. I think.
Yeah, Survival. Okay. Well, we're coming up to in the UK, we're coming up to the Christian world. We're coming up to the holiday season, which is typically known as Christmas. And one of the nice things about this part of the year is all of the big brands start to put their Christmas message out there. And it isn't actually to say, come and buy more of what we've got. It's for them to say, here we are, and here's our Christmas message. And I always remember the Coca-Cola one, you know, and it's the big. They show Santa at the beginning drinking a Coke. There's a surprise, you know. So there's the advert, but it's got this jolly old man, big white beard, you know, red coat, the typical Santa. Empathetic person that we see in front of everybody, and in the background there's this music going, holidays are coming, holidays are coming, holidays are coming, and then there's this huge entourage, this huge sort of train of coaches, of trucks that have got Coca-Cola on the outside. You can imagine the Christmas scene. That is empathy personified. They are drawing you in. They're trying to make you engage in their world. So we can take a lot from these type of adverts. So if you've never really enjoyed adverts in the past, go and take a look at a few, because then you'll understand what real empathy is about. They may turn you off, in which case they've missed you as their audience. But if they turn you on, why do they turn you on? What emotions are going through your body, your brain, your heart, your mind that are switching you on? Because it's really powerful stuff, this. And the more empathy we can reach down into, the easier the discussion, the easier the conversation. And we see, just turning to directly to the subject, digital empathy. In your background, you know, I can see all these pictures going past about social media. You know, I'm seeing all the icons in the background. There's Facebook, there's LinkedIn, there's Twitter, there's Pinterest, there's Instagram, and they're all there, you know, and they're all coming in. That's empathy. That's memory power that's kicking in. And most people that go onto Twitter can tell you what the Twitter icon is. It's a little bird. They can explain it really well. And it's amazing how they can explain something that's impacted them to another person. And it's as simple as that, really. This is not complicated. It's how can I relate to somebody else, go into their world, understand their issues, and get my message over. Equally, help them get their message over to you. So this is where leadership comes in a big way, in that leaders really should encourage people to say what they're feeling, and then help them mold the way they say it to other people by understanding what this word empathy is really all about. Is this making sense, Chandra?
Well, I understand this very well, and thank you for explaining the empathy and also the digital empathy. I think we need to take this discussion forward, and I have a couple of questions regarding this. See, the empathy is been around since the time we started doing business. I mean, for 6,000 years, that if a businessman is not empathic, the chances are that he is not going to make his clients very happy. So he will not be very successful in doing business. Now we are living in a digital world. How important this word, digital empathy, is for business people, and where this digital empathy can be used effectively. That is my question to you.
Well, I've given you one great example, advertising on the screen. I mean, it's the digital medium of, 50, 60 years ago. You know, ever since we had sort of black and white TV, it draws you in. And what I'm saying is it's very powerful. This advertising, I want to focus on advertising because we're all affected by it. No matter where we go, I see in the background, yet again, the social media advertising has popped up in your background. No matter where we go, we're affected by it. And there's a lot of art, a lot of chemistry, a lot of design that goes on with these very powerful brands around the world that draw us in to the conversation. And when I say draw us in, they're drawing us in. We're attracted to it. So even a very simple picture on the side of a building, if it interests you, it's amazing how quick the brain reacts. If it interests you, you'll refocus on it. If it doesn't interest you, you just pass it by. So we're taking in lots and lots of information on a regular basis, you know, whether it's physically online or whether when we're walking around and we're, you know, taking our exercise or going to a meeting, we're taking in all of this stuff. It hasn't just stopped. We can't ignore it. It's there. Whether you're stuck in traffic in a car or sat on a train, there's, no matter where you look, there's an advert somewhere. And this is where I think we can start to understand the lessons of it, because empathy is such an important part of leadership. You know, not only does a leader need to have empathy, you know, the deepest sort of empathy, but also that leader needs to take that into their team so that their team has empathy. Zoom is an absolute classic of having empathy over the last 7 or 8 months. Because, I mean, you and I have spoken on Zoom long before that, you know, but people that were in lockdown all of a sudden had to go onto Zoom. So now you can imagine, and I've hosted and I've been on many panels where I've been in other people's kitchens. On one occasion, I was in their bathroom, you know, which is really, it wasn't that embarrassing because they were actually showing their bathroom. So they were making a case was this is the quietest room in the house, you know, this is a very busy apartment block and this is the quietest room, you know, and I can turn the fan heater on and I can actually have a decent conversation with myself. And this person was physically sitting in the bath, you know, doing a Zoom panel, which I thought it was just absolutely fantastic. You need to do it sometime, actually. We need to get everyone to come and be on a Zoom panel in the bath. It's bringing tears to my eyes now because it was just absolutely hilarious. He was panning round the bathroom saying, here's my taps, here's the shower. Yeah, absolutely hilarious. But my point is, we were taken into their home. For the very first time, lots of managers, lots of bosses were now beamed into their employees' homes because that's the only way to communicate. And in the first instance, we did see some, you know, you see pots and pans in the background. You see a very organized, you know, picture frame and goodness knows what else in the background. And then, of course, Zoom picked that up and they thought, oh, we better give people backgrounds because they may be a bit embarrassed about, you know, the pots and pans that haven't been washed up or that, you know, bookcase that hasn't quite got all the books, you know, because there's so many books, they're all just thrown on there. So Zoom really were helping you rearrange your life to be respectful to other people. And it's this word respect, because that's where it all comes from. If I respect you and you respect me, then things will happen. If we have no respect for each other, then frankly, things won't happen. And it really is as simple as that. So going back into this, how powerful can it be? And as you say, over 6,000 years, even longer, frankly, teachers have, their students have empathy with the teacher. The teacher's engaging. The teacher makes them smile. Actually, the teacher doesn't do anything. You do everything, because you're taking yourself into that space. So it's a very powerful medium if you get it right. And I've noticed, even on Facebook, you can structure your own page now. You can put things in certain places so that it makes it more attractive to the people you're talking to. Putting your brand, this is me. Not a me too, despite the fact, you're one in several billion or over 1 billion people on Facebook. So there's bound to be lots of Me Too's out there, but it's putting your brand, And what I find interesting around all of these social media, by the way, is the digital empathy starts with a picture. And have you noticed how many people on LinkedIn, which is allegedly the professional network, they don't put their picture there. They put their company's logo there. Or they put an avatar there that has no reflection on them whatsoever. And yet this is supposedly a professional network. Well, if it's a professional network and I'm going into that network and I'm going to have a conversation with someone, the least I can do is put my own picture there. What do you say about that? Is that fair to say?
I fully concur with you, Neville. I keep getting requests every day, and some of them don't have pictures, so I don't accept their request, even though I read their profile. But the person does not have, I would say that he does not have guts to put his own picture. Why should I even connect with him? I'm just using a very raw, rustic language. And on the other hand, on Facebook also, people lock their profile and send their invitation request. So why you're sending a request if you lock your profile? I mean, you're so shy of even other person to know about you, and then yet you keep sending requests with locked profile. So I fail to understand that. I think you mentioned very powerful words in your answer. One of the word was teacher. And I think when teacher is teaching in the class, there is a lot of excuses because they can be empathetic at some time and they can be rustic some other time. So the overall package can be, more comfortable for the student because students are also distracted. However, when you come to a digital platform, the attention is like a, straight on the screen, and the student is watching you all the time, and teacher is watching the student all the time. So the challenge now is for people like teachers, doctors, because all of them are coming online. Doctors are, giving consultation using Zoom platform or video platforms. So it is very important. I mean, if you go to meet a doctor in the hospital, they will say, okay, oh, these are your prescriptions. Okay, they keep going. And then you're just sitting like you are dependent on this doctor because he's going to prescribe medicine. So you can, just ignore, if he is not very courteous to you, you can ignore because he's a busy guy. However, when you come on the digital platform, doctor has to show empathy towards the patient because it looked like very rude. When you're sitting in front of him, it does not look as bad. But if you're sitting in a digital platform, it looks very rude. So I think digital empathy has a direct impact, not only on the business people, but also on people like teachers and doctors, and there may be other categories also. So don't you think it's a special subject which needs to be trained now, especially when everybody is getting online?
Oh, I do think it needs to be trained. And like any training, the only way to do it is get out there and do it and get feedback from the people you're doing it to. What we've also noticed is, although I can see that we're recording this session, because I can see the little recording button being lit up in the top left-hand corner. When you're online, you don't know who's recording you. I mean, when I had a proper job, when I was in corporate life 20 odd years ago, we would record everything because we would always need to go back and say, what did they say? How do they really mean that? So when we had interactive video, because I can go back to the 1980s when we had video conferencing rooms, it was all recorded. So it was a permanent record of the meeting, not just a few notes that the secretary or the secretariat, So this is corporate governance now, not just a few notes that went into the director's meeting book of this was the discussion and this was the result. The whole thing is there in full record. And now it's stored in the cloud. There's infinite amount of storage capability. So everything's going to be recorded. We know it is. Even, I mean, who knows who's listening in to what we're saying here? We do hear of these secret 007 type MI6, FSB, CIA type stories of if you say certain words, all of a sudden it's triggered and someone's listening in, Who knows whether that's true or not? But the point is, you're always on parade. So be yourself, because if you're not yourself, you're having to act. Now, we're all actors. Okay, so there's no stigma against acting. There is this phrase in business, fake it till you make it. Keep saying it often enough, and all of a sudden, eventually you might believe it, But this is you, This is me, This is who I am. I don't believe I've changed a great deal over the last 40 years. I've probably become a bit more reflective. When I was 20, I thought I could do everything, and I'm 61, and I now realise there's several things I can't do, so I wouldn't even want to do. But the point is, this is you. So just practice it. We do need training in this medium because it is here to stay. Although the vaccine for this COVID pandemic is coming through in the UK, the first one has been approved. First one in the world to be approved. So people over here will be vaccinated with it very shortly. So there is a vaccine that is going to help us, but this medium is not going away. In fact, if truth be known, it's going to accelerate, it's going to advance, because there are so many organizations that have seen the power of this opportunity, work from anywhere, work from home, have contact with people rather than just listen to them or do one-to-one FaceTime on here. You can do one-to-many and just involve the whole team. Some great people that have used this medium have really projected their company and pushed their company into the 22nd century just by using this communication tool, being open, being inclusive, getting people to act as though they're in the office, and really push their point of view over. I mean, you can't quite see each other in 3D here, but we can see who's meaning things and who isn't. I'm sure you've gone on to many a video conference where there's 20 or 30 people in this little small screen, 15-inch screen, and you can see a few that are yawning and trying to take a bit of time out and not really engaged and interested in what's going on. I mean, it's not difficult, is it? We see it all the time. But it's not more pronounced now because our focus is here. Right. We don't have to look over it. They're not over here anymore. Our focus is here. So this is who you are. Get used to this medium. Get some training. Best training is go and do it. We'll help you, you know, and we're not masters of this by any stretch of the imagination. But we're prepared to put our head above the parapet and help people along the way.
Certainly, I think digital empathy is the need of the hour. And as Neville, you explained so many examples today you gave today. And I think it's not only the business professionals, but it's everyone. So when you're talking to people using digital platform, you need to have empathy. You can't be rude because it's like make or break. There are so many people on the digital platform, and if you lose one, who knows? I mean, you're going to get him back after a few years, but he will make a lasting impression of you. So even when you are a very senior doctor or a very accomplished teacher, you still have to be empathetic towards your students, towards your patient, specifically on a digital platform, because you don't have an excuse here. You are full blown visible all the time. All your expressions are visible to people. So with this, I think these are small tips. We can end our discussion. Any viewer who wants to know more about this subject can reach out to Naval directly or can reach out to us. We will connect you with Naval. So with this, Naval, we would like to say goodbye to you for today until we catch you again in the next episode of Naval Goes Live.
Thanks very much, CK. As ever, it's been a delight. And the main thing is, we're trying to help people go and make the best of their own world. So thanks for this opportunity. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Mr. Akshay Gupta in our program. He is the Prime Research and Advisory CEO and founder. He joins us from Mumbai. We will discuss about the lockdown situation and many more things from Akshay. Akshay, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Thanks a lot for having me on the show.
So Akshay, we are on day 17 of the lockdown. As you already know that there are certain pockets in India which are getting into total lockdown from yesterday. But having said that, do you see in your neighborhood and your community any innovation that people might have come up with to handle the situation related to lockdown?
Yeah, in fact, Chandra, we are actually seeing a lot of new ideas, whether with technology, using technology, not using technology, but certainly new ideas where the new scenario is being sort of incorporated into. For example, people have stopped going down to shop. We have shops in our own complex where we get the essentials, the necessaries, the day-to-day necessaries. But now that's been streamlined into a very beautiful way, where we give the order on WhatsApp. We are given a certain delivery time. We pay by a digital currency, and we go and pick it up. So I think these are small innovations that are happening where the new norm or the new normal of the day called social distancing, of course, till this whole episode lasts, and my suspicion is it's going to last a long time. These new innovations probably will last longer than this epidemic or pandemic, because I think people will understand the convenience, the discipline, and the effectiveness of these measures. Typically, in the olden times of the pre-corona days, people used to kind of climb on each other in those shops to get their essentials. Today, it's such a beautiful system. You place your order on WhatsApp or on a mail. You're given a certain slot. You come there, you pick up. It's all packed, pre-packed. and you pay digital currency. There are so many formats you can pay with. You pick it up and you come back home. So you don't have to wait. You don't have to jostle. You don't have to ask for change. You don't have to climb over each other. You don't have to spend that much time. So I think these are small things that are helping us in these times of distress. But as they say that necessity is the mother of mother of invention. So we are kind of inventing these things.
Akshay, you have had a career of 3 decades. You're a brand by yourself, known in the financial world. You and your colleagues are leading the country from the front for so many years now. I know you personally that you are associated with such large brands and leading those brands into the market. So with your experience now, do you see any downturn in the business sentiment?
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, Chandra, I mean, business sentiment will get affected. Services sector, manufacturing sector, financial sector, because there is a clear-cut reduction in productivity in the country because of this lockdown. This will have a very adverse effect on GDP. This will have a very adverse effect on economy. Whether it will be -2% or +2% is something that one needs to see over the next 6 months. How long this will last, one has to see over the next 6 months. But certainly this has put India's growth story into a sort of grinding halt. And this will take at least 6 to 12 months for it to normalize. We are seeing a lot of services which are called consumer touch services businesses holding up, like restaurants and hotels and airlines and theaters and what have you. And those guys will take a long time to recover. When those guys default, people will be sacked, people will be laid off. Those people will stop contributing to the financial sector. There will be defaults that will be adversely affecting the banking sector. Except for consumer staples, which basically means that people who have to consume those items on a day-to-day basis, most of the sectors, whether it's discretionary spend or services sector or banking sector or technology sector, budgets will be cut, people will be laid off, and there will be an adverse impact. And I don't want to sugarcoat by saying that it will come back very soon. My estimate is that it will take at least 2 years for us to get back to where we were pre-corona.
So I think we are going to get into a recession, a very bad recession. I think from your point of view, what the government of India or various respective governments of each country should do to revive the business sentiment in order to bring the GDP up of the globe of all different countries, what measures they should do after the lockdown is lifted?
Yeah, I think first, India is quite different from the other countries. So I do hear about comparisons of printing money of a certain percentage of GDP, which is called the fiscal stimulus. I think we also have to do that, but I think in the short term, what we need to do is to protect the poor. In the short term, we need that people should get basic things. They should survive. Today, there is a problem of survival. I think survival is the key in the short term. And if these people are not in the right frame of mind to survive, who will do the various onerous activities they conduct? Like, how will the farm labor, the industrial labor, the services labor work back into the system if these people don't have food to eat? So I think survival in the short term, to me, is the key. In the medium term, people have to be given money into the hands. India has to print money. The Indian government has to print a lot more than what they have announced. And I think they will do it. They will see the Western world do it. There are constraints in India, like there is a constraint of the fiscal deficit, which obviously then has a bearing on the credit rating of the country. If you increase in fiscal deficit a lot, if you print more money than you should, there is a bearing that you will have a credit rating question mark or downgrade, because of which a lot of money will not come into India. So I think the government has to do the fine tightrope balance and has to try and get survival and money into the hands of people. And I think the growth story is at least 1 to 2 years off. I think we should just get the derailed train back on track first, and then we should look at how fast it can run.
So you also see, from your point of view, the old business models will just vanish, and there is a need to evolve a new business model for everyone?
Without a doubt, CK, because I think this working from home, online usage, internet, digital, pharma, the pharma companies in the index and in the economy were completely sidelined before Corona. And, just for an example, in the Nifty, which is the index in India, the NSE index, 40% weightage is for financials and only 3% weightage is for pharma. Now pharma weightage will go at least 10 to 15% and financials will come down. People will realize that there is value of intellectual capital accumulated over the years. So I think there will be a paradigm shift after this. How long that paradigm shift continues and lasts, nobody knows, because I remember after the 9/11 in US, a lot of people said that offices have become dangerous places to work. One should start working from home. But then in the next revolution, we saw that offices became the best asset in terms of return. And people were investors like Blackstone and GIC and all were buying those offices left, right, and center across the globe. So things do change. Paradigms get changed over a period of time. But certainly in the paradigm of online, digital, redundancy of going to office every day, these paradigms will emerge post-corona. I'm quite sure about that. And I'm also quite sure that things like healthcare and pharma companies will get far more importance than the traditional companies like banks and manufacturing companies, because people will understand that these are the lifesavers, and we need to give far more weightages, far more P multiples, far more importance to these industries.
Akshay, you are a leader. You have led so many large organizations. I'm sure you will be at the forefront when the lockdown is lifted. We wish you all the best and your company. And we look forward to the leadership from you in order to bring us out from, you already mentioned that the growth story will be halted for some more time. So I think the sustenance part, we will see your leadership coming in the forefront. So for today, we have limited time, but it was wonderful talking to you, and your words of wisdom, your advices, your direction is really valuable for me personally and for our viewers. It was a pleasure talking to you, Akshay.
Thank you very much, CK. Appreciate coming on this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you. Friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we are joined by very eminent personality. Many of us in the IT fraternity know him, and we all lovingly call him Trips. Mr. Tripathi, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you, Chandra. Thank you, CK, my old friend. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and I'm very glad to see your success, newfound success. You're always a great sales manager who built our international operations in a banking solutions company. From there, you have moved to a new business model. Rarely people are able to do that. So congrats to you.
Thank you, sir. I think it is all because of the learning and coaching I got in mentorship of leaders like yourself. Really appreciate the time that I spent with you.
Thank you.
So, sir, we are in day 14 and the India is under lockdown and it's already 2 weeks. What do you see in your neighborhood and in your community, how people have perceived this lockdown? Because I'm sure for many of us it's first time.
Yes, I'm sure uh, it is it is the case with everybody in the world, and not no exception. And especially in Mumbai, in Hirandani Gardens in Powai, it's a community which is highly interactive, where people meet on roads, they meet in malls, they meet in stores, they meet in gardens. Very importantly, there are a lot of partying. There are people who meet together very regularly. And I have been a Rotary president last year, so I have been far more active in this community. So from there to a situation where meeting itself is a taboo, or not even letting your family members come in to your own house from outside, relatives to come in, or not letting your community people, which is society people, to even go out. It has been one of the hardest phase, and occurring all of a sudden. So let me tell you that when the government started to feel that the numbers in Mumbai were just suddenly started to rise and so on and so forth, and they were not just left to people coming from abroad. So one thing we got as a very important condition is to stop movement of all the maids and drivers into the building. So vendors, maids, drivers, everything got stopped. That caused not just the hardship of people having to work at home, but also, those poor people, they suddenly were locked up into their small homes and not knowing whether their jobs are safe and so on. So one thing we continued, and I'm sure many societies have continued, is that we told our members that while we are not able to engage the staff, but we must continue their income. And second stage came where we had to say that even the building security and all these people, if we want to engage with them, we cannot let them go home, so that inter-community breakout risks are minimal. So then the issue was, how many people will agree that they'll come and stay here, and then it's not like coming from a village. They live next door and they're not allowed to go home. So we made those arrangements. We made arrangements for their food, their stay, their bathing, their checking up of medical conditions on a day-to-day basis, so on and so forth. And of course, I have a small child at home, and very importantly, this community of small children, which was playing every day outside, they were going and playing football, or they were playing in gardens, and there was a timetable for them to do taekwondo today and cricket tomorrow, football day after. Everything got stopped. Then the issue came in as to how do you deal with groceries and your regular supplies. So Hirandani Powai is very well stocked. That's not an issue. But government is not keen that people go out as much as possible. So we had to tell our members, and they're very, very well off and highly experienced and highly educated, extremely well read and well traveled people in this building, to not go out of the building at all. So that campaigning has been a very tough call, and we have minimized that. The police people were telling me, and before that I must tell you that Hirandani Gardens as Powai is a community of 45 buildings, and for each building would have about 100 flats, maybe more. So there is an association which is building up here, and I'm in that apex body there also. So to put these as a change of culture among 25,000 people of Hirandani community has been a very, very tough task. But I can assure you that informally police said that this is one of the most well-behaved complexes of 150, 200 acres, where people are not coming out and they are listening to what government is saying. So it's a complete change of life. And it's not just going to end on 15th April as we presume, or some people are dreaming that it will happen that way. because it's not like a war related lockout. It's not related to certain kind of conditions just overnight changing and the government is going to make announcements. It's not a bar which has been put on a highway which will be just removed and people can start traveling. It is something which naturally has to set in terms of closure of corona as a spreading virus, or vaccine has to be there, and it has to become like a normal influenza or cough cold treatment kind of a thing. That's where probably the life will normalize, not until then.
Very well said, Trips. And you have been a very successful businessman yourself. You have created companies, you have built teams. What do you see that, is there a downturn in the business sentiments because of this issue?
So I'm working on various committees. I am a SME council chair in NASCOM, and I'm also on their executive council consequently. And NASCOM has 3,000 members, out of which 2,500 members are SME members. And what we call SMEs, if you remember in our old times, 200 crore company was considered very, very large. But here the definition of SME in software, which is fully services driven or fully people driven, is that 200 crores is SME. So we are talking of companies which are 5 to 200 crores. And we are looking at all sorts of recommendations which we are getting from the country. I have personally spoken to 6 regions in last 15 days and more than about 100 companies. Yesterday I did a webinar where there were 190 or 210 companies. So we are accumulating information and then putting it as our recommendation to the government. So without involving NASCOM here, that was only to give you an idea of what I'm doing from a perspective of correctness of my thought process, is that our view is, and it's absolutely personal view, that among the smaller companies, they can be almost like 30-35% knock with regards to delayed cash flows. And there can be anything between 25-30% knock in terms of force majeure or non-renewal of contracts. So the risk which Indian small companies, especially in the IT industry, run is almost like 40-50% of lack of cash flows in coming times. Whereas today, if you see, there was some gentleman writing saying that Indian industry will bounce back in the second quarter. And if you remember our old times together, I used to always say that whenever there will be a bad time on this earth, IT industry is going to grow. Because automation, intelligence built into the system, processes changeover of new offerings, all of that happens only because of IT. So my sincere hope and prayer is that IT industry is going to bounce back, but not without a slump for at least 2 quarters in a big way. Now, very large companies which have got huge cash piles and they have managed their cash flows extremely well, they may face this shock little lesser, but they also have very large expenses. But smaller companies will face this issue. There is also a thing which we have to understand outside IT industry, since your platform is not IT industry specific, is that there are crores of SME companies, crores, people who are doing small manufacturing to small distribution of goods to making engineering parts, working as ancillaries, plastic manufacturers, goods manufacturers. So many things which are in daily life. You and me may not be buying some of those unbranded stuff, but in and around us, there are thousands of such stuff. If you see, look around in your house today. And those companies are facing a very high risk that their markets may suffer in a big way. So the sentiment worldwide is that certain types of businesses are going to grow, like what we see in healthcare in IT, healthcare as such, hospital services and there was something which people said that insurance is not going to do well. According to me, insurance should do much better in coming times. Organizations which are providing services which are on supply chain side must benefit quite a lot. Organizations that are working towards any kind of a prevention of any outbreak in future. Anything which is like the guy whose platform we are using, the Zoom communication. This is a 9-year-old company and suddenly has become a star overnight. So the business models are going to change, but the current business models are going to suffer. And new things will appear from here which will make people rich, which will make people will bring in new skills, new ways of doing business in the first place. And obviously all this is going to lead to some kind of an unemployment or some kind of an employment loss and lack of cash flows for some time in the world. I would always pray that at least India remains positive, as what economists are saying worldwide, that India will be plus 2% and so on and so forth. But if you see the larger economies who we have grown revering with, we have been looking at them with reverence all along. They're all showing a situation of either flat growth or negative growth almost till 10%, which is not good for the world. So yeah, that's my view.
Trips, you have such a vast experience. In fact, you are a encyclopedia of business, and what we are seeing is that the entire business is at a standstill, at least in India and also the world over. Once this lockdown is over, in certain extent or in a phased manner, do you have any opinion on what the governments of each country should do to revive the business sentiments?
See, that answer, even our Prime Minister or the President of US is still searching. And we are extremely small microorganisms not to be able to probably contribute much today on that thought. Because I was telling one council member of mine, my co-council member, very, very active person in morning in NASCOM, that we had just met about a month and a half back, and we were planning a very large event. And here we are in last 15 days completely shut. So the thing is that this is a dynamically changing situation. It's not really possible to say how will things fan out in future. But as what intelligentsia is saying and what my mind just contributes a little bit to, I personally feel that the lockdown is not going to open fully and all of a sudden. Government is presently in a consultative mode with all the trade platforms to take advice as to what is required to be most critically to be kept open, where it is very, very critical for people to travel and reach on the other side and so on and so forth. So they are all essential services, first of all, or people who are supporting essential services. And therefore, it might be a partial opening of this lockdown in a manner that we may be able to experience little better freedom than what we have in coming times, but not all the freedom. Like, my personal view is that the PM should never open the international borders and international airlines for at least the time that we get a complete negative growth rate of corona. Also the feeling is that mass transportation, like local trains in Mumbai or BEST in Mumbai or any mass transportation where people just don't bother about not having to rub against each other and stand in a proximity. They will have to be operated in a different manner, or even airlines will have to be operated in a different manner. There are ways which people are talking about, saying there'll be less passengers in a row and fewer passengers in the aircraft and so on and so forth. So how will something like that be feasible in a local train in Mumbai? One has to imagine those kind of things. What I believe is that we'll have to first and foremost consider, which I'm sure government has got extremely concerned about, is that what we call as essentials in life, चाहे तुम उसको बोर्नविटा या बूस्ट बोलो एक तरफ से, या मिल्क बोलो, या चाय बोलो, या or you call it as आटा दाल, or you call it as namak, sugar, where is it coming from? It's not coming from thin air. It's coming from factories. Factories have got no laborers. फार्म्स जहां खेती हो रही है, जहां फसल खड़ी हुई है, वहां फसल काटने के लिए लोग नहीं है. So there are two aspects that for the business to continue, these things will have to come back. And more importantly, these 20-25 lakh workers who went back to their villages, they may have nothing to eat or nothing to live. So they will have to be re-engaged and so on and so forth very quickly for our base economy to remain stronger and so on and so forth. Whatever is our export will have to come back very quickly, including what you heard from paracetamol and the other chloroquine, I don't know what is that term, sorry, being allowed to be exported and so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to tell you is that these will open. Then in IT industry, there are BPM companies, business process management companies, which are significantly large, employing the largest number of people. They are supporting the world. They are not just supporting India. And there are IT companies which have some critical, not business as usual, but BCP support, which is happening for global customers and Indian customers. So some of these will have to be opened up. So I think this is the way government might be thinking. This is my view. If you ask me what should probably be done, is one thing, CK, when we were working together many years back, and it was why SEZs came into play in the first place. SEZs came because there was a sunset clause which was on STPI, and the tax benefits were going, and the government thought there should be a new way of doing business. So if you just extend your SEZ thought, I think now government should push that there should be special economic zones in tier 3 and tier 4 towns only, and create, because the engineering colleges are everywhere, medical colleges are everywhere, proper business colleges are everywhere. So why should people travel and create such kind of a chaos in large cities? They should get enough of opportunities to work in their cities, work in the comfort of larger spaces, go back to their homes, and not really create a concentration in just 4 or 5 cities in the country. And this is my thinking. The other thinking is that government should actually call 200 large businesses or 500 large businesses from the country and say that all of them must open the next factory in a tier 3, tier 4 plant only, and they will be provided free land or free water. Or free land itself is a very big attraction in India, and government will support a certain amount of a sunset or a reduced GST or something like that, but they must create factories into deep rooted areas. The moment you do something like this, we will have next maybe, and they all can be cultivated into smart cities. So they all can be cultivated for better emergency management or emergency response management. They can all be smart cities with IT systems controlling behavior of people and situations like that, and not have shanties and not have overflowing lakes or overflowing drainages and dirty lakes and so on and so forth. So I have a feeling that these are all the things which will probably be the next generation switch. The other thing which is going to happen, which is very important, and in a very brief, I'll try to complete that, is the part there are going to be new business models. As I said in the middle of our conversation, that in the supply chain management or in the healthcare or in the way people are conversing today, the need for people to travel will reduce. So the shock which we have all got, and we both being from sales, would remember that we used to think that a B2B sales cannot happen unless sales managers travel. or a Hindustan Lever or a Procter and Gamble used to train their management trainees for last 100 years by having van salesmen. So they believe that even B2C sales will not happen until people travel. So this concept of travel, hotels, events, this is going to undergo a very, very major change. So मुझे क्या लगता है कि because there is going to be a certain sacrifice by the hotels and the hospitality and airline industry, actually the entire business may double up or triple up in a big way. And here is Ariman here, who wants to say hi to you. Aryan, see, he does that to all my video conferencing. So,
facility manager.
so I was saying that because you can now work without having to travel, and 60, you suddenly realize futility of that. Because you can do conferences of hundreds and hundreds of people without having to be in a hotel, arranging food, arranging systems and all of that. I think the business is going to explode now, because you will be able to communicate far more effectively at lower cost, at a much lower turnaround time and so on. This is my view. But there is a sacrifice which is going to happen. And I hope that sacrifice does not last long, because the best businesses, according to me, the most businesses where we have grown enjoying are actually hospitality and airlines and so on and so forth. You know, the fondest memories which we have today, and I'm sure that includes you also, is about our travel experiences, about having to meet people in their offices. And I hope all this comes back and comes back with a fervor. But the business models are going to change.
So, excellent words of wisdom, Trips. I think the world will not be the same after this lockdown is released, either in one go or in phased manner. I think the new business models will be evolved, and I'm sure there are a lot of smart people who will come up with new solutions for the new problems. It was a great pleasure talking to you, Trips.
Oh, thanks a ton, CK. After a long, long time we spoke, and like to continue this interaction. And thank you very much, and best wishes to you, your family and your team. Stay safe. There are 5 things which government has told us to do with every new person we meet. Is that to tell that please wash your hands regularly, stay at home, stay safe, stay at home, work for your companies from home, and contribute as much as you can by staying at home. So that is second. Third is, if you do have to step out, please keep a cotton mask made at home ready, and please use that full time. Fourth thing is, avoid touch and therefore make only online payments as much as possible. And fifth is, please download Arogya Setu, the Ministry of Electronics and IT's new application, which is going to track COVID, and to ensure that using that app, you stay safe and secure. So with these 5 things, I would like to end my present communication with you and wish you the best, and would like to meet you in good times soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
you.
Be positive.
Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and we welcome you in this edition of Top Brass Likeable Leaders. In this edition, we have Mr. Satya Madala, who is the MD of Single Point Solutions, a company which is recognized globally and also specializing in the electric vehicle charge solutions. So without further ado, let me give you a little bit background about Mr. Satya Madala. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all to this edition of Top Brass Likeable Leaders. We are very honored to have Mr. Satya Madala in our show. Satya is the MD of Single Point Solutions.
Brass. With this, let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a nice, snappy little discussion this morning. Lots of things happening in the world.
There are many things happening in the world, and there are many things happening in India. So let me tell you, apart from the bigger things which are political in nature, there is a big movement in India which is about the schools. So let me give you a little background. See, in India, there are two types of schools. One is purely government funded and aided, and the others are the private schools. The private schools are very, very popular, and most parents want to send their kids to the private schools. And the government schools have a standard fee system. They have the government employees as teachers, and wherever you go in any part of India, they follow certain construction style. So you will not see much of difference in the government aided or government schools. The fees also very less. But in the private sector, the schools have evolved into a multi-tier system. There are schools where only politician kids will go. Then there are schools where only industrialist children will. And then there are mediocre schools, and everybody says that, hey, I follow this system, that system of study. I have the least stress on the kids when they study. I don't give any homework, blah, blah, blah. So all these are sales talks which are done by the schools, private schools. And on the basis of the sales talks, they actually jack up their fee structure. And parents also get into a lot of pressure because they want to give good study to their children. They also want to make sure that their children, when they grow up, should not ask, hey, Papa, you did not give me good training. You did not send me to nice school. So I think this whole vicious circle has created an environment where parents pay through the nose in order to buy an experience for their kids. And I wanted to give this background so that from this point we can start discussion. What is happening because of COVID? All that experience has gone down the drain. People have paid certain fee, but the students are studying at home using home Wi-Fi system, home PC, and home camera, and supervision is done by the parents themselves. So this is happening, and the schools are, of course, they're running a business. They want to charge the same amount of fee. So this is the subject that we want to take up today, where parents are sort of teaming up together, and they don't want to pay the fee because they are not sending their kids to school anymore. The kids are doing home study. So what is your take on this subject, Neville?
Well, it's an interesting arena, and I come from the background of believing that education should be free for everybody, and it shouldn't be a postcode lottery. That might sound very idealistic, but I do believe that we should all be given that opportunity when we're young, up to the age of, let's say, 18, even university, where we should be given the opportunity to push ourselves academically and personally. The personal drive seems to have gone in the last 20 or 30 years, but that's a different story. So I'm professing my idealist expectations, but now the sad reality is that you mentioned education is a business, and as a business, we if we're buying into, we're buying into the public, the public school arena. In other words, that's provided by the government because we're paying our taxes, so the government can actually create that opportunity. So we're paying in already. Lots of parents, however, like us, like you, want the best for our children, and we're prepared to pay more for a better education. So we are in our mind already saying that the public education isn't good enough. How do we know? Because I went through public education here. I was fortunate, I suppose, that I went to a grammar school. But frankly, as I was going through it, all I did was pass an exam level entry. My parents didn't pay extra for me to go to the grammar school because it was part of public education. But I do want the best for my children. And I'm sure every parent listening here wants the best for their children. But the question is, what's best for them? Certainly not giving them a silver spoon so they never have to struggle for the rest of their life. Let's face it, when they started to learn to walk, that was a huge struggle. But they got over it. And they didn't go to school to do it. You know, they got up and did it. They had that confidence. So what is it, I suppose, about this education system? And we're not just talking about India here, we're talking globally, because every education system around the world has followed what India's going through now. And as you say, now your kids are at home. What is the benefit of this similar education that they're getting online, that they can get from any other online provider, but they're not having that personal relationship that you're paying extra for? Because that's, you know, I'm going to this good local school, which is charging a fee over and above that which the public arena charges. You want value for money. Why? Because it's coming out of your pocket. And education has become just another product, a commodity, a service, call it what you like. And we are looking at the value proposition. The question I've got for everybody is, should we really be looking at it that way? And remember, we're looking at it in a way that's best for our children. How do we know what's best for the children? I didn't go through a private education. Did I turn around to my parents and say, Dad, you didn't pay enough for me? The answer is no, I didn't. I never did. Because I knew that they stretched to put me through the education that I went through. So I had values in my life that were instilled in me very, very young. So I knew the value of money. I knew what we could afford as a family, and I was disappointed or excited one way or the other. And clearly, I wanted a Christmas like every other kid had a Christmas. I wanted the Nike trade. Well, Nike weren't around when I was very young, but I wanted those Adidas football boots that every other kid had as Adidas football boots. And every other kid had them. Well, they didn't actually. Parents went without to give their kids something that they really couldn't afford. So education is this funny one. I mean, I'm going around in a bit of a circle here because I think we've lost values in this particular arena, despite the fact we want our children to have the best opportunity. But I do think we should not be providing it on a plate. We should actually say, well, line up for dinner and there's lots on the menu and it's up to you to choose. And of course, kids do that because, that's 40 rupees, chips are 15 rupees, piece of fish is 55 rupees. They already have value in their mind when they're queuing up for that dinner queue. I think we need to get back to some basics and instill some real values into our kids and stop paying this postcode lottery and sending your kids to the best school out there. Because again, the next issue is, does the best school in the district have the best education? Are they the best teachers? Are they the best teachers because they pay more? And then you get this whole sequence of events that happens. And we're moving further and further away of the purpose of education.
So you are so right, Naval. When I was studying, I was also studying in the government school. And my parents were paying whatever fee as per their salary standards, because that's how the fee structure was. If your parents' salary is high, you pay slightly higher. And if your parents' salary is low, you pay slightly lower. But the education system was standard. And for the benefit of giving right value so that, my parents were giving me pocket money so that I don't go high and dry. So my sister and I, they were being given certain amount of small pocket money where we can buy some toffees and small things on our own. So we actually learn this life. We learn the education, and we also learn how to buy things and stuff like that. But in today's world, with our kids, this is not happening. We are first of all paying through the nose, and that too because of the peer pressure. Because when we meet parents and we brag about, hey, my kid goes to this school, the other parents say, hey, my kid goes to this academy, and so on. So it's become more of a value-driven system. It has become a commodity. So let's understand this. This has become a commodity. That's a point number one. Point number two is, in the COVID season, when the kids are not going to school, and the schools have so much land, they have playground, and they have teachers, and they have infrastructure. They want to charge the fee because they have expenses. My point is, just because they are just doing a process where the teacher comes in front of a camera and do all sorts of things. They are teaching maths. They are also teaching sports. They are teaching yoga. And they are also teaching music. And surprisingly, they are also teaching dance. So I don't think this is sufficient. I feel that just by using a free platform from Google, you just have a camera access, and then you come in front of the student. They are not getting any value of any sort. They are not getting networking with other kids. They are not learning anything. What's the point in teacher in her bedroom running around and doing yoga? I don't think that is a value. So I think in order to school to evolve also, they have to think out of the box. That is what I am thinking as a spender of money, as a parent.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, if we're going to be, in essence, we're still on this debate about it's a commodity, it's a purchase. We want value for money. I'd like to take it probably in a completely different direction, and say, if you were to start the global education model from scratch, what would you do? Bear in mind, today we have got connectivity like we've never had connectivity before. Like you and I, we're on Google Meets. There are so many platforms that are out there where we can transcend the world. We can go all the way around the globe, and we can all be on the same platform discussing the same subject with a marginal difference in latency. It may be 2 or 3 seconds now. If we were to literally, you're in India, I'm in the UK, if we had someone from Singapore, someone from New Zealand, and someone from America, if we were all on, we would just have to perhaps slow down our talking a little bit, because there will be a bit of latency in there. But nonetheless, we can all talk together at the same time, fundamentally. So I've seen some really good systems around the world. I mean, the Khan Academy was absolutely brilliant when it first started, and it started on the premise of free education for all. We're going to get the funds, and we're going to provide this platform where it's free for everybody, and we're going to get the best teachers to come and present online. So again, just imagine, you and I are probably not too old, but perhaps a little bit too young to have seen Einstein in the flesh. This massive guru, hair up here, or mad professor here. I would have loved to have listened to Einstein talk about his theory of relativity the way he would explain it. And the point is, today we can just Google it. You want to learn about, this is education in its rawest form. If you want to learn about Einstein's theory of relativity, you can go onto YouTube and you can find it. It's a bit crackly. you know. But the point is, you're hearing it from the horse's mouth. And the nice thing is, if you've not quite understood what he said, you can stop it, go back and have another look until you've got it in your mind. The repetition has been created. And now you've heard about Einstein's theory of relativity from Einstein. Now imagine the power in that. So when you then go into your day school, you've all had the same teacher. Now it's up to your new teacher, who, for want of a better term, we're now going to call your coach, who's going to expand your thought process beyond the great teacher that Einstein gave you. I mean, if we could have heard Isaac Newton talk about gravity, you know, immediately my brain is just going, you know, what would I have given? You know, what would anyone have given? I mean, just for anyone listening, by the way, Isaac Newton was around long before any of this. The theory of gravity. Go and Google it. It wasn't this century, it wasn't last century, and it wasn't even the century before. So just go and Google it. You know, we didn't have TV, we didn't have radio. No, Marconi wasn't even a twinkle in his parents' or great-great-great-grandparents' eyes. So, but just imagine now, you're hearing all of this great theory from the people that had created the theory. And if we could do that, then actually the education system starts to take on a different form. And it becomes a global education system. But of course, if we were to think that way, we wouldn't have any country barriers. We wouldn't have any country borders. We would have freedom of movement all around the world. So again, we're talking about a utopian state here that probably will never, ever exist. Certainly not in our lifetime. You know, maybe in someone else's in the future. But if you were to start off with the education system today, what would you do? Is that appealing, you know?
No, I think most of the parents are fully aware. No sane parents will send their kids to school for next 2 years because they don't want their children to get COVID. So we know that, you know, this lifestyle is going to be there for 2 years. But for 2 years, which is a very long time, kids cannot just stay at home and do nothing. And this is not sufficient, you know, just use a camera and dance around in front of the children and as if you're running your day school class. This is not sufficient. So I think schools, in my opinion, as a parent, have to do slightly change in their, or rather recalibrate the way they are doing things. And you
see, you're absolutely right there, because what you've done is you've given this a kick of reality. And the reality is we don't have school as we always have been used to school. Kids are not physically leaving the front door of the house, walking to school or getting on the scooter or getting on the school bus and going in through the school gates and then into a classroom where they're learning with their mates, you know. They're doing what we're doing here. They're listening to a teacher that, frankly, they don't know whether they're on the south of France on holiday, you know, because they've got the school backdrop behind them, or they're in downtown Mumbai. Things have changed. We've got to get over that situation, and the schools need to adapt. They need to change. And sadly, we're going to go back straight to this value proposition. You and I both know there are lots of other things you can do online if you're not physically in the workshop. You know, people call me a trainer. Okay, we do group coaching. If that's called training, I'm not quite sure. We do workshop capability. We have for years been doing these workshops around the world, not just physically, but also digitally. It's a completely different arena doing it digitally. You know, if we had 4 or 5 people on this call, they could be from all over the world. We can't physically do a high five or shake hands. You know, we can do this, which is really nice to say hello and, you know, welcome. But we've got to develop a different way of doing things. And sadly, I think the majority of the education system again, this isn't a monopoly of India, and it's not a criticism of anybody, but we're stuck in the model.
You're
So
right.
rather than come to school, it's go online, deliver a lesson, do the work in the lesson, now close online down or move to your next class, do the homework, come back into school. That, for a young person that thrives on the very team effect that you have in a classroom, doesn't work. I mean, I know teachers that have said, I can't do this. I can't see the kids. I can't walk around the classroom. So I've helped quite a few of them actually get a body cam and say, rather than do this sit down stuff, get up and walk around, but have the body cam with you. And mentally just walk around your own room, put chairs there and talk to these children by name, and sit. And all of a sudden, the majority of them say, blimey, that worked. And I said, well, okay, so pass that on to the rest of your teaching profession and get it to work for them. And it's amazing what you can do with a little bit of thought. But we've got 2 years of this probably, and we've got to be doing it. Otherwise, you will get the rebellion of parents saying, "Why am I paying these fees? Where's the value proposition?" It's not a language I like to have in education, frankly. As I said at the very beginning, my belief is education should be free for all. And the thought of a value proposition means that you're assigning a sales ticket to it. You're walking into a shopping mall and saying, "Oh, look, this is half price." Well, it looks the same, yeah, but this one's half price. Just doesn't work for me. So, but anyway, maybe what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think the value proposition is a very real thing because, for example, you mentioned Newton. Now, Newton had to solve his problem of gravity because he was not able to come out with a mathematical formula, the law of gravity. So he invented the entire new mathematics, which is called calculus. Now, when we were studying calculus, we were just tearing our hairs apart, So imagine a situation where some kid in the middle school understanding calculus, I don't think they will ever be able to understand the way the teachers are teaching them what is calculus. Okay, so calculus can be a more difficult subject. How about Pythagoras theorem, which is 2000-year-old? Archimedes, he invented Pythagoras theorem. I think it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare of any middle school student to understand Pythagoras theorem. And they have to do it to go to the next class. So in the current system, can they really teach Pythagoras theorems? Can they really teach language? There are some 3 languages are compulsory in India. India is a multilingual country.
Yep.
We have 3 languages compulsory in India, which is English, Hindi, and colloquial language. So we speak our mother tongue at home. That is fine. Kids will learn, right? But I know they don't know how to write. How? They can speak, but how they will write? They don't know even how to make the characters. Same is the case with any other language. So how are schools going to teach language, simple things like language to the students? By just coming in front of camera and saying, "Hello children, how are you?" And, "Hey, so what are you doing? Did you watch this cartoon?" These kind of things are happening as if it's like a chit chat kitty party. I don't think it's going to, and then in the end, they say, "Okay, pay me this fees." Why we? So this rebellion is already growing in India, where parents don't want to pay unless school come up with a new system. They have.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right there. You touched a little bit on this term that I use all the time called purpose. What's the purpose? So, what's the purpose of calculus? If you understand Newton and why Newton came up with it, then you create your own purpose. Pythagoras, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. I mean, I know it now. I'm a mathematician, so yeah, I probably remembered all this sort of useless stuff going forward. But it had meaning to me at the time, because I was fortunate to have a teacher that would give it meaning. A lot of teachers today go through the motions; they don't give it meaning. You know, what does a young male or female that wants to be a hair stylist, why do they need to pass O-level maths? Now, the point is, there are elements of O-level maths that are going to be really important to them as they move forward, you know, not just in the cutting hair arena, but when they have their own salon or franchise of salons, or buy into a franchise, or pay a retainer because they need to buy their seat in the salon. And there are elements of maths at O level that are really important for that, you know. And I'm not talking about value here. I'm talking about, you know, 1 + 1 actually always equals 2. And that's the whole point. So if you can have meaning in the classroom, you can get more engagement. You just mentioned, you know, hello kids, did you have a nice weekend? Did you see the cartoon? There is nothing wrong in that. But if it continues for 45 minutes, there's everything wrong in that. That's not engagement. That's desperation. So we have got to help teachers, you know. Let's face it. They didn't go through their training courses to teach in front of a computer. I bet none of their learning, none of their presentations, none of their teaching qualifications actually were, there wasn't 1% of their course that says you will be marked by your digital performance. So we can't blame the teaching profession. You know, we got to help the teaching profession. However, when you mention the private school arena, this is now a business. So the people that need to be re-educating the teachers are not me and you, it's the owners of the businesses. They will therefore get a better value proposition for you as a parent, and you're prepared to pay.
Absolutely, Neville. So the schools have to think, recalibrate their business, maybe let go their land, build a mall. I don't care. But as far as the school is concerned, I think they have to get a new system, which is partly based on physical presence using a camera, and also based on certain quizzes, like a K-12 system, online e-learning system, which has to marry along with this one. So they need a system. They need to train their teachers to online arena, and they also have to get the right attitude. So I think they have to change the whole business model. They have to also change the attitude of the teachers, and they have to also change their teaching style, because coming in front of the students, 40 students or 20 students all the time, looking at the bedroom of the teacher, is not training them anything. And you know, why they have to understand calculus, and why they have to understand Pythagoras theorems and Archimedes principle, because when they grow up, when they cross 18 years of life, all these equations will stare in their eye whenever they look out. Even, you know, when you walk on the street, whether you go straight and then make a 90-degree turn, you need to know exactly, you know, how you're doing. It's a skill. So, you know, I'm very worried if my children don't understand these life skills, which we call mathematics or social studies or language, what they are going to do. That is my real worry.
It's a concern. I wouldn't say it's a worry, and it's only a concern because you're not in control of your children's education. But the good thing, as far as your kids are concerned, is they've got you as a father, so that really helps. And lots of kids don't have that relationship. You know, whether we like it or not, they just don't have it. So parents really over the last 4 or 5 months have really had to step up to the plate. And equally, lots of parents that I've been speaking to, and believe you me, I speak to thousands and we talk with thousands on different platforms around the world. They are suddenly, a lot of them are saying, I didn't realize how such a difficult job teachers had. Now that's an awareness in itself. That's a tick in the box. So at least that's an opportunity. But of course, then it's going to come back to, but I'm paying for it. Okay. So although I've had this kick of reality in that my kids are now working from home on the screen and I'm having to spend more time with my child's education, I do expect the teacher, I do expect the education system that I'm paying extra for to deliver the goods, the value proposition. So you mentioned lots of things that schools need to be thinking about. I've an acquaintance who's a very big architect, a guy called Norman Foster, of Foster and Partners. He, many years ago, talked about the changing spaces of a building. So in other words, there's no such thing, there should be no such thing as a bespoke building anymore. It should be interchangeable. You should be able to, just by shifting the furniture around, change the area to make it more meaningful for a different cause.
Right.
Put sliding doors in, change the windows, etc., etc., etc. And he talks about this, go on to YouTube. He does a fascinating lecture at Oxford University about we need to be thinking about these spaces differently. And he's very critical of the education system. We have these huge buildings, hundreds of rooms, all decked out in 1960s way of teaching. I'm sure you've seen them everywhere, Yeah. Big windows on one side. It's almost like a triangle or a rectangle. And on the outside are all rooms. All the teachers' rooms are all in the middle. So typically they don't have any light. So they're all enclosed. But all of the teaching rooms are all on the outside, all the way around. And there's this huge corridor that goes round and round and round the building. Some schools, of course, started off with a small rectangle and then added on and added on. And typically, when they've added on, it actually really hasn't been for ergonomic, flow reasons, certainly not for COVID. It's been for what space have we got to utilize? How can we fit more rooms into that area? And all the rooms are decked out in the same way. There's like 3 rows across the room. There's 3 rows of tables. They're all regimented, one in front of the other. They've all got the same seat. There's a blackboard at the front. These days they've got whiteboards, overhead projectors. The teacher's always at the front. It's almost like we're robots. We haven't moved forward. And maybe the way we teach needs to move forward. Certainly now, because of the digital arena, it's having to move forward. Teachers, the best teachers in the world are not just educators. They engage and they entertain. They tell jokes. They know when to tell a joke. They know how many jokes they should be telling. They command the right behavior. It's easy to do that when you've got 30 children in front of you, but not on a screen. It's really difficult.
That is why there is a need for school to invest in a new type of education system, and these squares or the crosses that the design of the schools are, either they are squares or they are crosses. I think that is their property. They can do something else with that. But when it comes to education, they have to hire the right teacher who can connect with the kids digitally. The teacher should have right attitude. So I think your company is already doing a lot of work in attitude building. Maybe you can help them. Third is they need to invest in a new platform which is a combination of e-learning and physical training. That has to come together, and the teachers needs to be trained. So I think this whole school arena needs to recalibrate because, you know, Neville, home study is not a new subject. It has been around for 50 years.
I did part home study as well because I did homework. That's home study. And we didn't have. I didn't have a study that I could go to. I was on the dining room table along with my 3 other brothers that was all doing homework. So, and we weren't doing the same homework, but we did ask each of the other one for some help every now and again. But that's what we're missing at school. We're missing that collegiate arena. Don't get me wrong, by the way, that when you got 4 young adolescent men in the house, it's not all rosy. There's lots of fights. Okay, but it's called family life. But as I say, we didn't have bespoke areas. It was, okay, we've all had dinner and we all had dinner at the same time. Unlike today, it's whenever the kids roll in. We all had dinner at the same time, and then we cleared, we did the washing up, and bingo, we were straight to homework. And so we've all been home studied, really, in some sort of shape or form. As we say, we're not going to solve the situation here, but for all you teachers out there, or for all of you owners of these new education arenas, and for parents, come and talk with us. We haven't got all the solutions, but we can certainly help you find them, because it's what's going to be right for you.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, so I think in today's discussion, 3 things are very clear that, and also the education policy in India has changed at the right time. The new policy follows a totally different format. So I think schools have to take cognizance of that. Also look at what systems they can adapt. They have to invest money in buying the software solution, or maybe free, we don't know. But they have to definitely get into new arena of a new systems, and then have a new engagement model with the kids. So I think these are the 3 things that we have come out with. And last, which is the most important, is change the attitude of the teachers. Get the teachers who really want to teach. And, teachers should improve their attitudes towards digital training. So I think that is something that your company can help with. So, dear viewers, reach out to us and we can have this in the right way.
You're absolutely right. No teacher was born or trained to do what they're doing digitally. So listen out, you owners out there of the education system. You need to invest in that development. It's not training. It's development. It's personal development, and teachers need it just as much as the students do.
Thank you very much, Neville. We will catch up again tomorrow, and tomorrow is Sorty Wednesday.
Sorty Wednesday. Look forward to it. Enjoy your day, CK.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. And today we have Satish Srivastava from Johannesburg. South Africa. As you know, he has a deep interest in corporate training, and he has been doing trainings and corporate teaching to professionals and IT professionals and marketing professionals. So without wasting any more moment, I would like to welcome Shitesh Shrivastava. Welcome to the show, Shitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Weather is good.
Exactly. So yeah, the weather is good here as well, though the temperature dips very, very sharply in the evening. But yeah, the daytime, the sun is really kind these days.
Yes, so far so good kind of situation. So
Yes.
as you know that we are discussing about change management. So we have been discussing about the change start with the top and various other aspects of change management. Now let's discuss about the principles of change management. So how you will like to tackle this change management when it comes to principles?
So Kanchan, change management in any organization or in any community or any welfare state, the change management has to be a really thought through subject. It cannot be a big bang approach. It cannot be just brought about with brute force, though sometimes in the political spectrum we see that. But in the corporate organizations, the change that needs to be brought has to tie up with the strategy where the company wants to proceed in the near future or recent future. So there are many parameters and many thought processes, mindset change. And as we were discussing last week, change management has to come from both sides of the spectrum, the top end of the spectrum and the lower end of the spectrum. And but at the same time, we know that executive power is with the top management, so they are the best people to force it down, actually. But I would always I would think, and I would like to focus on the culture part of it. I mean, it is the company has a culture. Every great organizations, they have a work culture, and we talk about their work culture, and we talk in terms of, you know, we are ex Microsofts, we are ex Googlers. You know why we say that? Because it is about the culture, and that culture brings the change, the thought process of the change. So any company, any organization which is there for a long haul, who have a idea of bringing up their solutions and products which will do a paradigm change in the way we work, in the way we produce, in the way we talk, in the way we solve the problems. It needs a change management. And since there is a change management teams, and culture is the most important, the core or the heart of it. And who defines the culture? It is the top management, it is the middle management, it is the people who are joining the organization with certain expectations because their careers are there and they are going to build their careers. So Kanchan, the best example that I can give you with my experience of working in Japan is that Japanese companies, the iconic Japanese companies, they're all based on the deep cultural aspects, and therefore it is very hard to imbibe that, because culture is unique. You would agree, culture is unique to organizations, culture is unique to people. But in Japanese companies, we see the Japanese companies everywhere, every place on the planet. It is all because of the thought process, the culture, and the change management they brought through those cultural aspects. What do you say?
Very well said, and I think culture plays a quite important role when it comes to change management. But the thing is that we are talking about change management, but Many people don't want to come out of their comfort zone, and they want to remain. They are happy in the same situations, and if there's a change, it's like it's quite a challenge for them, and they are scared sometimes to really venture into these unknown territories. So, what is the advice you would like to give these kind of people?
So, as I said in the beginning, Kanchan, that we know that as a human beings, we resist change. We want status quo. We want, as the things are going on, let it be. And there are enough people on both sides of the spectrum who talk about, no, we are changing too fast, or we are changing too slow, or we are not changing at all. So I would think that it is a collective responsibility of the organizations or the companies who work in particular industry. Now, in any industry, there are multiple hundreds and thousands of companies, but only few companies are trailblazers. They are trailblazers because they can bring in the change management within their own organization, and as well that showcases in their products and solutions. If we talk about the welfare state on the political spectrum, there are change management things that are being spoken and talked about all over the world on the policy level. One great example was demonetization in India.
Definitely. And I also want to add that human race itself is quite a resilient race, and they always look forward to do new things. So change management as a policy or as a human trait should be taken and should be developed. Not in organization, but in day-to-day life also. What do you say about this?
Yeah, it is a daily life thing, and more I realize that it is a daily life thing. We need to practice that. We need to change. It starts from our own personal daily choices that we make in the life. We set up our pattern, getting up every day, getting ready, running to the office, attending 8 hours of job, coming back, that life becomes monotonous. And suddenly we realize after several years, life is not moving anywhere because we have not changed anything in our own lifestyle.
Yes, the thing is that we want change when we also don't want change. So there's
exactly
kind of a complex situation.
Exactly. So it is like a mirage in the desert, because I see there is a water over there, and when I reach to that water, it is not there. It was just a reflection. So it is at a personal level, but I would also suggest as a collectively we need to follow through the change management practices brought in by the industries. 15 years back, we did not really have credit cards or ATM cards and all those things. But today everything is online payment, right?
Yes.
And that change, when it started, 15 years, 10 years back, we resisted it. Same was the situation in India when there was an internet boom, the PCOs came, the mobile phone calls became cheaper in the world, and suddenly everybody was talking about that. Same thing when the computers came somewhere in the 1995, during the Windows 95, Windows time, people were saying we will lose jobs. But then change management is not about just changing, but it is a full ecosystem. That ecosystem needs to be actually brought in together. And change management cannot always be for the profit oriented. It can have much more connotations, much more policy reaches just beyond the profit part of it.
Exactly, and now I think organizations and institutions, they have to take up this subject and this practice very seriously to really move ahead and come out productively in future their efforts.
Right. So Kanchan,
yes.
Yeah. Just one more example comes to my mind, and I think I like to share because it is a very profound, and it went very deep into my mind. Lego. Lego is a Danish toy production company, and all over the world, children like to use Lego products. And there was a Lego movie as well a couple of years back. So I read somewhere that a small teenager boy wrote to Lego that he wants to, he loves their product and he wants to work with them. Now, Lego is an iconic toy company, we all know.
Yes.
And products are based on the blocks, right? Now, this was a teenager boy who wrote to Lego that he wants to work with them and he wants to design some toys for them. And a big company like Lego could have ignored that letter, but there was a letter written back from Lego company, somebody, a top executive, explaining the boy that Lego company is a toy company, but it also has other things: operations, design, marketing, research, and implementations, and then sending out the product. And they said, well, we appreciate your interest, but maybe when you grow up and you learn other aspects of the organizational business, we would like you to come and become part of us. And that is what I call culture. That is what I call culture, and that's where Lego has been at the top of this toy production all over the world.
Yeah, nicely. It's quite a nice and interesting example you have put in. And as usual, it is a pleasure talking to you once again, and we'll meet again tomorrow and extend this topic further. Till then,
thank you,
bye.
Kanchan.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. And today we will be discussing one of the fascinating king of India, Ashoka. Now, I always been mesmerized by this personality because at one phase of his life, he is tyrant, he is killing people. And in the other phase of life, he's non-violent, he has accepted Buddhism. And what I feel is that he is responsible for propagating Buddhism in India and all Indian subcontinent. He is the basic reason why Buddhism survived for so long. And the impact of his era is so much that even today we have accepted our national emblem from his era. So we'll be discussing more about this fascinating king. And to discuss about this king, it is a pleasure to tell you that I'm joined by Dr. Meeta Joshi, who is head of the Department of History in one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College of Women in Hyderabad. She is teaching, she is giving all knowledge and traditional know-how of ancient India. A part of this, she has her work is being published internationally and nationally. So without wasting any time, I would like to introduce you to Meeta Joshi. Madam, welcome to the show, The Great Kings of India. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I'm fine. Things are moving great. We are still in COVID era, but then life goes on. So we are also coping up with the times. But today we are discussing, we have an opportunity to discuss one of the great king India ever had, the great Ashoka. So I would like our viewers will also like to listen from you about our king.
Before I start talking about Ashoka, I should tell you that he was known as Ashoka the Great, he was one of the greatest emperors of Maurya dynasty, and he happened to be the grandson of Chandragupta Maurya. Chandragupta Maurya himself was a very great king, but why Ashoka became great was because of his deeds. Previously, a very brutal and tyrant emperor, Ashoka got transformed by one incident which changed his life altogether. And that incident was the War of Kalinga, which he fought and won. But after this war, the very next day, when he went into the battlefield, when he saw the battlefield, he was too disappointed that what he has done. And that moment, he saw all the houses burned. He saw many dead corpses lying here and there. And it was a very depressing and disturbing sight. After going to the war field, Ashoka was in total, depression sort of state. And see, destiny is such that in his time period only Lord Buddha was there. And when he came to know about Lord Buddha, he went and met Lord Buddha. After his meeting, when he spoke to Buddha, his mind, heart, and soul totally changed. And he promised Buddha that he won't wage any war from now on. And he accepted Buddhism as his religion. Now here a twist comes, because an emperor who he was a very good administrator. Now, with his religion, changed, the perspective changed altogether. After accepting Buddhism, he was, first of all, what he did, he appointed some officers only to propagate Buddhism in his empire and outside the empire, and they were known as Dharma Mahamatras. Okay, they used to travel from place to place to make people aware of Buddhism. Now, the beauty of Buddhism is such a religion which teaches you only love, which teaches you compassion, which teaches you non-violence, and which even teaches you to analyze yourself. So, Buddha wanted that anyone who is in his empire should know about this great, philosophy of Gautam Buddha and get benefited by it. After a point of time, he even, his son and daughter, they also became the Dharma Mahamatras and they propagate Buddhism. After adopting Buddhism, Ashoka was a changed man because he adopted the theory of non-violence. Now, with such a huge empire, the extent of empire was so huge because Mauryan empire at the time of Ashoka was the largest empire probably in if you see the Deccan, Satvahana empire was the second largest, Mauryan empire was the largest. So managing such a vast empire, but now he had a vision after adopting Buddhism. He developed that vision. All the principles of administrative policies which he had, he changed them. And what he told people, that everybody should live in harmony. If anyone in his empire had any problem, they were allowed to meet the emperor, directly. And Ashoka would listen to them and solve their queries. So he came to such a level. He came to the ground level after, adopting Buddhism. Personally, also, a lot of transformation happened in Ashoka. He spent a lot of money in building stupas, viharas, chaityas for the Buddhist monks. He even financed their councils councils means there were meetings of Buddhist monks in which they discussed about the principles of Buddhism. So he also financed that. And the major development of stupas, chaityas and viharas happened in the time of Ashoka, because he wanted that people should adopt it in their lives and take the goodness of the religion. That was his main aim. He wanted to spread peace, he wanted to spread compassion, he wanted to spread love through this act of spreading Buddhism. So this is one thing. Another thing, the rock edicts which we get from the time of Ashoka, they also mention this, that he did a commendable work in spreading Buddhism, not only in India, but to the foreign countries also. As I told you, his daughter Sanghamitra, she traveled to Sri Lanka on the orders of his father, because they all adopted Buddhism. And she also traveled to Sri Lanka to propagate Buddhism, which was a good thing, because they were spreading the good things about Buddhism, and people were adopting it, and somehow people's lives got transformed after it.
Yeah,
So
but I also feel that in spite of accepting Buddhism, in spite of practicing non-violence and not killing animals and planting trees around and facilitating traders to have economic development in that particular area, he also maintained a huge amount of army, so that around his boundary, nobody should think that he is a weak king, since he has accepted Buddhism, and since he has said that he will not fight anymore. So I think, but he still maintained that army. So
yes,
what do you think?
He did.
Think about this.
He did.
Aspect.
Yes, he did. He did maintain his army. It was not for a war purpose. It was to guard the extent of the empire. See, earlier army people were used, suppose you have some little civil war type of a thing, or some outbreak or some disturbances, so they can go and monitor the things. So for that purpose, after the Kalinga war, it was this motive, not to wage a war, kill people, or spread the extent of the empire through the wars. Totally his
And of course, safeguarding the boundaries. I think that is also one of the main purpose of Ashoka.
Yes, because he wanted that the people who are in his empire should be protected. They should live a peaceful and a life, and they should not have this fear that any invader will come from outside and disturb them, because India has a history of invasions. Lot of invasions happened. So he wanted that his empire should be protected. That was his main motive.
So I always fascinated by the transformation of one person, as we were discussing earlier before this recording, that 1 minute can change the personality of a person. I think that
one moment, Kanchan, one moment.
Yes.
One incident, one person tells you a positive thing, or you see something. It requires a fraction of a second to transform you, and that transformation is always for better. See, if you not we are discussing about Ashoka, but there are many incidents in history. Valmiki, you see Rishi Valmiki, he was a dacoit, and one incident transformed him, and he wrote that Valmiki Ramayana. Angulimal, there are many incidents in which people got transformed totally. So same thing happened with Ashoka.
Yeah, I also feel that he raised a war and he consolidated his empire even after accepting Buddhism, even after taking vows that he will not fight any war to extend the boundaries. just to safeguard his empire, which was I think is a work of a king to safeguard people and the boundary of the country. But I think his aura was that profound that nobody from external forces, even that point of time, thought of attacking his empire.
First of all, everybody was, they were in a state of confusion. That to a king who was so, after conquests, after killing people, after waging wars, that what happened to this man? So people were in a state of confusion. The neighboring countries, they were like, because see, Ashoka's empire was till Afghanistan. His boundaries, apart from India, they went up to Afghanistan. So people were wondering that what happened to this man, how he got transformed. And after he came to, after this transformation, some people visited also to know about his, know-how, that his state of mind, that what happened to him. But when he met, then they could make out that he's a totally different person now. And it was and see, this happened only because of his own personal anguish. Please try to understand this. It was, when we do something wrong, then it is that guilty feeling which kills you. So to overcome that, maybe he went to Buddha. He went to Buddha to seek some peace, because he was having a struggle in his, mind, that whatever he did was wrong. He understood that. See, he cannot undo. He was not able to undo what he did, because whatever is done cannot be undone at any point of time. But what he thought was, from now onwards, if I change my perception, then so many people who have lost their husbands, they lost their families, at least this thing will not continue further.
Yes.
So that was a good thought.
Yes.
That was a good thought. And for that only, like, he worked.
Yes. So I think the Kalinga was a turning point in the life of Ashoka.
Definitely. War of Kalinga was the turning point.
Yes. And then though I feel he's such a great personality, that he handled the Raj Dharma plus his personal anguish and plus propagating the goodness of Buddhism to the people. Because somewhere I read that he has engraved stones and put to places, and it's written that you should do this and you should not do this, and so that day and night people read those sermons and embrace them.
Kanchan, he gave his own theory, which is known as Ashoka's Dhamma. In Pali language, dharma is pronounced as Dhamma, Dhamma. So through his Dhamma, what he took the ideologies and principles of Buddhism, he propagated that in his own way. It was not as it is what he got from Buddha or Buddhism. Right. He propagated in his own unique way. And if you happen to if you are interested in reading, there are several books on Ashoka's Dhamma, Kanchan. You can go through them. Then you will see the vastness of his ideologies, his principles, that how then he was not only a king, he became a thinker. His horizon was broadened. Why religion is required in life? Because it makes you a better person. It makes you wiser a person. Any religion for that matter, not only Buddhism, any religion, why we follow a religion? Because we get a certain set of principles from them, which are beneficial for our own life, for the people who are around us, and for the society. For that sake,
I just want to add that I think when you're talking about religion, I think religion also a factor which pacify some badness in individual. So it subsides something bad which you really think. What do you think about this? So this exactly
Not
happened to Ashoka also.
see, religion will not pacify Kanchan. Religion, see, if you see all the religions, whether it is Buddhism, whether it is Christianity, whether it is Islam, whether it is Hinduism, Sikhism, some religions, they say, they instill a feeling of fear in you. Why we say God fearing? Because you have that fear in your mind that if we do this, this is a sin, this is a bad thing. So personally what I feel is religion should not instill a feeling of guilt inside a person. Rather, it should have the power to transform that person. It is a human nature to err. It is a human nature. Everybody will become a god if we don't err.
But I
so
think this doesn't happen with Ashoka. He very consciously followed Buddhism and very consciously, I think, merged two things: the Buddhism and the Raj Dharma or the royal duties.
Yes, he took it parallelly. It was parallelly. The Ashoka's Dhamma, the administration, they were going like hand in hand. It was not like that he became a saint. No, he lived a normal family life, but with a transformed vision. But some historians, like A.L. Basham, they don't agree with this transformation. They say that this transformation was not real. So see, different people, different perspectives. We should always see the goodness, that what is the positivity we can take from it. So from Ashoka's character, you can take the number one trait is adaptability, because he adapted to a positive side of his character.
Yeah, I think
earlier
transformation of one personality.
Yes.
But I'll always see like this only.
Yeah, so that is the biggest trait. And then to accept, see, if in this word, the whole tussle or war is for acceptance. Everyone wants to be accepted, Kanchan. Everyone. That is our whole, fight in this human birth. Right. We want to be accepted as a, daughter, as a wife, as a mother, as a teacher. Acceptance. Everyone craves for that acceptance. So he accepted that he did something wrong. That is the a wise quality in Ashoka. Otherwise, see, it is a natural thing that many kings, they have waged wars in the pages of history, but no one got transformed as Ashoka have transformed. So that is his greatness. That's why we call him Ashoka the Great. This the Great comes with Ashoka or Akbar the Great. Only two people have this, suffix with them, with their names. Ashoka the Great, Akbar the Great. Why Akbar was also called great? Because he was tolerant towards the other religion. Though he was a Muslim, he followed Islam, but he promulgated a new religion known as Deen-e-Ilahi, which was the fusion of Islam and Hinduism. So when you do such things, see, we, Kanchan, as human beings, we don't take anything with us when we leave this world physically. Only thing which we leave is a living legacy. So Ashoka did the same, Akbar did the same. They left a legacy.
Yes.
They left, and the contribution of Ashoka in the field of art and architecture is huge. It's immense. All the stupas, the chaityas, the viharas, and the rock edicts which you get. You know, the inscriptions. They are the records now, na? From which we can refer to and tell the future generations that what happened. So that is his biggest contribution, apart from all other things.
Yes, I always appreciate Ashoka because the impact, I always see impact, his era's impact even today. Because we have a few systems which he has created, the economic aspect which he has created at that point of time, which we are still following in few patterns. So we will be
because see, Mauryan administration was very, very good. Mauryan administration, for that matter, was very, very good. And it was adopted by the later dynasties. After the Mauryans also, the dynasties which they came, they also took that model. They carried forward that model. So it is not only the philosophical aspect, but in all aspects, economic, administrative, in every field, you know, you can see Ashoka as a role model. Not only in one aspect, in many aspects. And the emblem, the national emblem which we have, is from one of his rock edicts.
Right.
You know, so that is again that means you are giving acceptance, you are giving recognition to that king by making it a national emblem. So it's a big thing. It's a very, very big thing.
Yes, it's a big thing. I think Ashoka has given us, our civilization, a kind of remembrance. We are known as people from the Ashoka's land. So I think that's a great thing. Today we have discussed about an overview about Ashoka and how he has transformed, and how Buddhism he has adopted, and he is responsible for propagating Buddhism in Indian subcontinent. So in our next episode, we'll be discussing about administration, the good points of administration, which somehow in little format we are still following those traits of administration. So it was so nice to talk to you about Ashoka and discuss about our great king, the great Ashoka. We will be discussing this topic further. So till then, bye-bye, take care, and all the best.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Tuesday morning of our show. Before we start discussing the topic of today's discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Boone.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Getting close to the end of 2020, and hopefully seeing the back end of the coronavirus with the vaccines coming through. And I noticed India's had its first vaccinations done. The UK started their vaccinations a few weeks ago. Europe is now having their vaccinations done. So hopefully we're getting on top of this particularly nasty disease that's going to be with us in the long term. But we need to be talking about the future. And one thing that we've seen on our press screens over the last couple of days is someone's coming to India. Who's that?
So, Naval, the Indian government has started a program called Make It in India. It's not made in India, it's Make It in India. And as part of that initiative, they have been talking to a lot of global corporations and persuading them to set up the manufacturing facilities out of India. And India has a huge workforce that can be leveraged, and they are all English-speaking, well-educated, with open outlook, and the country is democratic. So, with that background in mind, the government of India has been negotiating mega deals with large corporations. So, iPhone has already started their setup here. Samsung has started. A lot of other names I can throw in. But the latest kid on the block in India is going to be Tesla. And yesterday, the Industries Ministry announced that Tesla will be launching their India operations in 2021.
Well, like any time you and I get together, you always name drop, CK. You just drop in Apple here, or maybe Microsoft over here, Tata, over here. All the big names, and Tesla, yes, coming to India. And I think it's great, for the simple reason is India is the second largest population in the world. In not too long, it may be the largest population in the world, if you believe everything that's coming out of China. And equally, Tesla and India sort of fit very comfortably because it's dynamic, it's young, it wants to get ahead of the game. And the other thing is, in India, you have got an abundance of developers that are moving into the electric vehicle arena. You've probably got a concentration, your own Silicon Valley, if you like, of EV. Perhaps if it's not the biggest in the world, it's going to very shortly be the biggest in the world. And the other thing is, there's an awful lot of people there that can actually help the production lines get moving. Because one thing that we do know, certainly in the north, is that it's a very industrialized arena. And you can move things really, really fast. And let's face it, it's more of an open discussion than it would be coming from China. So it doesn't surprise anyone at all that Tesla is moving there. But let's look at why. Because my guess is they're not moving there to do the vehicles. They're moving there to look at the actual powerhouse of this vehicle engine, the battery. They're going to bring their technology into the battery side. Do you think that's the route that this is going to go?
I think so, Neville. I think the next generation of electric vehicle lies in the power source. There are different backgrounds to why Tesla is trying to come here. Yesterday, I heard on the TV that one of the large car manufacturers has announced that in 2021, they will be selling 2 million car units in India in next year. So 2 million is a very aggressive target. So obviously these large car manufacturers, Tata being the second largest and Maruti being number one in India, all other players are much smaller, and the Maruti and Tatas make Indian designed Indian cars. In terms of volume, other players like Hyundai, Honda, their market share are very, very limited. Ford has a substantial market share, and so on. So there are so many car manufacturers. So Maruti coming out and announcing target for next year of 2 million car units, it's huge, because we were thinking, hey, it's a COVID-19 situation, people will not be buying cars. But unlike what we think, they have done some study and they are setting up the target of 2 million. So Tesla entering the market at the right time is, I think it's a quite important decision by Tesla. There is another background, Neville, that the Indian government way back about 3 to 4 years back, they had announced their intention to completely migrate from internal combustion engine to electric vehicle by 2025. And they are giving a lot of softs to people who are setting up shop, car manufacturing, two-wheeler, three-wheeler manufacturing unit in this arena. And already in past couple of years, there are more than 300 to 400 manufacturing units, small, large, big, already there in the market, and they are selling their produce. You mentioned about the golf cart size delivery vehicles. We see them all around to distribute milk, to distribute vegetables and groceries. These are the vehicles which are being used. There are golf cart type vehicles which are being used, electric vehicles being used within the society to transport people from their houses to the main gate. So it's already there. There are car manufacturers who are designing and building and distributing these cars. Some of them have already realized that making car is not so important because it's a very primitive technology. It is actually less complex than internal combustion engine. Internal combustion engine is very complex, and you have these Hondas of the world and Rolls Royce of the world doing a lot of